12. Convenience friends and historical friends and crossroads and cross-generational friends, and friends who come when you call at 2 in the morning. Friendship is almost always the union of a part of one mind with a part of another. People are friends in spots. George Santayana. Moving into the world, we try to distinguish fiction from fact, our fantasies and dreams from what actually happens. Moving into the world, we try to accept the compromises of childhood's end. Moving into the world beyond the ties of flesh and blood, we try to form untainted ties of friendship. But these voluntary relationships, like all of our relationships, will have their disappointments as well as their joys. For we once believed that our friends were our friends only when our love and trust were absolute, when we shared identical tastes and passions and goals, when we felt that we could bear the darkest secrets of our souls with utter impunity, when we willingly would run, no questions asked, to help each other in times of trouble. We once believed that our friends were our friends only when they fit that mythic model. But growing up means giving up that view. For even if we are lucky enough to have 1 or 2 or 3 beloved best friends, friendships, we learn, are at best an imperfect connection. Because friendships, like all our relationships, are hedged by our ambivalence, we love and we envy, we love and we compete. Because friendships, same-sex friendships, are our compromises, so it has been argued, with our normal, but mostly unconscious, bisexual tendencies. Because friendships, cross-sex friendships, have to make their peace with heterosexual lust. Because even the best of friends are friends in spots. It has often been said that a friendship is judged by whether or not we will stand by our friends in adversity. But there is an opposing, more subtle, point of view which argues that it is relatively easy to come through in times of adversity and that the tougher test of friendship is being wholeheartedly able to stand by our friends in their joys. For intermingled with feelings of pride in our friends and support for our friends are feelings of competitiveness and envy. We wish our friends well, we are conscious of only goodwill. But sometimes there flits through our consciousness, like a blip on a radar screen, the knowledge that part of us also wishes them ill. And we fleetingly glimpse the truth that although we would never, by word or by deed, do anything harmful to them, we might not, if they failed to get that raise, that prize, that good review, be quite as sorry about it as we will claim to be. Our contradictory feelings, our simultaneous love/hate feelings, begin with the first major figures of our life, and later we transfer some of what we feel toward our mother and father and sisters and brothers onto our spouses, our children and, yes, our friends. Although our unfriendly emotions are, for the most part, kept from awareness, and although, in friendship, the love outweighs the hate, it is our human fate to suffer, to greater or lesser degrees, from the curse of ambivalence. Dinah, wife and mother, receives a visit from Isabel, the beautiful beloved best friend of her childhood. She loves Isabel, but she wants to beat her too. She wants to deal with the subtle threat of Isabel and any success she might have had in her life. She wants her, Dinah's, life, even this moment as it was being played out in the box-like kitchen, to be sincerely coveted by her good friend Isabel. And she is flooded with that old instinct, like the one between 2 sisters, to protect Isabel from any criticism save her own. Love and competition, love and envy, Dinah knows, can coexist between the best of friends. The feeling I have, Marcy tells me, and this isn't easy to talk about, is that no one should have it all, it isn't fair. And in order not to feel envy, even with friends I dearly love, I need to know that they don't own all of life's goodies. Embarrassed by her secret competitive feelings, Marcy notes, I only want to be even, not superior. And so, when her friend Audrey, who is beautiful, rich, successful, complains that her husband doesn't treat her well, I give her a lot of sympathy, I give her a lot of support, but I tell myself, okay, so her husband doesn't treat her well, that's fair enough. And so, when I look at a friend of mine who, like Audrey, has it all, I am secretly glad that she is getting jowls. How uncomfortable it makes us merely to contemplate having such feelings towards our friends. How tempted we are to insist, you may feel them, I don't. But in my discussions with women, and men, about the mixed emotions present in friendships, most of them, after squirming a bit, could find some Dinah and Marcy in themselves. If ambivalence makes us uneasy, how do we deal with the outrageous thought that we harbor sexual feelings toward our friends? Before rejecting that notion as an assault on our unalloyed heterosexuality, let us examine it. Freud argued that all love relationships, not only lover love but our love for our parents and children and friends and humanity, are always, at heart, a sexual love with the aim of some sort of sexual connection. In all but lover love this aim is normally diverted, but the impulse remains in muted and altered form. And because we are all, to different degrees, bisexual human beings, because, as Freud put it, no individual is limited to the modes of reaction of a single sex but always finds some room for those of the opposite one, this muted and altered sexual wish will also be present in our same-sex relationships. This means that male/male and female/female friendships contain unexpressed and unconscious erotic elements. This doesn't mean, however, that we're dying to jump into bed with all of our friends. Indeed, for most people, same-sex friendships simply would not be possible if sexual feelings were not cordoned off, partially repressed and partially given rechanneled expression as loving concern, as devotion, as affection. This friendly affection, however, most especially between men, is rarely conveyed through tender physical contact, for while women can kiss and embrace each other without stirring up homosexual anxieties, a punch on the shoulder or good-natured slap on the back is as far as most men, despite the current shift to less macho male stereotypes, can comfortably go. Heterosexual Robert, on a camping trip with a friend, feels an urge, the first night out, to hug him. But afraid that an embrace will throw them both into a what-next sexual panic, he consciously refrains from this expression of affection until, at the end of the trip, he can hug him and leave. Robert sees his urge as a wish to express his love for his friend, and not as a wish for sexual conjunction. But his fear, a common male fear, is that if we hug, the next thing you know, we'll take off our clothes and suck each other's cocks. Was Robert's urge a homosexual urge? The psychiatrist who told me this story says yes. But only in the sense, he says, that in all such physical impulses there is always a repressed erotic element. Robert isn't aware of it, and even if he were, such sexual feelings don't make him a homosexual. For even when there is consciousness of some erotic feelings, these feelings need not proclaim a sexual choice. As psychiatrists point out in a useful book, Friends and Lovers in the College Years, having sexual feelings toward someone of the same sex, or even having some homosexual experiences, does not necessarily mean that individuals must define themselves as homosexual. These feelings may be subordinate to heterosexual feelings, which represent the dominant sexual orientation. On the other hand, these same psychiatrists also challenge the view that sexual restraint is a form of hypocrisy and that honesty and openness require us to play out all erotic urges. They also dispute the complaint that restricting sexual activities to one sex imposes undesirable and unnecessary constrictions on gratification. Why not enjoy, instead of restrain, our normal bisexuality? Why not be friendly by making love to our friends? There need not be a sharp distinction between sexual touching and friendship, argues researcher Sheer Height in her book The Height Report. But it is, in fact, the sexual distinctions that we make in our roles as parent, as child, as lover, as friend, that provide us with a rich and mature and multifaceted emotional range. The insistent sexualizing of all our relationships would also impose undesirable constrictions. To the extent that friendship requires the reining in of some of our sexual wishes, it is a less than complete, an imperfect, connection. But to take the view that friendship is a diluted version of love, much as pink is regarded as a dilution of red, is surely to do it a serious disservice. Comparing the intimacy of friends and lovers, analyst James McMahon observes that friendships differ from one's main relationship in that they generally do not involve the revelation of one's character and most basic needs in an often primitive and regressed way, meaning by this, I believe, that we can indulge ourselves, with a lover, in significant lapses of manners, control, and dignity. Let us recall, for instance, the ratty robes that we have worn with our spouse at breakfast, our whining around the house when we have a bad cold, the boldness with which we help ourselves to a forkful of food from his plate, the depths to which we sink when we are fighting with him. In addition to the regression, the ecstatic, exposed regression, of sexual love, we expose ourselves in other primitive ways, ways in which, no matter how many decades we have shared, we have never displayed with an intimate friend. But in spite of what we reveal and expose within a love relationship, McMahon points out what all of us very well know, that no two people can hope to gratify all of each other's needs. That no man or woman can be all things to another. Thus, even if lover love is red and friendship is merely pink, pink saves us from a life of monotone. Our friendships can help to provide, in sometimes crucial and central ways, what lover love lacks. Listen to Faith, who describes herself as having a good, though surely not perfect, marriage. Without my women friends I'd feel very lonely and very abandoned. They are essential. They are essential for the psychological talk, the introspective talk, the talk about fears and weaknesses and crazinesses. My husband doesn't have such conversations. My women friends do. Listen to Lena, explaining her woman friend to her jealous husband in the shrewd and affecting French movie Entre Nous, Madeline helps me live. I'd suffocate without her. Now listen to this husband, if I told my wife I shot 986 in skeet, she would say, that's terrific, she supports what I do, what I enjoy. But she really doesn't know what it means to shoot that high. Another man knows and appreciates what I'm talking about in a way a woman can't, at least one who doesn't shoot skeet. Although men, like women, talk about the special importance of their same-sex friends, male friendships and female friendships are strikingly different. And considering what we have already learned about women's greater propensity for relatedness, we should not be surprised that studies show men friends to be less open and intimate. Here, for instance, is one man's not untypical description of his relationships with 3 close friends. There are some things I wouldn't tell them. For example, I wouldn't tell them much about my work because we have always been highly competitive. I certainly wouldn't tell them about my feelings of any uncertainties with life or various things I do. And I wouldn't talk about any problems I have with my wife or in fact anything about my marriage and sex life. But other than that I would tell them anything. After a brief pause he laughed and said, that doesn't leave a hell of a lot, does it? Compare this cautious picture of close male friendships with Hilda's observation that with women friends there is a soul feeling, something deep inside me can flow right up to the surface. Not much is held back, it's like talking to yourself. Compare it, too, with the friendships described below. I love my women friends for their warmth and compassion. I can share anything about my life with them and they never pass judgment or condemn. There are no limitations on disclosure that I am aware of. The special quality of these female friendships is the openness. I have never been able to talk and share my feelings and experiences in the same way with any man. I have heard these descriptions echoed by dozens of women of every age, and not by one man. Yet, ironically, all the celebrated friendships of myth and folklore are male friendships: Damon and Pythias, Achilles and Patroclus, David and Jonathan, Roland and Oliver, and, more recently, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. But what these friendships reflect, as sociologist Robert Bell notes, are acts of courage and sacrifice on behalf of each other. There are no celebrations, in these fabled male-male friendships, of emotional intimacy. The conscious and unconscious links between admissions of weakness and male homosexuality, between admissions of vulnerability and male homosexuality, between admissions of loneliness, fear, or sexual insecurities and male homosexuality, can help explain why men maintain more distance than women do in their same-sex friendships. With women, tender physical contact and emotional exposure are viewed with far less sexual alarm. Thus intimate female friendships, compared to intimate male friendship, do not pose as great a psychological danger. The muted sexuality that is present in same-sex friendships is likely to be less muted with male-female friends, making it more difficult for women and men to be non-sexual buddies. In recent years, however, as more arenas have opened up to allow the two sexes to work and play as equals, friendships between men and women, friendships without an erotic agenda, have increased. There still remains the view, of course, as one man gracelessly puts it, that men are for friendships and women are for fucking. But classmates, dorm mates, office mates, and some married, though not to each other, husbands and wives are finding more social support for cross-sex friendships. In one study, many of the men interviewed said that they felt emotionally closer to their women friends than to their men friends. "It is a real gut feeling I have," a male psychologist observed. "I feel that in general women care more about their friends than men do." And another man, a lawyer, said that "I am beginning to think that macho threatens male friendship. And that is not a threat with women friends. It gets down to the bottom line of there being trust with the woman that is often not there with the man." Lucy, a married woman with 4 children, describes her friendship with a married man. "We've found we have things to talk about that are different from what he talks about with my husband and different from what I talk about with his wife. So sometimes we call on the phone or meet for lunch. There are similar intellectual interests. We always pass on to each other the books that we love, but there's also something tender and caring too." In a couple of crises, Lucy says, "He offered himself, for talking and for helping. And when someone died in his family, he wanted me there." The sexual, flirty part of our friendship is very small, but just enough to make it fun and different. Nevertheless, she says, they have always managed to keep their friendship strictly friendship. But because of the sexual pull, and the greater legitimacy given to heterosexual longings, male-female friendships are rarer than same-sex friendships. And when men and women achieve them, notes psychoanalyst Leo Rangel, they usually fit into one of the following categories. Those that are, in effect, a same-sex relationship: I think of her as myself or as I would another man. Those that are, in effect, a family relationship: I think of him as my father, my brother, my son. And those that develop from a platonic palship to disguised, or perhaps quite undisguised, sexual love. Rangel believes that a marriage bound by tenderness and affection is still not quite a friendship, although it comes close. And while many couples would argue with him, insisting that they are both lovers and best friends, I too would distinguish lover friendship from friendship, because of the intimate regressions McMahon discusses, and because of the far greater wish for exclusivity. On the other hand, there are many men and women who, like Lucy, have friendships which never progress to physical love, but who acknowledge the subtle presence of a little bit of sex in these relationships. There is doubtless a little bit of sex in all of our relationships, but we learn to defer to conscience and social taboos. And in our unconscious, and sometimes conscious, letting go of erotic goals in our friendships, we lose, and we gain. Friendship, like civilization, is bought at the price, says Rangel, of restricting our sexual life. But friendship provides the setting for forms of pleasure and personal growth that may not be found on the wilder shores of love. In adolescent friendships we use our friends, as we use our lovers, to discover, confirm and consolidate what we are. To some extent we always will use them that way. There are strengths, there are facets of my personality, says May, a housewife and mother, that, on my own, I might not see or acknowledge. My friends help me to see them. And they help me to aspire to other goals. Friends broaden our horizons. They serve as new models with whom we can identify. They allow us to be ourselves, and accept us that way. They enhance our self-esteem because they think we're okay, because we matter to them. And because they matter to us, for various reasons, at various levels of intensity, they enrich the quality of our emotional life. Even though, with most of our friends, we form imperfect connections. Even though most of our friends are friends in spots. In my discussions with several people about the people we call our friends, we established the following categories of friendship. 1. Convenience friends. These are the neighbor or office mate or member of our carpool whose lives routinely intersect with ours. These are the people with whom we exchange small favors. They lend us their cups and silverware for a party. They drive our children to soccer when we are sick. They keep our cat for a week when we go on vacation. And, when we need a lift, they give us a ride to the garage to pick up the Honda. As we do for them. But we don't, with convenience friends, ever come too close or tell too much. We maintain our public face and emotional distance. Which means, says Elaine, that I'll talk about being overweight but not about being depressed. Which means I'll admit being mad but not blind with rage. And which means I might say that we're pinched this month but never that I'm worried sick over money. But which doesn't mean that there isn't sufficient value to be found in these friendships of mutual aid, inconvenience friends. 2. Special interest friends. These friendships depend on the sharing of some activity or concern. There are sports friends, work friends, yoga friends, nuclear freeze friends. We meet to participate jointly in knocking a ball across a net, or saving the world. I'd say that what we're doing together is doing together, not being together, Suzanne says of her Tuesday doubles friends. It's mainly a tennis relationship but we play together well. And as with convenience friends, we can, with special interest friends, be regularly involved without being intimate. 3. Historical friends. With luck we also have a friend who knew us, as Grace's friend Bunny did, way back when her family lived in that 3-room flat in Brooklyn, when her father was out of work for 7 months, when her brother Ali got in that fight where they had to call the police, when her sister married the endodontist from Yonkers, and when, the morning after she lost her virginity, Bunny was the person she ran to tell. The years have gone by, they have gone separate ways, they have little in common now, but they still are an intimate part of each other's past. And so, whenever Grace goes to Detroit, she always goes to visit this friend of her girlhood. Who knows how she looked before her teeth were straightened? Who knows how she talked before her voice got un-Brooklined? Who knows what she ate before she learned about artichokes? Who knew her when? 4. Crossroads friends. Like historical friends, our crossroads friends are important for what was, for the friendship we shared at a crucial, now past, time of life, a time, perhaps when we roomed in college together, or served a stint in the U.S. Air Force together, or worked as eager young singles in Manhattan together, or went through pregnancy, birth, and those first difficult years of motherhood together. With historical friends and crossroads friends we forge links strong enough to endure with not much more contact than once-a-year letters at Christmas, maintaining a special intimacy, dormant but always ready to be revived, on those rare but tender occasions when we meet. 5. Cross-generational friends. Another tender intimacy, tender but unequal, exists in the friendships that form across generations, the friendships that one woman calls her daughter-mother and her mother-daughter relationships. Across the generations the younger enlivens the older instructs the younger. Each role, as mentor or questor, as adult or child, offers gratifications of its own. And because we are unconnected by blood, our words of advice are accepted as wise, not intrusive, our childish lapses don't summon up warnings and groans. Without the risks, and without the ferocious investment, which are always a part of a real parent-child connection, we enjoy the rich disparities to be found among our cross-generational friends. 6. Close friends. Emotionally and physically, by seeing each other, by mail, by talks on the phone, we maintain some ongoing friendships of deep intimacy. And although we may not expose as much, or the same kinds of things, to each of our closest friends, close friendships involve revealing aspects of our private self, of our private feelings and thoughts, of our private wishes and fears and fantasies and dreams. We reveal ourselves not only by telling but also by wordlessly showing what we are, by showing the unattractive, as well as the nice. And intimacy means trusting that our friends, although they don't, and should not, think we're perfect, will see our virtues as foreground, our vices as blur. To be her friend, said a friend of the late political activist and writer Jenny Moore, was to be for a little while as good as you wish you were. And sometimes, with a little help, including some helpful don't-do-thats, from our friends, we can get there, and stay there. Analyst McMahon writes that growth demands relatedness and that intimacy produces continuing growth throughout our life because being known affirms and strengthens the self. He quotes philosopher Martin Buber, who says that all real living is a meeting between I and thou, and that through the thou, through close encounters in which we open ourselves to each other, a man becomes I. Close friends contribute to our personal growth. They also contribute to our personal pleasure, making the music sound sweeter, the wine taste richer, the laughter ring louder because they are there. Friends furthermore take care, they come if we call them at 2 in the morning, they lend us their car, their bed, their money, their ear, and although no contracts are written, it is clear that intimate friendships involve important rights and obligations. Indeed, we will frequently turn, for reassurance, for comfort, for come and save me help, not to our blood relations but to friends, to intimate friends like Rosie and Michael. Rosie is my friend. She likes me when I'm dopey and not just when I'm smart. I worry a lot about pythons, and she understands. My toes point in, and my shoulders droop, and there's hair growing out of my ears. But Rosie says I look good. She is my friend. Michael is my friend. He likes me when I'm grouchy and not just when I'm nice. I worry a lot about werewolves, and he understands. There's freckles growing all over me, except on my eyeballs and teeth. But Michael says I look good. He is my friend. When my parakeet died, I called Rosie. When my bike got swiped, I called Rosie. When I cut my head and the blood came gushing out, as soon as the blood stopped gushing, I called Rosie. She is my friend. When my dog ran away, I called Michael. When my bike got swiped, I called Michael. When I broke my wrist and the bone was sticking out, as soon as they stuck it back in, I called Michael. He is my friend. Rosie would try to save me if there was a tidal wave. She'd hunt for me if kidnappers stole me away. And if I never was found again, she could have my Instamatic. She is my friend. Michael would try to save me if a lion attacked. He'd catch me if I jumped from a burning house. But if by mistake he missed the catch, he could have my stamp collection. He is my friend. In addition to helping us grow and giving us pleasure and providing aid and comfort, our intimate friendships shelter us from loneliness. For although we are taught to strive for, and to value, self-sufficiency, and although there is doubtless, in all of us, an inner core of self we may never reveal, it matters to us enormously that we matter to others and that we are not alone. I need to know, says Kim, that there is someone besides myself who really cares about whether I live or die. An old proverb puts it another way, one would not be alone, even in paradise. But the capacity for establishing intimate friendships varies greatly, with some of us possessed of a natural gift and some of us uncomfortable, inept, or scared to death that closeness will lead to rejection, or engulfment. Close friendships require a sense of self, an interest in other people, empathy, and loyalty and commitment. They also require the letting go, the necessary loss, of some of our fantasies of ideal friendship. That distinguished old Roman, Cicero, in his much-cited essay on friendship, asks how can life be worth living, which lacks that repose which is to be found in the mutual goodwill of a friend. So far so good. But he then goes on to impose upon friendship a burden no friendship could possibly sustain by defining it as a relationship between two stainless characters having a complete accord on all subjects human and divine. There must be complete harmony, proclaims the stringent Cicero, of interests, purpose, and aims, without exception. Now it is true that when sociologists study adult friendships they find that similarities are the rule, that people choose friends who are like them in age and sex and marital status and religion, as well as in attitudes, interests, and intelligence. It has even been suggested that, because friendship lacks the tumult of sexual love, it may be more likely than love to connect the whole person with another total person. But while this may have been true in ancient times, in Cicero's time, we moderns are too individualistic. Two people, two adults, will never match each other perfectly. Even the best of friends are friends in spots. For among our close friends may be friends whom we should never ask for money, they're charming and bright but irredeemably cheap. Among our close friends may be friends with whom we cannot discuss a novel, or friends whose child-raising practices make us weep. We also may have close friends whose conscience strikes us as overindulgent, close friends whose compulsive tardiness we curse, close friends whose taste in food and clothes and dogs and politicians is incomprehensible, and whose taste in husbands or wives is even worse. We want our close friends to share our passions and values, our heroes and villains, our loves and our hates. But we may, in fact, have friends whom we will have to indulge and forgive for admiring Clint Eastwood movies and disdaining Yeats. And, sometimes, for failing us. If Rosie told me a secret and people hit me and bit me, I wouldn't tell what Rosie's secret was. And then if people twisted my arm and kicked me in the shins, I still wouldn't tell what Rosie's secret was. And then if people said, "Speak up, or we'll throw you in this quicksand," Rosie would forgive me for telling her secret. If Michael told me a secret and people clonked me and bopped me, I wouldn't tell what Michael's secret was. And then if people bent back my fingers and wrestled me to the ground, I still wouldn't tell what Michael's secret was. And then if people said, "Speak up, or we'll feed you to these piranhas," Michael would forgive me for telling his secret. Richard Steele. Cicero notwithstanding, intimate friendships will require that we indulge and forgive, be indulged and forgiven. Stainless characters we are certainly not. And yet, despite the ambivalence, the restricted sexuality and the fact that friends are friends only in spots, the friendships we create may be as strong, and sometimes stronger, than those we form through flesh and blood and law, comforting and exuberant, sacred and miraculous connections. 13. Love and hate in the married state. The married state is the completest image of heaven and hell we are capable of receiving in this life. Our friends are less than perfect. We accept their imperfections and pride ourselves on our sense of reality. But when it comes to love we stubbornly cling to our illusions, to conscious and unconscious visions of how things should be. When it comes to love, to romantic love and sexual love and married love, we have to learn again, with difficulty, how to let go of all kinds of expectations. These expectations flower in the steamy climate of our adolescence, when tenderness and sexual passion converge, when we fall in love with someone who embodies for us, with a little help from love's blindness, the perfect fulfillment of every human desire. Adolescent romantic love, says analyst Otto Kernberg, is the normal, crucial beginning of adult love. But many of us are done with adolescence before we are done with adolescent love, And many of us recall a "you are my everything, I can't live without you" passion. Our walks under stars. Our rides up to the moon. And whether or not we can make such love stay through the days and the years of our life, it may cast its shadow on everything that comes after. Last night, yesternight, betwixt her lips and mine there fell thy shadow, Kinara. Thy breath was shed upon my soul between the kisses and the wine, and I was desolate and sick of an old passion, yet, I was desolate and bowed my head. I have been faithful to thee, Kinara. In my fashion. In Freud's discussions of love he distinguishes sensual love, aimed at physical gratification, from love which is characterized by tenderness. There are both kinds of love in romantic sexual love. Freud also describes our overestimation, our idealization, of our beloved. This too is a part of romantic sexual love. Freud furthermore reminds us that even the deepest love relationship will not be proof against ambivalence, and that even the happiest marriage will harbor some portion of hostile feelings. Feelings of hate. The silken texture of the marriage tie, writes William Dean Howells, bears a daily strain of wrong and insult to which no other human relation can be subjected without lesion. To which a modern sociologist adds, one person, without any hostility, aggression, or intent to hurt, merely through the expression of his existence, may be damaging for another. The good news is that sometimes the bond between a husband and wife is stronger than any damage that can be done to it. The bad news is that no two adults can do each other more damage than husband and wife. Knowing my husband well, I know precisely which buttons to push to trigger his outrage. I also know how to soothe and smooth and make nice. And although you might think that such knowledge would keep my finger off the trouble-making buttons and allow me to fashion a marital paradise, that's not how or most, marriages tend to work. Psychologist Israel Charney, in a provocative study of marriage, challenges the myth that marital difficulties are largely the lot of sick people or those who are not really mature. He argues that empirically it cannot be denied, that the largest majority of marriages are riddled with profound destructive tensions, overtly or covertly. And he proposes to redefine our average, everyday, normal marriage as an inherently tense and conflict-ridden relationship whose success requires a wise balancing of love and hate. The tensions and conflicts of married life may begin with the death of romantic expectations, so beautifully described in the poem Les Sylphides, where, dreaming of flowers and flowing rivers and satin and waltzing trees, two lovers marry. So they were married, to be the more together, and found they were never again so much together, divided by the morning tea, by the evening paper, by children and tradesmen's bills. Waking at times in the night she found assurance in his regular breathing, but wondered whether it was really worth it and where the river had flowed away and where were the white flowers. Another foiled romantic is a doctor's wife named Emma, avid consumer of sentimental novels, novels which have tutored her to yearn for a marvelous realm in which everything would be passion, ecstasy, and rapture. Bitterly dissatisfied by her marriage, in which happiness has eluded her, lamenting her too lofty dreams, her too narrow house, she makes her kindly but deadly dull and commonplace husband Charles the sole object of the complex hatred engendered by her frustrations. Emma is Flaubert's adulterous heroine Madame Bovary, a woman with a fevered romantic soul, a woman who expects from marriage that marvelous passion which, until then, had been like a great rosy-plumaged bird soaring in the splendors of poetic skies. Not finding it in marriage, Emma does not let it go, or learn to temper romance with reality. Instead, recoiling from dailiness, she learns to hate her husband, and seeks romance elsewhere. But we don't have to be adulterers to say, with Flaubert, Madame Bovary, c'est moi. We too have measured our dreams against our realities. We too may have strived for rosy-plumaged birds in poetic skies and found ourselves with a parakeet in a cage in the family room of a Silver Spring suburb. Marriage, writes anthropologist Bronislaw Malinowski, presents one of the most difficult personal problems in human life, the most emotional as well as the most romantic of all human dreams has to be consolidated into an ordinary working relationship. And although, unlike doomed Emma, we adjust and adapt and compromise and make do, we sometimes may hate the married state for domesticating our dreams of romantic love. We bring into our marriage a host of romantic expectations. We may also bring visions of mythic sexual thrills. And we may impose on our sex life many more expectations, more shoulds, than the average everyday act of love can fulfill. The earth should move. Our bones should sing. Fireworks should explode. Consciousness, self, should burn on the pyre of love. We should achieve either paradise or a reasonable facsimile thereof. We will be disappointed. In her book Marriage is Hell, Catherine Peretz describes the sexual mythology that lays such burdens on the marriage bed. The true man or woman must be deeply sexual, the only true intercourse between humans is sexual, levels of pleasure have almost become notches in the yardstick of goodness, and sexual variation is as necessary to marriage now as once social graces were. Love must be made, or sex must be had, a prescribed number of times a week, otherwise one falls from grace and competition. Such sexual shoulds transform the sex act into a test of performance and into proof of the state of our mental health, intimidating and shaming, and yes, disappointing, the husbands and wives who can't achieve apocalyptic orgasm. But even when passion is fever pitch and all the systems are go, it is difficult to sustain such peaks of excitement. And couples may find that, after a time, sex is not so sexy anymore. I bring the children one more glass of water. I rub the hormone night cream on my face. Then after I complete the isometrics, I greet my husband with a warm embrace. A vision in my long-sleeved flannel nightgown and socks, because my feet are always freezing, gulping tranquilizers for my nerve ends, and triaminic tablets for my wheezing. Our blue electric blankets set for toasty. Our red alarm clocks set at 7:30. I tell him that we owe the grocer plenty. He tells me that his two best suits are dirty. Last year I bought him Centaur for his birthday. They promised he'd become half man, half beast. Last year he bought me something black and lacy. They promised I'd go mad with lust, at least. Instead my rollers clink upon the pillow. And his big toenail scrapes against my skin. He rises to apply a little chapstick. I ask him to bring back 2 bufferin. Oh, somewhere there are lovely little boudoirs with porthault sheets and canopies and whips. He lion hunts in Africa on weekends. She measures 33 around the hips. Their eyes engage across the brandy snifters. He runs his fingers through her Kenneth hair. The kids are in the other wing with Nanny. The sound of violins is everywhere. In our house there's the sound of dripping water. It's raining and he never patched the leak. He grabs the mop and I get out the bucket. We both agree to try again next week. Now to say all this is not to deny that we can have sexual moments as remarkable as any fantasist's dream, moments in which the coming together, whether or not it involves perfectly synchronized orgasms, involves a mutual wedding of passion and love. Nor does an absence of storybook sex mean that we cannot achieve what analyst Kernberg calls multiple forms of transcendence, where, through acts of sexual love, we cross and erase the boundaries that separate self from other, woman from man, love from aggression and the present from the future and the past. Testimony to such sublime moments is not restricted to Freudians or to fiction. Consider these poetic words from philosopher Bertrand Russell's autobiography. I have sought love, first, because it brings ecstasy, ecstasy so great that I would often have sacrificed all the rest of life for a few hours of this joy. I have sought it, next, because it relieves loneliness, that terrible loneliness in which one shivering consciousness looks over the rim of the world into the cold unfathomable lifeless abyss. I have sought it, finally, because in the union of love I have seen, in a mystic miniature, the prefiguring vision of the heaven that saints and poets have imagined. Well, yes. But for many, perhaps most, couples such moments are extraordinary and rare. Or they succumb to custom, and custom stales. For although in sexual love we may strive to continue with our body the connections we have made with our heart and our mind, there are times when the leap from love to ecstasy fails. There are plenty of times, when what we will have to settle for are imperfect connections. But the contrast between the marriage we wanted and the marriage we got spans more than romantic and sexual disappointments. For even when we marry with an earthier vision of what a good marriage should be, the married state, and the person with whom we are sharing it, must fail to meet sometimes all, of our expectations, that we will always be there for each other. That we will always be faithful and loyal to each other. That we will accept each other's imperfections. That we will never consciously hurt each other. That although we expect to disagree on many minor matters, we surely will be in agreement on major matters. That we will be open and honest with each other. That we will always go to bat for each other. That our marriage will be our sanctuary, our refuge, our haven in a heartless world. Not necessarily. Certainly, not all the time. For along with these expectations I have collected marital tales of promises broken, harm deliberately done, disloyalty, infidelity, zero tolerance of each other's limits and flaws, and teeth and claws disagreements on such not so minor matters as money, having children, religion, and sex. If I rated my husband, says Meg, on pain inflicted and trust betrayed, I guess I'd have to call him my worst enemy. Echoing her perception, a psychologist suggests that husbands and wives are each other's intimate enemies. Enmities arise because our unmet expectations become metaphors for all that our marriage lacks. She didn't take his side in his fight with his brother. The day she lost the baby he was out in LA on business and wouldn't come back. The inevitable daily insults and wrongs of marriage will also attack the silken texture of the marriage tie, making him think, she'll never understand me, making her think, I've married the wrong guy. Listen to Millie. Sometimes when I talk to him about problems, mine, or the kids, or I say something searching and deep, or I say something desperate, I get, from the way he is answering me, that he hasn't heard me at all, and that furthermore he didn't hear me yesterday, and then, if I'm feeling a special need for understanding or admiration or something, I'll use the fact that he isn't giving it now as evidence that he doesn't give it ever, that he doesn't ever really listen to me, or see me, or know who the hell I am, or care to know. And then the downward spiral starts and everything he says I'll use against him as further proof that he tunes me out, that he's utterly insensitive to my needs. The words above are approximately what Millie has said to me, not only recently but over the years. For even though she has, she says, a steadfast, solid marriage, she comes to times when all her love goes dead, when the gap between what she has to have and what he has to give cannot be bridged. And what is left as she looks at this man, who is stable and cheerful and kind, and handy around the house and devotedly faithful, is a feeling, she says, like you want to give a big sigh, is a feeling of oh, God, what am I doing here, is a feeling that I've got the wrong guy, there must be someone more attuned to my needs, is the feeling that she says is, yes, it's hate. Our early lessons in love and our developmental history shape the expectations we bring into marriage. We are often aware of disappointed hopes. But we also bring into marriage the unconscious longings and the unfinished business of childhood, and prompted by the past, we make demands on our marriage, unaware that we do. For in married love we will seek to reclaim the loves of our early yearning, to find in the present beloved figures of yore, the unattainable parent of Oedipal passion, the unconditionally loving mother of childhood, and the symbiotic unit where self and other meld, as we once did before. In the arms of our own true love we strive to unite the aims and objects of past desire. And sometimes we hate our mate for failing to satisfy these ancient, impossible longings. We hate him because he hasn't ended our separateness. We hate him because he hasn't filled up our emptiness. We hate him because he hasn't fulfilled our save me, complete me, mirror me, mother me yearnings. And we hate him because we waited all these years to marry daddy, and he isn't daddy. We do not, of course, enter marriage with the conscious intention of marrying daddy or mommy. Our hidden agenda is also hidden from us. But subterranean hopes make for seismic disturbances. And until people learn to distinguish between their conscious and attainable goals and their unconscious and unattainable goals, writes analyst Kubi, the problem of human happiness, whether in marriage or otherwise, will remain unsolved. There are, of course, unconscious goals which marriages do indeed meet, normal goals, and also deeply neurotic ones. There are complementary marriages where the husband's and wife's requirements dovetail so well that even when they look very much like marriages made in hell, they satisfy both partners' psychic needs. The doormat-bully relationship, the worshipper-idol relationship, the helpless-helper relationship, the baby-mommy relationship are examples of neurotic complementarity. And although these polarized roles can be the source of great conflict between a husband and wife, they are also the expression of a profoundly shared assumption about their marriage. The doormat and bully agree that married love is about authority, bondage, control. The worshipper and idol agree that married love is about ego confirmation. The helpies and helper agree that married love is about security through dependency. And the baby and mother agree that married love is about unconditional caring and nurturing. These shared assumptions explain the passionate bonds that link a couple even when their marriage appears catastrophic. Together they get the marriage they want to get. They are couples in collusion, but any inner or outer change can pose a threat to the delicate balance of their collusive relationship. Consider, for instance, the marriage between a man who wants a mommy and a woman who nurtures and nourishes just like mom, a woman who, responding to his helplessness and charm, provides maternal care and admiration. This arrangement has something to offer both baby husband and earth mother wife, until she wants some taking care of too, until she grows weary to death of providing non-stop admiration, until, in some cases, she wearies of his adulteries. Her husband, however, will find her less than total devotion absolutely intolerable. My wife, he'll complain, is selfish, unloving, unfair. He'll keep crying for his mother, but the perfect mother he needs is no longer there. What there is an upsurge of tension in the marriage. A more complicated version of the complementary marriage involves what is called projective identification, an unconscious and subtle two-way exchange in which one partner makes use of the other partner to contain and experience some aspect of him or herself. For instance, there's Kevin, a macho man who unconsciously hates and repudiates all his anxiety and who puts his anxiety into his wife, Lynn, ridding himself of these feelings by attributing them to, projecting them onto, his wife and then psychologically pressuring her to actually feel his cast-off, disavowed feelings. And so, when their son is 2 hours late, Lynn is tearing her hair out and Kevin is scornfully saying, "You worry too much." He doesn't worry at all because he is getting Lynn to do the worrying for him, and despising her anxiety rather than his. And then there's the wife who hates pushy people and gets her husband to do the screaming and pushing. And the wife with the spendthrift husband who expresses, for her, the indulgent part of herself. A projective identification is always received by a person with tendencies in that direction, but it is put there by a partner who has a need to have it played out, by somebody else. If a woman has been taught to deny her own ambitious and competitive strivings for competence and mastery, says psychologist Harriet Lerner, she may choose a man who will express these for her. If it is a weakness or dependency that is intolerable for her to acknowledge, she can find a partner who will play out the role of the incompetent and helpless person that she fears herself to be. If she has learned to please and protect others, she may just happen to find herself married to a man who is tactless and provocative. Women often choose a spouse who will express just those traits and qualities they most need to deny within themselves, or those qualities they wish they could express themselves but can't. A woman may then rage against her spouse as he expresses the very qualities she chose him for. By arranging for our partner to contain some parts of ourself, our marriage may be troubled but intact. But here is what can happen when a projective identification is disrupted. A mid-30s wife starts therapy because she can't run her house or take care of her children. She has felt helpless and anxious her whole married life. Her husband, who not only works full-time but also takes care of the household, earnestly speaks of his willingness to spare no efforts or money to help his wife. But as she gets into the treatment and starts showing signs of improvement, her husband becomes increasingly dissatisfied, first denigrating the treatment, then refusing to pay for the treatment and then, in a fit of rage, assaulting his wife. Eventually this gregarious, affable, flexible, mature person with genuine concern for his wife's welfare becomes so distraught that he signs himself into a hospital. With his wife no longer expressing his anxiety and helplessness, this healthy man has become, in effect, his sick wife. There are marriages where projective identification and complementarity are quite constructive. But whenever essential needs unmesh, there is risk. And ironically, two partners locked in a pathological marriage may stick together neurotically ever after, while wholer and healthier couples who are able to change and grow may rupture the arrangements that hold them together. Ironically, the thrust of human development may also contribute to tensions in a marriage. Impossible expectations, unmet needs, and unmeshed needs are continuing sources of marital tension and strife. They produce the hellish parts of the married state. But it also has been argued that the fact that marriage involves a husband and wife is sufficient to explain the presence of hate. It has been argued that the fact that men are men and women are women, two different species, is a fundamental cause of conflict in marriage. It is furthermore argued that conflicts in marriage arising from sexual differences run deeper than simple changing sex role concerns. Here is how Dorothy Dinnerstein, an audacious and brilliant psychologist, explains the origins of our sexual warfare. Dinnerstein makes the argument that women, as our first caretakers, introduced us to the human situation and, at the beginning seemed to us responsible for every drawback of that situation. Thus they become the recipients, as men, as fathers, do not, of our most primitive emotions and expectations. Our demand for nurturance from the all-giving mother, our infantile rage at the disappointing mother, our rebellion against the all-controlling mother, distort our adult visions of women, and men. And these early distortions, she says, have impaired not only our personal growth but also our capacity to love each other. Dinnerstein says that our gender arrangements, our division of opportunities and privileges, proceed from the central role of women in child care. And while much of our pleasure in living has been woven into these arrangements, she observes, they have apparently never felt wholly comfortable or beneficial to either of the sexes. Indeed, they have always been a major source of human pain, fear, and hate. A sense of deep strain between women and men has been permeating our species' life as far back into time as the study of myth and ritual permits us to trace human feeling. That pain and fear and hate, she says, will prevail until women are freed from their scapegoat idol provider devourer role. That pain and fear and hate, she says, will continue to permeate male-female relationships until men and women raise their children together. So long as the first parent is a woman, then, woman will inevitably be pressed into the dual role of indispensable quasi-human supporter and deadly quasi-human enemy of the human self. She will be seen as naturally fit to nurture other people's individuality, as the born audience in whose awareness other people's subjective existence can be mirrored, as the being so peculiarly needed to confirm other people's worth, power, significance that if she fails to render them this service she is a monster, anomalous and useless. And at the same time she will also be seen as the one who will not let other people be, the one who beckons her loved ones back from selfhood, who wants to engulf, dissolve, drown, suffocate them as autonomous persons. In adult life, we lean over backward in our heterosexual arrangements to keep this original threat at bay. We will have to continue to do so, in some way, until we reorganize child care to make the realm of the early non-self as much a male as a female domain. Does the sex war derive from the fact that women raise children? Psychology shows some support for this point of view. For the divergent paths of development taken by boys and girls, but, I would argue, some inborn differences too, result in vastly dissimilar sets of experiences and assumptions, particularly in the realm of human relationships. Remember that little boys, in the process of forming their gender identity, must break, more sharply than girls, from the mother tie, for girls can be girls while intimately identifying with mother, but little boys, if they want to be boys, cannot. Thus intimate relatedness becomes a comfortable, valued condition for women, while too much closeness poses a threat to men. And this sexual difference leads to so great a gender gap, writes therapist Lillian Rubin, that husbands and wives often live as intimate strangers. I want him to talk to me. I want him to tell me how he really feels. I want him to put off his I am okay mask and be vulnerable. Wives often complain that they're beating their fists against a shut-tight door. And husbands, as Dr. Rubin's patient illustrates, often feel bewildered and beleaguered. The whole goddamn business of what you're calling intimacy bugs the hell out of me. I never know what you women mean when you talk about it. Karen complains that I don't talk to her, but it's not talk she wants, it's some other damn thing, only I don't know what the hell it is. Feelings, she keeps asking for. So what am I supposed to do if I don't have any to give her or to talk about just because she decides it's time to talk about feelings? Tell me, will you, maybe we can get some peace around here. The female need to share feelings, to hear about his, to talk about hers, collides with the male's reluctance to get that involved. In the case of Wally and Nan, this communications chasm opened up so wide that it came very close to swallowing their marriage. Wally had never been, says Nan, a big talker or tuner-inner, but there was enough between them to make it work. And then they moved to Washington, where Wally began an important job at the White House. For the first 3 months, Nan says, it was okay, I was having fun. Then Wally's work took over inexorably. Communication between us completely broke down, Nan recollects. He was absolutely not talking to me. He left the house before she was up in the morning. As he walked through the door at night, both phones would ring. And whenever she tried to talk to him about anything, he would tap his fingers impatiently on the table and ask, with annoyance, what's the bottom line? Nan says, he wouldn't listen to my feelings. And so I gave up trying to tell him my feelings. In the middle of this desolate time, their son was involved in an accident and died. Wally ran from grief by working late. Nan expressed her sorrow and rage by yelling and screaming and ranting and raving, she says. When Wally ignored her, she turned to barbiturates. And after a couple of years of popping pills, she was inches away from dying of them. Later a psychiatrist asked Wally how he had felt about the pills. When he said it had helped the marriage, Nan wanted to scream. What he meant, says Nan, is with pills I wasn't hysterical, wasn't critical, wasn't a person. I'd turned into what he'd become for me, a machine. She says she hated him. When I came out of the pills, says Nan, I started getting very, very angry. I don't want this marriage, she said, this marriage is done. She found a lover and moved with him to Europe, walking out on her husband and other son. 9 months later, reaching across the wreckage of their lives, Nan and Wally returned to each other. This happened years ago. They soon will celebrate their 25th anniversary. What has helped this marriage to come through? He has, with outside help, grown somewhat better, not good, but better, at tuning into her. She has, with help, grown better at making do. But she also says, I know that if I need him now, he's going to be there for me. There are many shared pleasures, she says. And the sex is still great. The bad news is that no two adults can do each other more damage than husband and wife. The good news is that love can survive the hate. Men pursue autonomy, women yearn for intimacy. This sexual difference makes for marital strains. And while it may not lead to the explosive tensions that blew Nan and Wally apart, it may help explain why women tend to have more complaints to make about marriage than men do. For studies consistently show that more wives than husbands report marital frustration and dissatisfaction, more report negative feelings, more wives than husbands report marital problems, more wives than husbands consider their marriages unhappy, have considered separation or divorce, have regretted their marriage, and fewer report positive companionship. To these studies add the following findings: that wives conform more to husbands' expectations than husbands do to wives. That wives make more concessions and adaptations. And that wives suffer more than husbands do from depression, phobias, and other emotional problems. Sociologist Jessie Bernard concludes that the cost of marriage is higher for wives than for husbands. She says the same marriage is different for women and men. She writes, "There are two marriages, then, in every marital union, his and hers. And in terms of good mental health, of psychological well-being, all the studies show that his marriage is better." And yet, despite psychological problems and negative responses, more women than men find marriage a source of happiness. Having a greater need than men for love and companionship in a lasting relationship, they demonstrate this need, says Jessie Bernard, by clinging to marriage regardless of the cost. Contemplating the future of marriage, Jessie Bernard predicts that in some form or another it will survive, although the demands men and women make on marriage will never be fully met, they cannot be. She says that men and women, no matter what their arrangements are, will continue to disappoint as well as to delight one another. And marriage, she says, will continue to be an intrinsically tragic relationship, tragic in the sense of embodying the insoluble conflict between incompatible human desires. Our incompatible human desires, our conflicts, our disappointments assure us all of hate in the married state. But the use of that brutal word hate, of that unloving, unlovable word, may make us wince. And if we are genial, mild-mannered types, we might find it hard to convince ourselves that we could possibly feel such a violent emotion. Particularly in marriage. Particularly in relation to someone we love. But hate can be unconscious as well as conscious. Hate can be transient as well as entrenched and sustained. Hate can be a blip as well as a constant drumbeat of bitter anger and pain. Hate isn't always a bang, it is sometimes a whimper. It is easy enough to recognize hate in what have been described as cat and dog marriages, where a husband and wife, though deeply bound to each other, are engaged in continual warfare day and night. But there also are sunshine marriages which present a facade of happiness and deny and keep inner realities out of sight. The envy of neighbors and friends, these couples may pay a mental health price for denying all conflict. They may suffer from physical symptoms much of the time. Or perhaps they'll do just fine and their children, picking up the hidden strains of strife, will pay the price for them. Between these two extremes are husbands and wives who go through seasons in their marriage when all the connections are broken and darkness prevails, when the tolerance that allows them to accept their unmet expectations fails, when they feel, if they can be honest about it, hate. And sometimes they express that hate through physical acts of abuse. And who's afraid of Virginia Woolf? Verbal savagings. But sometimes they choose to deliver far more disguised and indirect "I hate you" messages. There are, for instance, no shouting matches in Wendy and Edward's house. For 20+ years their style has been low-key. An example: tensions arise and Edward, by way of apology, buys Wendy an enormous bouquet of roses. Wendy arranges the flowers in a vase and then they go out for the evening together. When they return, they find the roses dead. She somehow forgot to put water in the vase and she killed off the roses, Edward said. I think that she was trying to tell me something. Wendy may not even know when she feels hostile toward her husband. Rachel's feelings are at her fingertips. I'll find myself on the tennis court, the two of us partners in doubles, and I'll start to play against him, she admits. Whenever she hates her husband, she says, I play for the other side. I don't want him to win. Fantasies are another way of expressing marital hatred without an open exchange of hostilities. Connie, a gentle woman I know, allows herself to imagine that her husband's plane has dropped into the sea. She also enjoys the fantasy of disposing of him with the aid of a mafia hitman. I don't think I really mean it, she says, but I don't completely not mean it. And simply thinking about it cheers me up. When I mention Connie's fantasies to married men and women, many are sincerely horrified. Never. I've never had such thoughts, they say. But perhaps, after all, that is not such a terrible way to deal with feelings of hatred in marriage. Perhaps, says psychoanalyst Leon Altman, we could love better if we could hate more cheerfully. And perhaps we could hate more cheerfully if we could keep in mind the compelling finding that animal studies reveal, that there are no personal bonds without aggression. That animals devoid of aggression band without bonding, unite anonymously. Nobel scientist Konrad Lorenz concludes unequivocally, no aggression, no love. And Otto Kernberg writes that it is often our failure to acknowledge our aggression which transforms a deep love relation into one that lacks the very essence of love. Erikson calls adolescent love an attempt to arrive at a definition of one's identity by trying out our self-image on somebody else. Sex at adolescence, he says, is also largely an act of identity searching. In other words, this sexual love belongs to the identity crisis that Erikson says is part of the normal life cycle, when the love we feel is self-involved, is less about loving our lover than finding ourself. Our adolescent love is also self-involved, narcissistic, in the extent to which we idealize our beloved. For while it is probably true that being in love requires us, as George Bernard Shaw once observed, to greatly exaggerate the difference between one person and another, adolescent love often goes to extremes. These excessive idealizations are sometimes a way of acquiring attributes by attributing them to the person we acquire. The deal goes like this: I'm not perfect, so I'm going to make you perfect, and by loving you I'll make that perfection mine. In the course of normal development toward adult forms of love, the narcissistic elements diminish. We begin to see that actual person out there. We bring into the relationship a capacity to empathize and care, to feel guilt if we cause pain, to feel a wish to repair the damage and offer comfort. Insofar as the person we love embodies certain ideals that we value, we continue to view our beloved as ideal, but our idealizations exist side by side with a realistic knowledge of whom we are loving. And if our love is to grow into lasting love, into adult love, into a mature and enduring, and loving, marriage, that knowledge will bring us face to face with our disappointments, our bitter, bad feelings, our hate. But that knowledge will also open us to gratitude. Gratitude for finding, in our present love relationship, some of the longed-for loved ones of our past. Gratitude for receiving, in our present love relationship, some of what we never had in the past. Gratitude for retrieving, through our sexual acts of love, some of the symbiotic bliss of the past. And gratitude for the feeling of being known, being understood, by our beloved. Freed from love's blindness, however, we will have to face the reality that other mates could also inspire such gratitude, that other marriage relationships could gratify our needs, perhaps even better. And indeed, from time to time, we may have yearnings for other relationships, yearnings which, if our love is to last, we renounce. But longing and renunciation may actually add further richness to mature love. All human relationships must end, Kernberg reminds us in discussing the characteristics of mature love, and the threat of loss, abandonment and, in the last resort, of death is greatest where love has most depth. But awareness of this offers something more than a glimpse into grim reality, awareness of this, he writes, also deepens love. In a poem about illusion and reality, W. H. Auden offers two pictures of love. And in the romantic version he sardonically captures all of love's young dreams. And down by the brimming river I heard a lover sing. Under an arch of the railway, love has no ending. I'll love you, dear, I'll love you till China and Africa meet. And the river jumps over the mountain and the salmon sing in the street. I'll love you till the ocean is folded and hung up to dry. And the 7 stars go squawking like geese about the sky. The years shall run like rabbits, for in my arms I hold the flower of the ages, and the first love of the world. Against this blissful vision Auden starkly summons up the chilling and inescapable inroads of time, time which watches from the shadow and coughs when you would kiss, time which erodes adolescent dreams of wholeness, happiness, salvation, transcendence, passion, time which eventually teaches us the nature of the choices we have made. He ends with this. Oh stand, stand at the window as the tears scald and start. You shall love your crooked neighbor with your crooked heart. Auden's cynical song about perfect love, about endless love, about love that lasts until China and Africa meet, may correctly portray the hazards of romanticism. And surely we long-term lovers will learn about sorrow and the crookedness of hearts. And surely in time we will start to confront the failures of understanding and the disenchantments familiarity brings. In time we will face the knowledge of what we can never, never expect from one another. These lost expectations are necessary losses. But on these lost expectations we can build our adult love. We can strive to love to the best of our crooked abilities. We can, though far less frequently, walk under stars and ride up to the moon, while bowing to love's limits and fragilities. And we can, through love and through hate, preserve that highly imperfect connection known as marriage, where beloved mates are beloved enemies too. Remembering anew that there can be no human love without ambivalence. And learning that what we must do with our love forever, hate never dreams is, let them go. 14. Saving the children. If Garp could have been granted one vast and naive wish, it would have been that he could make the world safe. For children and for grown-ups. The world struck Garp as unnecessarily perilous for both. John Irving. The lives of children are dangerous to their parents with fire, water, air, and other accidents. And some, for a child's sake, anticipating doom, empty the world to make the world safe as a room. Lewis Simpson. A new dream will arise when we begin to have our babies, the dream of keeping them safe from every harm. But even the loftiest schemes for our children's happiness and well-being may be less than ideal from our children's point of view. And although we yearn to save them from the perils and pains of life, there are limits to what we can and ought to do. We will have to let go of so much of what we hoped we could do for our children. And, of course, we will have to let go of our children too. For just as children, step by step, must separate from their parents, we will have to separate from them. And we will probably suffer, as most mothers, and fathers, suffer, from some degree of separation anxiety. Because separation ends sweet symbiosis. Because separation reduces our power and control. Because separation makes us feel less needed, less important. And because separation exposes our children to danger. Mrs. Ramsey, mother of 8, admits to herself that she felt this thing that she called life terrible, hostile, and quick to pounce on you if you gave it a chance. And yet she had said to all these children, "You shall go through it all." For that reason, knowing what was before them, love and ambition and being wretched alone in dreary places, she had often the feeling, why must they grow up and lose it all? And then she said to herself, brandishing her sword at life, nonsense. They will be perfectly happy. But powerful and protective as the heroine of To the Lighthouse might be, the sword she brandishes cannot keep life from pouncing. Her beautiful daughter Prue, grown up and married, dies tragically of some illness connected with childbirth, while Andrew, the son with the wonderful gift for mathematics, is blown up in France in the war, when a shell explodes. In the world according to Garp, a child's mishearing of the word undertow evokes an image of the undertowed, a slimy and bloated creature, a vile and wicked and watchful creature, waiting to suck us under and drag us to sea. In the perilous world of the undertowed, it is difficult and frightening to see our children leave the safety of our arms. For many mothers do believe that their actual bodily presence stands between their children and all harm. It is, I confess, a belief that I used to share. I once, I know this sounds ludicrous, was positive that as long as I was right there, my sons couldn't choke to death on a piece of meat. Why? Because I knew that I would keep nagging them to take smaller bites and chew carefully. And because I also knew that if worse really came to worst, I would seize a knife and perform a tracheotomy. Like many mothers, I saw myself, and in some ways see myself still, as their guardian angel, their shield of invulnerability. And although I have had to let my sons explore more and more of this perilous world alone, I am haunted by the anxiety that they always will be at far greater risk without me. It isn't only mothers who are concerned about the hazards of separation. Fathers link separation and danger too. One father says that what he used to do when his son first learned to crawl was to get down on the floor and crawl behind him, so that, he explains, if an overhead light fixture suddenly fell from the ceiling, I could catch it before it landed on his head. In the poem at the start of this chapter, a father, saying good night to his daughter, muses upon the dangers beyond her room. He then goes on to contemplate the dangers of attempting to keep her there. A man who cannot stand children's perilous play, with lifted voice and hand drives the children away. Out of sight, out of reach, the tumbling children pass. He sits on an empty beach, holding an empty glass. He concludes that, danger or no, we must let them go. We fear separation because it poses a threat not just to our children's life and limb but also to their, as we see it, fragile psyches. Several mothers confessed to me that in any new situation, when leaving their child at camp or a friend's house or school, they spend an absurd amount of time attempting to describe to the surrogate parent every nuance and need of their child's personality. They want this person to understand that he's quiet but profound, or gets upset if hurried through his meals, or may appear tough but is basically terribly sensitive, or must not ever be asked to remove his baseball cap from his head, even during dinner or in the bathtub. It only recently dawned on me that I wasn't letting go, one mother told me. Wherever my kid went, I'd always be there first, trying my best to orchestrate his environment. We sometimes may not be aware that it is hard for us to separate from our children, and that we are holding on to them too tightly. And this absence of awareness can sometimes make our separation problem their problem. Consider this mother, who drops off her 4-year-old child at nursery school, where he's quickly engrossed in putting pegs in a pegboard. "Goodbye, I'm leaving now," his mother tells him. The boy looks up and says a cheerful goodbye. "But I'll be back very soon," his mother tells him. The boy, without looking up this time, says, "Bye." "Yes, I'll be back at 12 o'clock, the mother assures her son, and adds, "When this doesn't rattle him, don't worry." At which point, having at last been convinced that his mother's departure is something to worry about, he bursts into tears. Painful separations in our own early childhood history can color our separations from our children. Through them we relive the past and may try to repair it. Selina, who, as a child, had been traumatically abandoned, thought leaving was hell and thought that her sons couldn't bear it. And she felt compelled to make, whenever she and her husband went away on vacation, a reassuring travel book for her children. "It had pictures of me and my husband pasted in it," Selina explained. "It also had pictures of where we were going to be. It had drawings and it had messages saying, 'We love you. Don't be afraid. We'll soon be together.' It was, I suspect, the kind of comfort that Selena once had needed desperately. However, her younger son, Billy, a much sturdier person than she, told her one day when she spoke of a forthcoming trip that he hoped that she and his father would have a very, very good time, and you don't have to make us one of those dumb travel books. Our problem with separation is not just a matter of physical distance, it involves our children's emotional separateness too. We may rush in too eagerly with assistance and advice, with "do it like this" or "wait, I'll do it for you." We may have trouble allowing them to be what they wish to be and, within reason, to do what they wish to do. We may even give them too much understanding. For, believe it or not, there is a creature called the too good mother, the mother who insistently gives too much, the mother who stunts development by not allowing her child to feel any frustration. Furthermore, such mothers may hasten to empathize so totally and immediately that their children can't tell if their feelings are really their own. One young woman who had difficulty feeling separate from her mother made a statement, then followed it with this: "Now that I've said that, I'm not sure if I thought it or my mother thought it, or if I only thought that my mother would have wanted me to think it." Her mother had held her, but could not let her go. Psychoanalyst Heinz Kohut describes the troubled, often emotionally deadened, children of certain psychologically savvy parents, parents who had from early on communicated to them, frequently and in great detail, what they, the children, thought, wished, and felt. These parents were, for the most part, neither cold nor rejecting people. Furthermore, their claims about knowing their children's own feelings better than their children did actually turned out to be, for the most part, correct. But from their children's point of view, these eager parental insights became an intrusion, a threat against their self. And they walled themselves off emotionally to protect the core of that self from the danger, of being understood. Parents often have trouble seeing their children as separate people who are moving, psychologically, away. I am told of a mother who, while walking her daughter to school one day, encountered another mother and started to chatter, "We're on our way to school, and we really love the school, and we have a good time, and we've got a wonderful teacher," until she was interrupted by her child, who quite angrily said, "No, Mommy, we're not going to school, I am." Part of letting our children go is also letting them be, and that means letting go of our expectations for them. For consciously and unconsciously, even before they are born, we dream many dreams about what kind of children we want. Indeed, some experts say that our image of our newborn may be so compelling that a mother might need to give up the fantasy of the very different baby she had hoped to have, and to mourn the loss of that idealized baby, before she can mobilize her resources to interact with the baby she actually has. There are, at birth and thereafter, many fantasies and many expectations. As extensions of ourself, we expect our children to make us look good to the outside world, to be attractive, accomplished, courteous, mentally healthy. "Stop biting your nails," Dale hisses to her 9-year-old, only partly in jest. "You'll ruin my good name." As improvements on ourself, we expect our children not to possess any of our less appealing qualities. "I was a whiner, loudmouth, and klutz when I was her age," Rhoda says. "I can't stand her to be." As our second chance in life, we expect our children gratefully to make use of the opportunities we offer them, the theater, the music, the travel, the money for college, as well as the loving understanding that "I wish to hell," says Scott, "had been lavished on me." And because we believe ourselves to be better parents than our parents, we expect to produce better children than they produced. At every step of the way and on almost every conceivable issue, the shape of their ears at birth, the smoothness of their toilet training, how far and how fast they can throw a ball at 11, their scores on their SATs, their voting choice in their first election, whom they are sleeping with at age 27, what kind of clothes they are wearing and what kind of car they are driving when they are 30, we will have expectations. Some of our expectations will be realized. But there will be plenty of disappointments as well. "She isn't a reader. He didn't make the basketball team. She likes Ronald Reagan. He only likes fellows. Growing up under our roof, our children, directly and obliquely, will be exposed to our values, our styles, our views. But letting them go eventually means respecting their right to choose the shape of their life. Letting our children go, and letting our dreams for our children go, must be counted among our necessary losses. Examining the character of erotic and motherly love, Erich Fromm suggests this nice distinction: in erotic love, two people who were separate become one. In motherly love, two people who were one become separate. And then he adds, the mother must not only tolerate, she must wish and support the child's separation. For in the beginning mother and baby do something akin to a dance in which neither partner is wholly the leader, a dance in which the rhythms of rest and activity, distance and contact, clatter and calm, are regulated by both the dancing partners. Together this one specific mother and one specific child fit into each other's back and forth cues and responses, and this synchrony, this goodness of fit, facilitates both the infant's inner harmony and his first relationships with the outside world. The mother's love and her close identification with her infant, writes psychoanalyst D.W. Winnicott, make her aware of the infant's needs to the extent that she provides something more or less in the right place and at the right time. But later, if he is to grow, she must selectively and gradually stop being that all-accommodating mother. Winnicott, who has written approvingly about what he calls primary maternal preoccupation, a mother's consuming investment in her new child, also describes the importance of her readiness to let go, as the infant needs to become separate. He concedes that it is a difficult thing for a mother to separate from her infant at the same speed at which the infant needs to become separate from her, but, as he so frequently notes in his writings, it is the good enough mother's carefully calibrated failure of adaptation, her failure to give him everything he needs, that permits her child slowly to learn to tolerate frustration, to acquire a sense of reality and to learn to get some of what he needs for himself. Analyst Margaret Muller, in her seminal separation individuation studies, has found that the emotional growth of the mother in her parenthood, her emotional willingness to let go of the toddler, to give him, as the mother bird does, a gentle push, an encouragement toward independence, is enormously helpful. It may even be, she writes, a sine qua non of normal, healthy, individuation. All of them are telling us that when it is time to let go, we have to let go. The ability to hold and let go when it's time to hold and let go is the natural, unlearned gift of the good enough mother, who doesn't have to be Mother Earth, or even psychoanalyzed, to do whatever she needs to do just fine. The good enough mother, Winnicott writes, is the mother who is there. She loves in a physical way. She provides continuity. She is ready to respond. She gradually introduces her baby to the world. And she believes that her baby exists from the very start as a human being in his own right. Later, when it is time to let go, this good enough mother will help by. But let's let the Danish philosopher Søren Kierkegaard offer his own shimmering perception. The loving mother teaches her child to walk alone. She is far enough from him so that she cannot actually support him, but she holds out her arms to him. She imitates his movements, and if he totters, she swiftly bends as if to seize him, so that the child might believe he is not walking alone. And yet, she does more. Her face beckons like a reward, an encouragement. Thus, the child walks alone with his eyes fixed on his mother's face, not on the difficulties in his way. He supports himself by the arms that do not hold him, and constantly strives towards the refuge in his mother's embrace, little suspecting that in the very same moment that he is emphasizing his need of her, he is proving that he can do without her, because he is walking alone. But the need for a mother, and father, to emotionally let go isn't a one-time event that occurs in infancy. In the course of defining themselves and expanding the realm of their autonomy, our children will tug at the ties. Again and again. And we will renegotiate our relationship with our children not only as boys and girls but as women and men, passing through many stages of separation. Each transition from one phase to the next, writes psychoanalyst Judith Kestenberg, presents a challenge to both parents and children to give up outdated forms of interaction and to adopt a new system of coexistence. The ability of a parent to meet his side of this challenge depends on his inner preparedness to accept the new image the child forms of him and to erect a new image of his child. An image of a separate, sturdy child who is probably going to make it without his mother. But will he? Some notes from my hometown. 3 of the 4 Bromfeld children are heavy drug users. The Blake's 23-year-old son committed suicide. The 18-year-old daughter of the O'Reillys has been hospitalized for depression. The Chapman's 17-year-old son committed suicide. The Rosenzweig's 15-year-old daughter is anorectic. The Mitchell's oldest son was indicted for pushing. The Kahn's youngest son had a breakdown and had to be hospitalized. The Daly's 19-year-old daughter is a Moonie. The Farnsworth's 16-year-old daughter attempted suicide. The Miller's 17-year-old son ran away. Question: are the parents of these children the ones responsible for all of this pain and this damage? A letter from a mother to child psychologist Chaim Janot suggests that many mothers think they are. Not one of us willingly would do anything to cripple our children spiritually, morally, or emotionally, and yet we do just that. I cry often inside for things I have done and said thoughtlessly, and I pray not to repeat these transgressions. Maybe they aren't repeated but something else just as bad is substituted, until I am frantic for fear that I have injured my child for life. The fear that this woman is speaking of is distressingly familiar. It is a fear that almost all mothers share, that our flaws as a person and parent will do permanent harm to our children and that even our best intentions will not protect them. Listen to Ellen. I'd vowed to be rational, reasonable, sensible, and fair with them in a way my mother had never been with me. I found myself being totally unreasonable and unfair more times than I care to recall. I remember thinking how stupid it was of her to buy me off, how demeaning, almost. And then I'd find myself buying my children off. I remember how, before I had kids, I'd see mothers in supermarkets shame their kids into tears, scream at them, behave in an absolutely vulgar, disgusting and altogether unreasonable way. I remember thinking how I'd absolutely never, ever, ever, do anything like that. But I did. Despite our resolutions, we will sometimes catch ourselves mistreating our children the way that we were mistreated. And in various other guises, using our daughters and sons as the characters in our drama, we may reenact hurtful parts of our own early history. For, as we have learned, there is a compulsion to repeat the significant relationships of our past, including the deprivations and hurts, the buried resentment and rage, that we experienced back when we were children. Psychiatrists inform us that the tendency of adults to replay old fears and conflicts with new characters, though this is often unwitting, disrupts the peace of family life with bewildering frequency. And sometimes, casting our children as our mother or father or bitterly envied sister, we repeat with them what we did, or wanted to do. Catching ourselves repeating the painful patterns of early relationships, we fear we are causing long-term harm to our children. We also may fear that we are the source of enduring emotional injury because of the violent anger we sometimes feel toward them. In her book The Mother Knot, writer Jane Lazar observes that although women differ vastly from one another, still there is only one image in this culture of the good mother. At her worst, this mother image is a tyrannical goddess of stupefying love and murderous masochism which none of us can or should hope to emulate. But even at her best, she is, quietly receptive. And intelligent in only a moderate, concrete way, she is of even temperament, almost always in control of her emotions. She loves her children completely and unambivalently. Most of us, Jane Lazar concludes, are not like her. And we fear that our imperfect love will harm our children. For unambivalent love, no strings attached love, so we believe, will foster our children's emotional well-being, saving them from drugs, depression, wretched relationships, injured self-esteem in spite of our almost uncountable failures and flaws. We trust that a mother's perfect love, no matter what else we may do, will send them armored into the cold hard world. They will thrive because we love them, but what hope do they have if we sometimes feel anger, feel hate? Winnicott, in his list of some of the reasons why a mother could hate her baby, displays a rich understanding both of motherhood and ambivalence when he notes that the baby is an interference with her private life. He is ruthless, treats her as scum, an unpaid servant, a slave. His excited love is cupboard love, so that having got what he wants he throws her away like orange peel. He is suspicious, refuses her good food and makes her doubt herself, but eats well with his aunt. After an awful morning with him she goes out, and he smiles at a stranger, who says, "Isn't he sweet?" If she fails him at the start she knows he will pay her out forever. It made perfect sense to this pediatrician turned analyst that a mother who loved her baby could also feel hate. But most of us, confronted with such emotions, are going to feel anxiety, are going to feel guilt, are going to fear that we have become the undertowed. I am angry with my baby, Jane Lazar confesses, describing the end of a long hard mothering day. I yell into his little face for his endless crying and throw him roughly into his crib. Then I quickly sweep him into my arms, protecting him from his insane mother, fearing that I will drive my child crazy. For, if I interpret the experts correctly, that is not a hard thing to do. Not true. What is true, however, is that we can glut ourselves with how to raise children information and that we can strive to become more mature and aware, but that none of this will spare us from the, inevitability that some of the time we are going to fail our children. Because there is a big gap between knowing and doing. Because mature, aware people are imperfect too. Or because some current event in our life may so absorb or depress us that when our children need us we cannot come through. Our mother dies, our husband is unfaithful, there are troubles with our health, troubles with work, and although we aren't inclined to shirk our obligations to our sons and daughters, we are pulled away by a host of distracting emotions. We will have to give up the hope that, if we try hard, we somehow will always do right by our children. The connection is imperfect. We will sometimes do wrong. Facing our fallibility as mothers and as fathers is another of our necessary losses. But human beings have always been raised by fallible human beings. All we need to be is good enough. And letting our children go, we good enough mothers can assume that we have provided the right, emotional, stuff. Yet we also need to remember that we can be the best kind of parent a person could be, loving, protective, patient, dependable, tender, supportive, empathic and self-sacrificing, and nevertheless our children, like those Bromfeld and Chapman and Miller and other children, might not make it out there. There is what some psychiatrists call the true dilemma theory of parenthood, that no matter how much of our life we devote to our children, the result is not entirely within our control. For what happens to them will also depend on the world beyond the family. It will also depend on the world inside their head. It will also depend on the nature they have been born with. And from the very beginning, it will depend on how badly or well each individual baby and mother connect with each other. For the old view of a baby as a blank tablet, a tabula rasa, or an infinitely malleable blob of clay has in recent years given way to the recognition that babies are born with specific temperaments and coping capacities. The growing field of infant research has established that what babies know is greater, and present much earlier, than once was suspected. It also has established that every baby, right from birth, is, like a snowflake, different from every other baby. There are juicy full of life babies, ready for maximum engagement with the world. There are passive babies, who tend to tune out rather quickly. There are babies so hypersensitive that a mother's touch or voice can become an assault. Freud long ago took note of the importance of innate, constitutional, factors, observing that endowment and chance together determine man's fate, rarely or never one of these powers alone. Current research confirms that babies are born with certain qualities that we, as parents, can neither confer nor withhold. And in the earliest stages, a baby's sense of well-being importantly depends on how he and, mainly, his mother fit together. Fit, as we saw earlier, is the way that a mother and child tune into each other, a progressive emotional dialogue of back and forth cues and responses which, when all goes well, fosters development. But sometimes the fit is bad, not because either mother or baby is bad but because their styles and rhythms are out of sync. And sometimes a bad fit, a passive baby, for instance, with a high-energy mother, can make a baby feel constantly intruded upon, can make a mother feel constantly rejected, can make for spiraling patterns of discomfort and disappointment and can make for trouble later on in life. Psychoanalyst Stanley Greenspan, director of the Clinical Infant Development Program at the National Institute of Mental Health and one of the major figures in infant research, offers this example of a bad fit. Mrs. Jones gives birth to a vigorous baby. She finds his eager activity scary as hell. Perhaps she herself has been born, Greenspan says, with a nervous system easily swamped by stimuli. Loving her baby and meaning very well, she may nonetheless withdraw from his, as she perceives it, frightening aggressiveness, a withdrawal which could lead to a severe impairment of his normal development. She isn't a bad mother. He isn't a bad baby. But they've got a bad fit. There are also bad fits that begin with a caring and very hard-trying mother, and a baby who is temperamentally difficult. No, the mother didn't make the baby difficult. No, it isn't her fault, he was born that way. Yet these colicky, fussy, constantly crying, body-stiffening, inconsolable babies, who display these reactions from the very first day, may persuade a quite competent mother, and some of her friends, that she is a failure. Such mothers, convinced that their babies were perfect babies until they wrecked them, may suffer terribly from guilt and shame. And often such mothers cannot be helped to find better styles of relating to their babies until they are helped to give up taking the blame. There is a burgeoning awareness of the importance of this subtle issue of fit. There are clinics which, studying mothers and babies in action, offer instruction in how to improve a fit. Dr. Greenspan, for instance, would help Mrs. Jones to see her baby as active, not aggressive. She would still get frightened, he says, but she'd be less withdrawn. With this change, Greenspan says, we could get the baby through the stages of early ego development. But there will still be tensions between Mrs. Jones and her baby, Greenspan concedes. And we can't predict what he'll do with these tensions later. We have talked about what mothers and fathers bring to their roles as parents. The point here is that our newborns bring something too. When a baby boy resists the cuddles of his affectionate mother because he's so active her cuddles feel like constraint, when a baby girl cries and grows rigid in response to her mother's voice because she is hypersensitive to sound, when a baby backs away whenever his mother presents new experiences because he is, by nature, slow to warm up, we are forcefully reminded that mothers do not create their babies out of nothing. With relief, or is it regret, we must accept this limitation on parent power. Although we can't claim full credit or blame for the child we bring into the world, we are, after birth, the prime fashioners of his environment. And even if we and our baby are temperamentally out of sync we can, with help, with growth, with an understanding of what's going on, better adapt to his needs and improve the fit. Believing, as we do, that what happens in childhood matters a lot, we surely will try to make what happens benign. But what happens in childhood includes both external events, what actually happens to children out there, and internal events, what happens to them in there. There are limits to what we can do about the dramas being played out in either location. For we cannot protect our son from being the shortest boy in the class, and we cannot protect our daughter from being funny looking, and we cannot protect them from being picked last because they can't hit a ball, and we cannot protect them from learning disabilities. We cannot protect them from fire, water, air, and other accidents, or from losing a parent to death or to divorce. And no matter how much we love them, our love may not be enough to protect them from feelings of inadequacy or abandonment. Now there are ways of rearing children which read like recipes for psychotics, and ways which seem to support their soundness and strengths. There are positive experiences that we surely can offer our children and potentially harmful out in the world events from which all children surely should be shielded. On the other hand, because every child is born with certain qualities, with certain styles and tendencies, certain givens, his nature is going to interact with the nurture he receives in unique and sometimes unpredictable ways. This interaction occurs not merely in the outside world but in that inner world between his ears. Thus it's not just a person's experience, but the way in which he experiences his experience, which confers its psychological meaning upon him. Looking at Shelley Farnsworth, who at 16 had attempted suicide, her parents poked through the past for explanations. Shelley was an undersized and fragile little baby. Mrs. Farnsworth was terrified that she might die. Did she transmit her anxiety to Shelley? The Farnsworths went away for a long vacation when Shelley was only 1 year old. Perhaps she feared that they were never coming home again. The Farnsworths had a second child when Shelley was 18 months old. In retrospect, it doubtless was too soon. The Farnsworths moved when Shelley was 9 years old. Moving, as everyone knows, can be very disrupting. When Shelley was 12, the Farnsworths' marriage went through a terrible time. How did the tension and bitter fighting affect her? Shelley began smoking pot at 13. The Farnsworths disapproved, but they really didn't take it all that seriously. In Shelley's sophomore year, the Farnsworths began putting pressure on her to make good grades and get into a good college. Was it too much pressure? In her junior year, the Farnsworths' beautiful, bright, and beloved daughter took an overdose of sleeping pills. Did one or all of these factors on the Farnsworths' list of guilts bring Shelley to the point where she wanted to die? Or did one or all of these factors weigh too heavily on her inborn vulnerabilities? We cannot know if anything they had or had not done would have made the story come out differently. We cannot know. Freud originally believed that a traumatic external event, a sexual seduction during childhood, was the cause of neurotic problems in adult life. He later came to believe that most of the sexual stories recounted on the couch were fantasies and not external reality. Building on this, Freud concluded that the wishful imaginings of a person's unconscious, and the conflicts and guilt and anxieties they evoke, have the impact on his life of real events. The converse of this would be that the way his unconscious mind responds to a real event can determine the kind of impact it has on his life. On the one hand, then, there are times when, although a child's outer world, his real world, is quite benign, his inner world may flood him with anxiety. For instance, the Oedipal boy, if his cravings for mom are especially strong and his dreams of doing dad in are especially bloody, may, in spite of a loving and unintimidating father, imagine him to be dangerously punitive. In subsequent years, if this boy elaborates on his frightening lust and punishment fantasies, he may grow up to be a troubled man, a man who suffers from fear of success in work or in love or in both, not because his youthful Oedipal urges were cruelly squelched but because they were so intense and he was so scared of them. On the other hand, there are children who, confronted with the most brutal real events, have emerged with health and abilities intact. For research reveals that not everyone who suffers a damaging childhood grows up to be a damaged human being. And some boys and girls display, in the face of assault and deprivation, such abilities to adjust and survive and triumphantly prevail that they have been actually labeled the invulnerables. There are children whose later achievements in life, despite a nightmarish past, despite a background of soul-destroying experiences, teach us a vast respect, writes psychoanalyst Leonard Shengold, for the enigmatic, contradictory workings of the soul. He observes, human beings are mysteriously resourceful, and some do survive such childhoods with their souls not unscarred or unwarped but at least in some part intact. Why this should be so is mysterious. Part of the explanation is innate endowment. What was it that enabled one of my patients with 2 psychotic parents to become, from age 4 on, the real parent in the family, a sane caring person who was able to help her siblings and even take care of her psychotic parents? I have no adequate answer. But the psychic survival of these few is no evidence at all against the destructive potential of bad early child care. Nor does the psychic damage of children in positive environments prove that good early care is a waste of time. For although Freud once observed that as far as the neurosis was concerned, psychical reality was of more importance than material reality, it is clear that material acts of deprivation, intrusion, and cruelty in childhood would pose a threat to most children's psychic reality. It is clear that the constant interplay of inner and outer reality together shapes the human personality. It is true that emotional injury can occur at any age. It is true that all through life a person may alter and repair his past experience. It also is true that the link between early experience and future emotional health is currently being challenged by some well-credentialed child development experts. Obviously, this book stands with those, the majority, I believe, who maintain that what happens in childhood matters enormously, who maintain that the early years are our children's most crucial and vulnerable years because their psyche, their soul, is first taking form. But we also must understand that, though we might rather feel guilty than helpless, there are limits to the power parents possess. We also must understand that in both their outside world and the world inside their head, there are dangers in the lives of these children we desperately, so desperately, long to protect over which we may have no control. In Vladimir Nabokov's elegant memoir, Speak, Memory, he describes the experience of looking into his newborn son's eyes and seeing the shadows of ancient, fabulous forests where there were more birds than tigers and more fruit than thorns. Our fantasy is that we can keep it that way. Our fantasy is that if we are good and loving parents, we can hold the tigers and thorns at bay. Our fantasy is that we can save our children. Reality will find us late at night, when our children are out and the telephone rings. Reality will remind us, in that heart-stopping moment before we pick up the phone, that anything, that any horror, is possible. Yet although the world is perilous and the lives of children are dangerous to their parents, they still must leave, we still must let them go. Hoping that we have equipped them for their journey. Hoping that they will wear their boots in the snow. Hoping that when they fall down, they can get up again. Hoping. Who said that tenderness will turn the heart to stone? May I endure her weakness as I endure my own. Better to say good night to breathing flesh and blood each night as though the night were always only good. 15. Family Feelings. Kipling. Daughter am I in my mother's house, but mistress in my own. Rudyard. In our 20s and early 30s, we acquire this second family in which we are the responsible adults. We may even imagine we're starting a family from scratch. But although we may move to Australia, or even the moon, we cannot detach ourselves so easily from our first, our original family, from that intricate web of relationships which connects us, albeit imperfectly, to each other. In our 20s and early 30s, we are lovers and workers and friends. We are partners in a marriage, our children's parents. But we also continue to be, in ways that may no longer suit us, our parents' children. For our family, our first family, was the setting in which we became a separate self. It was also the first social unit in which we lived. And when we walked away we carried along its many central, shaping lessons. We are bound to that family inwardly, no matter how hard we may strive to be self-created. And most of us, if only in distant, dutiful, cursory ways, are bound to that family outwardly as well. But although we maintain the connection, the inner connection, the outer connection, we continue to struggle to sort ourselves out from our family. Learning to look at the world through our own instead of our parents' eyes. Reassessing the roles our parents consciously and unconsciously assign to us. And examining family myths, unspoken or spoken themes and beliefs which characterized our family as a group. Although we maintain the connection, there are things we must give up to be the mistress, or master, of our own house. There are, once again, some necessary losses. A family's collective character may be clear to the outside world and discernible as a corporate characteristic. It sometimes seems easy to label a family. The Backs were a musical family. The Kennedys an ambitious, athletic family. And our first family, perhaps, was a genteel, outdoorsy, or intellectual family. A corporate characteristic is a family's public face, its myth is its inner image of itself. And while they may converge, there are unconscious family myths which neither the outside world, nor the family, may recognize. Family myths help stabilize the organizational structure of a family. They preserve a certain emotional unity. And they are passionately defended from disruption by all members of the family. But many family myths distort reality, in sometimes quite grotesque and harmful ways. And to maintain a given myth, says family dynamics expert Antonio Ferreira, may require a certain amount of insightlessness. With which of these common family myths did we, for instance, grow up with? With which, as a matter of fact, do we still go along? That ours is a united, harmonious family. That our men are always weak, our women strong. That ours is a hard luck family. That ours is a special, superior family. That we never give up, or fall apart, or do wrong. Or that we must count on each other and must count on no one else because the outside world is hostile and dangerous. Our house was a cave, my friend Geraldine says, and our mother was the dragon who stood guard, and unless you were related you didn't get in. She confesses that it was not until both she and her brother had married that they learned that friends could be as trustworthy as kin, that they learned that you didn't have to be a member of the family to be trusted. One of the more troublesome of these family myths, or themes, is the myth of the united, harmonious family, which may require a desperate denial of all dissension and distance among the members of the family unit. Listen to the tone of this mother insisting, with her husband's full agreement, on the harmonious happiness of their home. We are all peaceful. I like peace even if I have to kill someone to get it. A more normal, happy kid would be hard to find. I was pleased with my child. I was pleased with my husband. I was pleased with my life. I have always been pleased. We have had 25 years of the happiest married life and of being a father and mother. You wonder whom she had to kill to get peace. This family quest to fit together absolutely perfectly, this quest for pseudo-mutuality, treats any assertion of difference as such a threat to the relationship that no one involved can separate, change or grow. And although it has been argued that the families of schizophrenics show an intense and enduring pseudo-mutuality, less drastic variations of this theme of desperate harmony can also be found in many normal households. Producing adult children who may feel bereft and abandoned every time their husband or wife disagrees with them. Or producing adult children too afraid of their assertiveness to compete. Or producing adult children who are repeating with their own young sons and daughters the life-constricting lesson that difference is damaging and separation fatal. Now obviously a family myth will not have a uniform impact on all of its members. We each will respond in our own individual way. Nevertheless, these myths, if they are powerful and insistent, are going to have to be reckoned with someday. And we will need to examine them and, if we must, to escape from them and, if we choose, to make them truly our own. Along with exploring these myths, we also may need to explore the roles that our family's mythological system imposes on us, or the roles unconsciously fashioned for us by one or both of our parents, sometimes even before we were actually born. Dr. Ferreira discusses a man whose allotted role, as a boy, was to be like mother, dumb and stupid. The man recalls that I was trying so hard to be what my mother wanted me to be that I actually felt very proud of my dumbness and inability to spell, for then she, mother, would laugh at my dumbness, pleased with me, and say that was her son all right, since, like her, I didn't seem to be able to accomplish much in school or about anything else. And even today, when in the presence of my parents, I've caught myself trying to behave as if I were dumb. There are all kinds of roles that parents may lay on their children. A clingy, dependent mother, for instance, might reverse roles and make her child the mother. An unhappily married father might assign his daughter the role of substitute wife. Some parents might impose on a child the role of ideal self, pressing him to be what they wished to be. And other parents, in sometimes blatant and sometimes subtle ways, might lay on their child the role of family scapegoat. It is often assumed, writes analyst Peter Lomas, that a sense of identity derives precisely from the allocation of a definite role in the family system. But the important difference is that which exists between the recognition of the other person as a unique human being and the recognition of him merely in his role. A parent's demand that a child fulfill a role that ignores who he is can be disastrous. Consider Biff Loman, son of the poignant, doomed Willie of Death of a Salesman. Biff can't take hold, he says, of some kind of a life. And he can't take hold because he can neither escape, nor can he fill the go-getter role that his father has imposed on him. At age 34, furious and heartsick, Biff finally explodes. I am not a leader of men, Willie, and neither are you. I'm $1 an hour, Willie. I tried 7 states and couldn't raise it. $1 an hour. Do you gather my meaning? I'm not bringing home any prizes anymore, and you're going to stop waiting for me to bring them home. Willie will not hear it and Biff rages on, Pop, I'm nothing. I'm nothing, Pop. Can't you understand that? I'm just what I am, that's all. Willie still will not hear. And Biff, his fury spent, is sobbing as he tries to communicate with his dreamer father, will you let me go, for Christ's sake? Will you take that phony dream and burn it before something happens? But Willie would rather destroy his son, Willie would rather die, than burn that dream. The allotment of roles, however, isn't restricted to families in trouble. Wholesome families have roles for their children too. And sometimes they are spelled out. Joe Kennedy wanted his oldest, his namesake, to be president. And sometimes, without a word, the message comes through. But although studies show that children know exactly which role the parental unconscious assigns to them, perhaps we can measure a family's health by the freedom it gives us not to accept the assignment. In building a life of our own, we challenge our family's myths and roles, and, of course, we challenge the rigid rules of childhood. For leaving home will not become an emotional reality until we stop seeing the world through our parents' eyes. Our subjective experience of life and our behaviors, writes psychoanalyst Roger Gould, are governed by literally thousands of beliefs, ideas, that compose the map used for interpreting the events of our life, including our own mental events. When we grow, we correct a belief that has restricted and restrained us unnecessarily. For example, when we learn as young people that there is no universal law requiring us to be what our parents wanted us to be, we are released to explore and experiment. A door to a new level of consciousness is opened. But opening up these doors is often frightening. For if safety means staying close to our parents, first, to their actual bodies, later, to their rules and moral codes, we are likely to feel endangered if we distance ourselves through the choices that we make, if we fail to become, or even to marry, a doctor. If our spouse is a whole other race and color and creed. If we choose to quit the synagogue, the cousins club, the Democratic Party. Or if, although they know better, we refuse to heed their advice on health insurance. There are agonizing moments when our parents are angry, insulted, bitter, in pain, as we tell them, yet again, that we're doing it our way. And there are agonizing moments when we wonder if, in response to our show of autonomy, our parents will say, in that case, to hell with you. I assert myself, says Vicky, age 23, with tears in my eyes and fear in my heart, because I'm always scared that I'll lose my mother. But in spite of that fear, she says, and in spite of her very deep love for her mother, I guess I have to do what I have to do. Not everyone does. Not everybody can. Carter practices law only 15 or 20 minutes away from the deluxe apartment of his widowed mother, driving her to her card games and doctor's appointments and dentist's appointments, dining with her on Tuesdays and on Sundays. A good boy does what his father would do if he were still alive, is the value agreed upon by mother and son. And although, unlike his late daddy, Carter sleeps with other women now and then, he has remained, through his 20s and 30s, emotionally faithful to his mother, and unwed. And then there is Gus, who always wanted to be a veterinarian but who joined the family food supply business instead. There is Jill, who having moved out of state and acquired a job, an apartment, and several lovers, was coaxed back home to Boston. Your father really isn't too well, and into a proper marriage with an accountant. And there also is Rhoda who, having broken her mother and father's heart by marrying wrong and moving to New York City, routinely returned to New Jersey where, her mother at her side, she continued to buy her clothing and her cold cuts. And where, her mother still at her side, she eventually got her then illegal abortion. Mother knows best. Father knows best. And secretly we may fear that they indeed do. And rightly or wrongly, we also may fear that they will not love, approve of, respect or rescue us if we pick our own path. Parents continue to monitor us during the 20s, writes Roger Gould. When we do it their way, we're afraid we're capitulating. When we violate their rules and are successful, we feel free but also triumphant and somewhat guilty. When we're faced by a failure, we wonder if they weren't right all along. The point here is not that freedom lies in aggravating our parents and that, if our choices please them, we have sold out. Our options aren't defiance or compliance. A person could actually want to be a dentist just like her dad and live in Wilkes-Barre just like her parents and grandparents. A person could also marry a person he doesn't really love because she is black and his family is white, right, and southern. We stay in thrall to our parents as long as our way is simply whatever their way isn't. Our separation from them does not require repudiation. It requires free choices. In our 20s we establish a life that is independent, or so we believe, of our parents. We harbor the illusion that, having made our rational choices, we are not like them in ways that we don't wish to be. But as we enter our 30s we discover our many resemblances to our parents, acquired in spite of ourselves, unconsciously. We discover, as one woman put it, that this person who's being vindictive just like my mother, isn't my mother out there but my mother in me. We begin to recognize our identifications. To recognize that even though we are sneakier about it, we are every bit as controlling as our father. To recognize that even though we may travel to Europe alone, we are every bit as cautious as our mother. To recognize a tone of voice, a facial expression, an attitude, a compulsion, which belong to our mother or father and which we hate in our mother or father and which are ours. Acknowledging these disquieting parental identifications, we may begin to free ourselves from repeating them. We also, however, may find that we can summon up more tolerance for that mother and father in me and the real folks out there. For if, in our 20s, we focused on the ways that we were nothing at all like our parents, we are now tuning into the qualities we share. And as we recapitulate our mothers' and fathers' experiences, in marriage and, especially, in parenthood, we may grow less judgmental. Indeed, it has often been said, that in becoming parents ourselves, we now understand what our mother and father went through and thus can no longer blame and denounce them, as once we could easily do, for all that we have suffered at their hands. Parenthood can be a constructive developmental phase in which we heal some of the wounds of our own childhood. It also may allow us to recast our old perceptions of that childhood in less alienated, more reconciling ways. But parenthood, our parenthood, can also serve a reconciling function by giving our parents better parts to play, by freeing them to be, as grandma and grandpa, more loving, indulgent, tender, patient, generous, you name it, than they had ever been as mother and father. No longer concerned with instilling moral values, no longer in charge of discipline and rules, no longer dedicated to building character, they become their best selves, and we, in our pleasure at all they can offer our children, begin to forgive them their sins, both real and imagined. Here is how this played out between one woman, my mother, Ruth Stahl, and her daughter Judith. I remember always wanting an enormous amount from my mother, though no more than my mother wanted from me, and entangled in disappointment and hurt and anger and frustration and passionate love, we, my mother and I, grew up together, and struggled together, and enjoyed some measure of happiness together. But it wasn't until I had children that we finally found the roles that allowed us to suit each other perfectly, I as the mother of her glorious grandsons, she as terrific as any grandma could be. Within this special relationship I first began, I think, to know my mother, to understand something of her history, to note that she could be brave and that she could be funny and that she could recite every word of Annabel Lee. To love her for instructing me in the pleasures of lilacs and books and female friendships. To love her for loving her grandsons better than me. Not deeper, perhaps. Not necessarily more. But certainly, better. For to me my mother had always been the most alluring and most vexatious of women. For me the cost of loving had always come high. With all of my children, however, my mother had only one face and that face always smiled upon them. To them she gave free love till the day she died. Grandma says I'm completely great, reported my oldest son, who viewed her just as unambivalently. But between my mother and me ambivalence was, for many years, the name of the game. I had lived with my mother in anger and love, I suppose most daughters do, but my children only knew her in one way, as the lady who thought they were smarter than Albert Einstein. As the lady who thought they wrote better than William Shakespeare. As the lady who thought every picture they drew was a Rembrandt. As the lady who thought that whatever they were and whatever they wanted to be was completely great. My mother asked nothing more of my sons than the pleasure of their company. My mother had had a more stringent agenda for me. Be better, she said. Try harder, she said. Do it, she said, my way. Or else you'll get hurt, you'll get sick, you'll fall in a hole. Don't do anything bad, she said, or you'll break your mother's heart. Be a good girl. And I yearned for her love and approval and I yearned to be her good girl, but I yearned for freedom and autonomy. And the pain of growing up was recognizing that I could not have it all. And so when my mother pleaded, "Why don't you listen to me? I only want what's good for you," her rebel daughter, shaking her head and drawing the battle lines, replied, "Let me decide what's good for me." But my mother had no dreams to lay on my children. She had tried, and succeeded, and failed with my sister and me. She was done with that now and her grandsons couldn't defeat her. Or disappoint her. Or prove anything good or anything bad, about her. And I saw her free of ambition, free of the need to control, free of anxiety. Free, as she liked to put it, to enjoy. Grandparenthood, writes psychoanalyst Therese Benedict, is parenthood one step removed. Relieved from the immediate stresses, grandparents appear to enjoy their grandchildren more than they enjoyed their own children. And enjoy them my mother certainly did. For she had at last come to a place in her life where happiness wasn't yesterday or tomorrow, where happiness wasn't elusive or remote, where happiness wasn't what should have been or might still be someday, but now, in her kitchen, eating lunch with her grandsons. or on the living room couch, reading books to her grandsons, or buying double-dip ice cream cones for her grandsons, or trying to catch a pigeon with her grandsons. How lucky for them! How lucky for her! And how lucky for me! For with the children between us we had found our optimal distance, not too close and not too far apart. Linked by Anthony Nicholas Alexander, my mother and I had made a new connection. But do not let me glorify the reconciliations of family life. These connections, like all our connections, remain imperfect. And not every mother and daughter can use the new generation to heal the wounds of the past. There are mothers living out of reach of their daughters. There are mothers living in smothering intimacy. There are those who want nothing more to do with diapers. I won't let her make a sitter out of me. There are busy, independent, career women mothers who don't have time for playgrounds or trips to the zoo. There are mothers who are jealous of the love and attention their daughters give to their children. Can't I have some time alone with you? There also are daughters jealous of the love and attention their mothers give to their children. There are daughters engaged in run-from-mother flight. There are daughters who will always be 4 years old with their mothers. There are daughters who, having read some child psychology books in college, have decided that mother never did anything right. There are distances that are too vast, that are unbridgeable. But many of us, as we reach our middle years, may find ourselves more willing to try to bridge them. Writing about family matters in the Harvard Educational Review, Joseph Featherstone observes that in midlife, my friends are much more interested in their own family history. We were always reluctant to think historically about our lives and the lives of our parents. We read about the past, but somehow we never thought of our own lives as part of the same grand tapestry that included the 19th century Irish farmers, shtetl peasants, Renaissance cardinals, 17th century Puritans, African warriors, and London mechanics. We were struggling toward a future, trying to live in the present. This is a matter of age, partly. The young have the twin duties of escaping history and family life. That often meant cutting ourselves off from the past and our families, a break that was seldom as final as it seemed at the time. In our middle years we may seek to reconnect ourselves with what now is known as our roots. We may seek, instead of shun, identifications. For although we know very well that we alone are fully responsible for our lives, we also recognize that we can use all the help we can get, including the good stuff, the talent, the moral consciousness, the enterprise, the whatever, which may be ours, we hope, simply by virtue of our membership in our family. So we are pleased to learn that our great-grandma Evaline sang with a light opera company, or that our father's father was a wobbly, or that our mother's Uncle Nate, like Willie Loman's brother Ben, went into the jungle and came out a millionaire. We like to think that the qualities which produced these admired achievements are part of our heritage. We find comfort in telling ourselves, as a woman I know once actually did in a moment of crisis, that the blood of Charlemagne runs through my veins. In turning to the past we also begin to see our parents in a new light, to see how they were fashioned by their history. And we often discover secrets. Virtually every family has secrets, which can have great impact on our family feelings. Like discovering that a parent had been married before. Like discovering that a parent's death was a suicide. Like discovering, as Claire did, that her mother had borne an illegitimate child and had given him up for adoption when Claire was 2. Like discovering, beneath the sometimes elaborate revisions and deceptions, what kind of people our parents actually are. But not completely. In Herbert Gould's memoir novel, Fathers, the hero, now middle-aged, takes his daughters to a skating rink, just as his father had taken him years ago. I remember why skating with my father gave me such joy, he writes. It was the hope of intimacy, waiting to be redeemed. I believed the abyss between my father and me, between others and me, could be crossed. Like a gangster I sought to penetrate my father's secret soul. The limits remained, unredeemed. In midlife, in those years from ages 35 to 45 or 50, we learn that many hopes remain unredeemed. There is plenty that we wanted, and did not receive, from our parents. It is time to know, and accept, that we never will. In studying families, Featherstone observes that he is struck again and again by the mysterious capacity of people to give and withhold themselves on their own terms. But in our middle years, as our mothers and fathers begin to age and sicken and die, we may begin rewriting these terms of endearment. For now that the world belongs to our generation, not to theirs, we see how little power they ever had, to love us perfectly, to understand us perfectly, to save us from sorrow and solitude, and from death. We see how little power they had, and how little we have now, to build sturdy bridges across the gulfs which separate us. Letting go of our vain expectations as parents and children and spouses and friends, we learn to give thanks for even imperfect connections. Part 4. Loving, losing, leaving, letting go. This is what youth must figure out, girls, love and living. The having, the not having, the spending and giving. And the melancholy time of not knowing. This is what age must learn about. The ABC of dying. The going, yet not going, the loving and leaving. And the unbearable knowing and knowing. E.B. White. 16. Love and mourning. Did someone say that there would be an end, oh, an end, to love and mourning? May Sardin. This is the hour of lead, remembered, if outlived, as freezing persons recollect the snow, first, chill, then stupor, then the letting go. Emily Dickinson. We are separate people constrained by the forbidden and the impossible, fashioning our highly imperfect connections. We live by losing and leaving and letting go. And sooner or later, with more or less pain, we all must come to know that loss is indeed a lifelong human condition. Mourning is the process of adapting to the losses of our life. In what, now, asks Freud, in Mourning and Melancholia, does the work which mourning performs consist? He replies that it is difficult and slow, involving an extremely painful, bit-by-bit inner process of letting go. He is talking, as I will be here, about the mourning we do at the death of people we love. But we may mourn in a similar fashion the end of a marriage, the coming apart of a special friendship, the losses of what we'd once had, been, hoped might be. For, as we shall see, there is an end to much that we have loved. But there can be an end to mourning, too. How we mourn and how, or if, our mourning is going to end, will depend on what we perceive our losses to be, will depend on our age and their age, will depend on how ready all of us were, will depend on the way they succumbed to mortality, will depend on our inner strengths and our outer supports, and will surely depend on our prior history, on our history with the people who died and our own separate history of love and loss. Nevertheless, there does seem to be a typical pattern to normal adult mourning, despite individual idiosyncrasies. And it seems generally agreed that we pass through changing, though overlapping, phases of mourning, and that after about a year, sometimes less but often far longer indeed, we complete a major part of the mourning process. Now many of us find it difficult to hear about phases of mourning without bristling, without the sense that some Julia child of sorrow is trying to provide us with a step-by-step recipe for the perfect grief. But if we can hear about phases not as something that we, or others, must go through, but as something that may illuminate what we, or others, have gone or are going through, perhaps we can come to understand why sorrow turns out to be not a state but a process. And the first phase of this process, whether the loss has been anticipated or not, is shock, numbness, and a sense of disbelief. This can't be happening. No, it cannot be. Perhaps we will weep and wail, perhaps we will sit there silently, perhaps waves of grief will alternate with periods of stunned incomprehension. Our shock may be mild if we've lived long and hard with the dead's impending death. Our shock may be less, let's face it, than our relief. But the fact that someone we love no longer exists in time and space is not yet entirely real, is beyond our belief. Mark Twain, whose daughter Susie, our wonder and our worship, died suddenly at the age of 24, writes in his autobiography of that initial state of benumbed disbelief. It is one of the mysteries of our nature that a man, all unprepared, can receive a thunderstroke like that and live. There is but one reasonable explanation of it. The intellect is stunned by the shock and but gropingly gathers the meaning of the words. The power to realize their full import is mercifully wanting. The mind has a dumb sense of vast loss, that is all. It will take mind and memory months and possibly years to gather the details and thus learn and know the whole extent of the loss. Although unexpected death will usually stun us less than one we are unprepared for, although with a fatal illness our major shock may come when that illness is diagnosed, and although in the time preceding the death we may sometimes engage in anticipatory mourning, we will initially find it difficult, despite such preparation, to assimilate the death of a person we love. Death is one of those facts of life we acknowledge more with our brain than we do with our heart. And often, although our intellect acknowledges the loss, the rest of us will be trying hard to deny it. A man whose wife, Ruth, had died was found frantically waxing the floors of their house on the day of her funeral. Family and friends would be coming, and if the house is a mess, Ruth will kill me, he earnestly said. When Tina died, her younger brother Andrew inquired, why must we say that she's dead? Why can't we just pretend she's in California? When told of the sudden death of a dearly loved young girl, grotesquely replied to her weeping father, "You're kidding." And sometimes, as in the shared delusion of the family below, the denial of death defies the clinical facts. An elderly woman was rushed to the hospital by her family following the sudden onset of a stroke. Within a few hours she died, and the attending intern immediately informed the several grown children who had remained at the hospital. Their immediate reaction was disbelief, and together they went in to see their mother. After several minutes they came from her room insisting that she was not dead, and they requested that the family physician be called. Only after the diagnosis was confirmed by a second physician did they accept the obvious reality. Some disbelief, some denial, may continue well beyond the initial shock. Indeed, it may take the entire mourning process to make of the impossible, death, a reality. After the first phase of mourning, which is relatively short, we move to a longer phase of intense psychic pain, of weeping and lamentation, of emotional swings and physical complaints, of lethargy, hyperactivity, regression, to a needier, help me, stage, of separation anxiety and hopeless despair, and of anger too. Annie, age 29, when her husband and daughter were killed by a truck, recalls how angry she was, how I hated the world. I hated that man in the truck. I hated all trucks. I hated God for making them. I hated everyone, even John, her 4-year-old son, sometimes because I had to stay alive for him, and if he hadn't been there I could have died too. We are angry at the doctors for not saving them. We are angry at God for taking them away. Like Job, or the man in the following poem, we are angry at our comforters. What right have they to say that time will heal? God is good, it is all for the best, we'll get over it. Your logic, my friend, is perfect, your moral most drearily true. But, since the earth closed on her coffin, I keep hearing that, and not you. Console if you will, I can bear it, 'tis a well-meant alms of breath. But not all the preaching since Adam has made death other than death. There are those who insist that anger toward others, and also toward the dead, is invariably a part of the mourning process. Indeed, a great deal of the anger that we focus on those around us is the anger we feel, but won't let ourselves feel, toward the dead. Sometimes, however, we do express it directly. God damn you! God damn you for dying on me, a widow recalls having said to her dead husband's picture. Like her, we love the dead, we miss and need and pine for our dead, but we also are angry at them for having abandoned us. We are angry at, hate, the dead the way an infant hates the mommy who goes away. And like that infant we fear that it is our anger, our hatred, our badness that drove them away. We have guilt about our bad feelings, and we also may have great guilt for what we have done, and what we didn't do. Guilty feelings too, irrational guilt and justified guilt, are very often a part of the mourning process. For the ambivalence that is present in even our deepest love relationships tainted our love for the dead while they were alive. We saw them as less than perfect and we loved them less than perfectly, we may even have fleetingly wished that they would die. But now that they are dead we are ashamed of our negative feelings and we start berating ourselves for being so bad. I should have been kinder. I should have been more understanding. I should have been more grateful for what I had. I should have tried to call my mother more often. I should have gone down to Florida to visit my dad. He always wanted a dog, but I would never let him have one, and now it's too late. Of course there are times when we ought to feel guilt for the way that we treated the dead, appropriate guilt for harm done, unmet needs. But even when we loved them very, very well indeed, we still may find grounds for self-recrimination. Here are a mother's musings on the death of her son at the age of 17. Missing him now, I am haunted by my own shortcomings, how often I failed him. I think every parent must have a sense of failure, even of sin, merely in remaining alive after the death of a child. One feels that it is not right to live when one's child has died, that one should somehow have found the way to give one's life to save his life. Failing there, one's failures during his too brief life seem all the harder to bear and forgive. I wish we had loved Johnny more when he was alive. Of course we loved Johnny very much. Johnny knew that. Everybody knew it. Loving Johnny more. What does it mean? What can it mean, now? We feel guilt about our failures toward someone we love when he or she dies. We feel guilt about our negative feelings, too. And what we may do to defend against, or alleviate, our guilt is to loudly insist that the person who died was perfect. Idealization, my wife was a saint, my father was wiser than Solomon, allows us to keep our thoughts pure and to keep guilt at bay. It is also a way of repaying the dead, of making restitution, for all of the bad we have done, or imagined we've done, to them. Canonizing, idealizing, the dead is frequently a part of the mourning process. Discussing idealization in her excellent book The Anatomy of Bereavement, psychiatrist Beverly Raphael gives us Jack, a 49-year-old widower who described his dead wife Mabel in terms of unremitting adulation. She was, he declared, the greatest little woman ever, the best cook, the best wife in the world. She did everything for me. Dr. Raphael then goes on to observe. He could say nothing negative of her and insisted their life together had been perfect in every way. The intensity of his insistence on this was harsh and aggressive, as though he dared anyone to prove otherwise. It was only after careful exploration that he revealed his resentment toward her for her coddling and intrusive control of his life, and how much he had longed for his freedom. He then became able to talk in a more realistic way, cheerfully, yet sadly, talking of the good and the bad. Anger, guilt, idealization, and attempts at reparation seem to suggest that we do in fact know the dead died. Yet alternately, or even simultaneously, their death may still continue to be denied. John Bowlby, in his book Loss, describes this paradox. On the one hand is belief that death has occurred with the pain and hopeless yearning that entails. On the other is disbelief that it has occurred, accompanied both by hope that all may yet be well and by an urge to search for and to recover the lost person. A child whose mother leaves him will deny the departure, will search for her, Bowlby says. It is in a similar spirit that we, as bereft adults, search for our dead. This searching may express itself unconsciously, as restless random activity. But some of us consciously seek the dead as well. Beth looks for her husband by going again and again to all of the places they'd gone to together. Jeffrey stands in the closet among the clothes his wife used to wear, smelling her smell. Anne, the widow of the French movie actor Gérard Philippe, describes her search for her husband at the cemetery. I went to find you. A mad rendezvous. I remained outside reality, without being able to go in. The tomb was there, I could touch the earth that covered you, and without being able to help it, I began to believe that you would come, a little late as usual, that soon I would feel you approach me. There was no point in telling myself that you were dead. You weren't coming, no, you were waiting for me in the car. A mad hope, that I knew to be mad, and still it overtook me. Yes, he's waiting in the car. And, when I found it empty, I protected myself once more, as though trying to give myself respite. He's taking a walk on the hill. I went down to the house, talking to friends the while, looking for you on the road. Without believing in it, of course. Searching for the dead, we sometimes even summon them up. We hear their step in the driveway, their key in the lock. We see them on the street and eagerly follow them for a block. They turn and we confront a stranger's face. Some of us may bring our dead back to life with hallucinations. Many of us bring our dead back to life in our dreams. A father dreams of his son. I dreamed one night that dear Moore was alive again, and that after throwing my arms round his neck and finding beyond all doubt that I had my living son in my embrace, we went thoroughly into the subject, and found that the death and funeral at Abinger had been fictitious. For a second after waking the joy remained, then came the knell that wakes me every morning: Moore is dead. Moore is dead. A mother dreams of her daughter. It's very ordinary, my dream. She's just there, and not dead. A woman dreams of her sister. She often comes to me, you know, we have a laugh. A daughter, Simone de Beauvoir, dreams of her mother. She blended with Sartre, and we were happy together. And then the dream would turn into a nightmare. Why was I living with her once more? How had I come to be in her power again? So our former relationship lived on in me in its double aspect, a subjection that I loved and hated. A son dreams of his father. I carried him to the ocean. He was dying. He died peacefully in my arms. A son dreams of his mother, his first dream about her since her death. She was laughing at me sadistically because I couldn't get off a moving train. She was baring her teeth with a really sadistic laugh. I was shocked when I woke up, but I told myself that, in the midst of all of my wonderful memories, I shouldn't forget about this part of her too. This same son dreams of his mother. Some months later, I was walking somewhere alone. Ahead of me were 3 women in floor-length nightgowns. One of the figures turned. It was my mother, and clear as can be she said, "Forgive me." A daughter dreams of her father. I dreamt he was running away and I wanted to catch him. It was terrible. A widow dreams of her husband 1 month after his suicide. There are 2 spiral staircases set side by side. I'm going up one and he's going down the other. I reach out my hand to make contact, but he pretends he doesn't know me and keeps going down. And the writer Edmund Wilson repeatedly dreams longing dreams of Margaret, his dead wife. Dream. There she was alive. What was the catch? That she was supposed not to exist anymore, but there she was, and what was to prevent our living together again? Dream. Thought in dim grayish dream I could tell her how silly I'd been about making mistake about not being able to see her again. Dream. I was getting into bed with her. There was no reason after all that we shouldn't be together. Dream. She was ill and supposed not to have long to live, lying on a bed somewhere. We had gone to see a woman doctor. As we were talking, it occurred to me that she might get well, and if I could make her believe that I loved her and wanted her to get well, the trouble might disappear. In fantasies and dreams, in all of our searchings for the dead, we try to deny the finality of the loss. For the death of someone we love revives our childhood fears of abandonment, the ancient anguish of being little and left. By summoning up the dead we can sometimes manage to persuade ourselves that the person we lost is still here, that we aren't bereft. But sometimes, as in this chilling story told to me by a sensible, down-to-earth friend, summoning up the dead may persuade us they're dead. 2 years to the day after Jordan's young wife had committed suicide, he lay in bed with Myra, a new ladylove. A woman who'd been a friend of his late wife Arlene. A woman he viewed as a stand-in for Arlene. A woman he had been pressing to be like Arlene. A perfectly lovely woman he wasn't quite prepared to marry because she wasn't, after all, Arlene. That night in bed, however, when he awoke and glanced at Myra's sleeping body, I didn't see Myra, I saw the corpse of Arlene. I couldn't make it turn back, he said, I couldn't get back to the reality of Myra. I was laying there, in panic, with this corpse. He finally got out of bed and fled the apartment. Now happily married to Myra, Jordan says that his experience was terrifying, but liberating too. It allowed him, at last, to get on with the rest of his life. It made him understand that he couldn't resurrect his wife, that I couldn't replace Arlene with another Arlene. He says, after that, I was able to let her die. In this acute phase of grief some of us will mourn quietly, some vocally, though it isn't our style to rend garments and tear our hair. But in our own different ways we will have to pass through the terror and tears, the anger and guilt, the anxiety and despair. And in our own different ways, having managed somehow to work our way through our confrontations with unacceptable losses, we can begin to come to the end of mourning. Starting with shock and making our way through this phase of acute psychic pain, we move toward what is called the completion of mourning. And although there still will be times when we weep for, long for, miss our dead, completion means some important degree of recovery and acceptance and adaptation. We recover our stability, our energy, our hopefulness, our capacity to enjoy and invest in life. We accept, despite dreams and fantasies, that the dead will not return to us in this life. We adapt, with enormous difficulty, to the altered circumstances of our life, modifying, in order to survive, our behavior, our expectations, our self-definitions. Psychoanalyst George Pollock, who has written extensively on the subject of mourning, has called the mourning process one of the more universal forms of adaptation and growth. Successful mourning, he argues, is far more than making the best of a bad situation. Mourning, he says, can lead to creative change. But he and his colleagues warn us that mourning is rarely a straightforward, linear process. So does Linda Poston in a powerful poem that begins with "The night I lost you" and traces the long hard ascent through the stages of grief until the final stage is approached and now I see what I am climbing towards, acceptance written in capital letters, a special headline, acceptance, its name is in lights. I struggle on, waving and shouting. Below, my whole life spreads its surf, all the landscapes I've ever known or dreamed of. Below a fish jumps, the pulse in your neck. Acceptance. I finally reach it. But something is wrong. Grief is a circular staircase. I have lost you. Going through stages of grief, Poston says, is like climbing a circular staircase, and like learning to climb it after the amputation. In his record of mourning following the death of his cherished wife, C.S. Lewis uses identical imagery. How often, will it be for always? How often will the vast emptiness astonish me like a complete novelty and make me say, I never realized my loss till this moment? The same leg is cut off time after time. The first plunge of the knife into the flesh is felt again and again. In another section he writes, one keeps on emerging from a phase, but it always recurs. Round and round. Everything repeats. Am I going in circles? It sometimes seems that way. And sometimes we do. And even when, eventually, we accept and adapt and recover, we may suffer from anniversary reactions, recurringly mourning our dead, with feelings of pining and sadness and loneliness and despair, on the day in the calendar year that marks their birth or their death or some special shared occasion. But in spite of setbacks, recurrences, and the sense that our sorrow keeps doubling back on itself, there is an end to mourning, to even the seemingly most inconsolable mourning, as this record of a daughter's grieving testifies. I awake in the middle of the night and tell myself, she's gone. My mother is dead. Never will I see her again. How to grasp this? Oh, Mama, I don't want to eat, to walk, to get out of bed. Reading, working, cooking, listening, mothering. Nothing matters. I do not want to be distracted from my grief. I wouldn't mind dying. I wouldn't mind it at all. I wake from sleep in the middle of every night and say to myself, my mother is dead. Mourning. You seem to be filled with it. Always. In a sense, like a pregnancy. But, pregnancy imparts a sense of doing something even while inactive, whereas mourning bequeaths a sense of futility and meaninglessness in the midst of activity. Her death is the only thing on my mind. My everydayness has snapped and I am in quarantine from the world. Want nothing from it, have nothing to give to it. When things get too bad, the whole world is lost to you, the world and the people in it. It's all a rotten hoax, this life of ours. You go from 0 to 0. Why attach yourself to love only to have your beloved ripped from you? The upshot of love is pain. Life is a death sentence. Better not to give yourself to anything. I have to begin from the beginning and repeat, she's dead. As if it's just struck me. And I find myself drowning, engulfed by the disorder of the current, wanting to seize her hand to bring me to shore. Missing her so. Some days I can look at her photograph and the image revives me, reinforces her for me. On other days, I gaze at her and am blinded with tears. Newly bereft. This outpouring of feeling, of self-pity, is a crying on Mama's shoulder, a wailing into the wind, a hiccuping amid sobs against an irrevocable crashing surf. A lament. A dirge. You come. And you go. I had her once, and now she's gone. So, what's new? What's the point? Am I healing? I'm able to gaze at her photograph without that tourniquet tightening round my throat, clamping memory. I'm beginning to see her in her life, and not only myself bereft of her life. Piece by piece, I re-enter the world. A new face. A new body, a new voice. Birds console me by flying, trees by growing, dogs by the warm patch they leave on the sofa. Unknown people merely by performing their motions. It's like a slow recovery from a sickness, this recovery of oneself. My mother was at peace. She was ready. A free woman. Let me go, she said. Okay, Mama, I'm letting you go. In another passage this daughter talks about being weaned from her mother's material presence, but filled with her as never before. She is describing, in her own words, the process that psychoanalysts call internalization. It is by internalizing the dead, by making them part of our inner world, that we can at last complete the mourning process. Remember that, as children, we could let our mother go, or leave our mother, by establishing a permanent mother within us. In a similar way we internalize, we take into ourselves, the people we have loved and lost to death. The loved object is not gone, psychoanalyst Carl Abraham writes, for now I carry it within myself. And while surely he overstates, the touch is gone, the laugh is gone, the promise and possibilities are gone, the sharing of music and bread and bed is gone, the comforting joy-giving flesh and blood presence is gone, it is true nonetheless that by making the dead a part of our inner world, we will in some important ways never lose them. One form of internalization, I've discussed this earlier, is identification. It is through identifications that we can develop and enrich our emerging self. And through identifications we can take into ourself aspects of those we have loved and who are now dead, aspects that are often abstract but are on occasion startlingly concrete. Therapist Lily Pincus describes one woman who took up gardening after her brother, a passionate gardener, had died, and another, rather dull, woman who acquired a gift for repartee after her husband, the witty one, had died. We can identify, as well, with some of our dead's less lovable aspects, and identifications can be pathological too. But by taking in the dead, by making them part of what we think, feel, love, want, do, we can both keep them with us and let them go. Mourning, we are told, can end in constructive identifications. But the process of mourning will often go awry. For when those we love die, we may deal with their death by failing to deal with their death or by remaining stuck in the mourning process. In prolonged or chronic mourning we do not move past the second phase. We are mired in a state of intense, unremitting grief, clinging without relief to our sorrow, anger, guilt, self-hatred, or depression, unable to get on with the rest of our life. It is difficult to give anyone a timetable for mourning. Not 1 year but 2 years or more may be normal for some. But a time will have to come when we become willing to let go of the lost relationship. Our mourning is pathological when we cannot, and we will not, let it go. Beverly Raphael describes one version of chronic mourning. There is continued crying, preoccupation with the lost person, angry protest, and the bereaved goes over and over the memories of the lost relationship, which is often intensely idealized. Mourning does not draw to its natural conclusion, and it almost seems that the bereaved has taken on a new and special role, that of the grief-stricken one. She adds that by such grieving it is as though the lost person lives on in the grief. The poets understood this long ago. When Shakespeare's King Philip chides Constance, "You are as fond of your grief as of your child," she offers him this desperate explanation. "Grief fills the room up of my absent child, lies in his bed, walks up and down with me, puts on his pretty looks, repeats his words, remembers me of all his gracious parts, stuffs out his vacant garments with his form, then, have I reason to be fond of grief." Another version of chronic grief is the so-called mummification of the dead, the keeping of every object that the dead one once possessed exactly where and how he or she had kept them. Queen Victoria, for instance, when her beloved Prince Albert died, had his shaving equipment and clothes laid out every day, and all of his possessions remained the way that he had arranged them in his lifetime. But whether chronic grief is expressed by creating domestic shrines or by hopelessness and sorrow and ready tears, the message is the same: this will not be healed by the passage of years. I'll never get over it. Mourning is also disordered when it is absent or delayed in an effort to avoid the pain of loss. And although an absence of mourning can, if and when the barriers drop, flip over into its opposite, chronic mourning, the avoidance of painful feelings can be maintained, sometimes, for years or even a lifetime. Remember that I am talking about the loss of people we've loved, not people from whom we're emotionally disengaged. I am talking of losses that give us good cause to grieve. And if instead of feeling bereaved, we are coping magnificently, shedding no tears and carrying on as if nothing disruptive has happened, we are only deceiving ourselves into thinking we are taking it very well, for, in actual fact, we cannot take it. We may, for instance, unconsciously fear that if once we started weeping, we'd never stop, or that we would have a breakdown or go insane, or that the weight of our grief would crush or drive away those around us, or that all of our earlier losses would swamp us again. How do we know we are fending off mourning and not just untouched by the loss? Bowlby says there are many different clues. We may be tense and short-tempered, or wooden and formal, or forcefully cheerful, or withdrawn, or drawn excessively to booze. We may have physical symptoms, trading in psychic for bodily pain. We also may have insomnia and bad dreams. And we may not be able to tolerate any discussions of, or references to, the dead. Psychoanalysts, and Shakespeare, say that failure to mourn can be hazardous to health and that mourning is a way to relieve the ache. Give sorrow words, the grief that does not speak whispers the fraught heart, and bids it break. But whether or not sorrow speaks, death may have long-term harmful effects on the mental and physical health of the survivors, who, at a higher rate than those who have not lost someone to death, die, or kill themselves, or contract diseases, or have accidents, or overindulge in smoking, drinking, drugs, or suffer from depression and various other psychological disturbances. A woman whose husband's death left her seeing the future as bleak and empty, a big black hole, told me that she consciously had to decide that she would keep going, that I would live. She believes that after such losses we all have some choice between living and dying, and she says she has watched a friend choose the other way. And while some who decide not to stay may have a fantasy of after-death reunion, others, like Hans Castorp's father in Mann's novel The Magic Mountain, simply seem unable to go on. The father, Hermann Castorp, could not grasp his loss. He had been deeply attached to his wife, and not being of the strongest himself, never quite recovered from her death. His spirit was troubled, he shrank within himself, his benumbed brain made him blunder in his business, and the next spring, while inspecting warehouses on the windy landing stage, he got inflammation of the lungs. The fever was too much for his shaken heart, and in 5 days, notwithstanding all Dr. Heidekind's care, he died. Studies of stress consistently identify the loss of a close family member as the most stressful event of everyday life. It is a life stressor that most of us will bear. The statistics are these: some 8 million Americans, every year, experience death in their immediate family. There are, every year, 800,000 new widowers and widows. And approximately 400,000 children, every year, die before they reach age 25. Loss through death is a major life stressor, and every life stressor, hundreds of studies show, increases the risk of mental and physical ills. But not everyone who suffers such loss is equally susceptible to these ills. The intriguing question, of course, is what makes the difference, what increases vulnerability. Here are some answers the Institute of Medicine finds wide agreement on: those with a poor prior history of mental or physical health are at greater risk. So are those dealing with death by suicide. So are those spouses whose relationship with the husband or wife who died was especially ambivalent or dependent. Those who experience loss without the support of a social network tend to find the trauma more intense. And the younger do worse than the older. Studies find that one frequent consequence of childhood loss is a higher risk of adult life mental illness. This book began with a look at the toll that is taken by early loss and separation. We saw that the earliest losses feel much like death. We saw that in our young years we may misunderstand our experience of being left, we may see it as an abandonment because we are unlovable and bad. Our response can be feelings of helplessness or guilt or absolute terror or fury. We also may feel unendurably sad. And we may not have the resources, either the inner or outer resources, to deal with these feelings. Thus children may mourn a death but may not be able to mourn in a way that lets them work through the enormity of their loss. They may fail to fully resolve childhood losses in childhood. They also may acquire certain tactics for dealing with loss that do them damage then, and later on. In a family of caring adults, children often may find the support and encouragement to express the full gamut of feelings, to mourn till it's done. But, as I noted above and as we saw in detail in Chapter 1, the losses of early childhood may continue to dwell within us all of our life. The Danish writer Tove Ditlevsen, who lost both parents when she was very young, offers this autobiographical portrait. When you have once had a great joy, it lasts always, quivers gently on the edge of all the insecure adult days, subdues inherited dread, makes sleep deeper. The bedroom was an island of light. My father and mother were painted on the morning's wall. They handed a shining picture book toward me, they smiled to see my immense joy. I saw they were young and happy for each other. Saw it for the first. Saw it for the last time. The world became eternally divided into a before and after. I was 5 years old. Since then everything has changed. Perhaps it was that great joy which allowed Tove Ditlevson to produce 32 books of poetry and fiction and memoirs and children's stories and essays. Perhaps that great joy helped, but it didn't save her. There were 3 failed marriages. There also was drug addiction. And in 1976 she committed suicide. Is everyone who loses a mother or father in early childhood doomed to despair thereafter, wrecked for life? Do all major childhood losses produce pathology? The answer is certainly no, in spite of the many studies that show that the risk is higher. Children who are by nature constitutionally sturdy will also be sturdy in the face of loss. But even more fragile children may be helped by empathic adults to adapt to loss by means of constructive mourning. Some analysts have argued that no young child has the ego strength to mourn to completion. Bowlby and others have strongly disagreed, insisting that what children need, although these conditions, they concede, are often not met, are a good relationship with the family before the death, a reliable, comforting caretaker after the death, prompt, accurate information about the death, and encouragement to join in the family grieving. Surely these outer conditions can make a great difference. But let us not forget that children live both out in the world and inside their head. Not all well-loved children, invited to mourn, can do what must be done to let go of the dead, and it may not be done until adulthood, and it may not be done without professional help. But sometimes it is. In this scene below, Dr. Raphael suggests the kind of response that can help a child mourn and come to the end of mourning. Jessica was 5. She showed her mother the picture she had painted. There were black clouds, dark trees, and large red splashes. "My," said her mother. "Tell me about this, Jess." Jessica pointed to the red splashes. "That's blood," she said. "And these are clouds." "Oh," said her mother. "See," said Jessica, "the trees are very sad. The clouds are black. They are sad too." "Why are they sad?" asked her mother. "They are sad because their daddy has died," said Jessica, the tears slowly running down her cheeks. "Sad like us since daddy died," said her mother, and held her closely, and they wept. Loss at an early age can make it harder for us to negotiate future encounters with separation and loss. But even those who are spared major losses in their growing up years may never really get over the death of a child. Middle-class parents living today in this modern industrial world expect their sons and daughters to survive them. The death of a child is perceived as a death out of season, a monstrosity, an outrage against the natural order of things. Yet among my own middle-class friends I can count 11 children, between the ages of 3 and 29, children who have been lost to death by accident and suicide and disease. How do mothers and fathers mourn such deaths? How do they, come to the end of mourning? It seems from what I have read and from the tears that I have seen shed over daughters and sons dead many years ago, that parents, including women and men with loving, productive lives, may never give up grieving for their lost child. Indeed, holding on to grief may feel like fealty to the dead, while giving it up may seem like a betrayal. "I'm proud of myself," says Vera, whose 29-year-old daughter June died 7 years ago, "when I can say her name without a tremor. But," she quickly adds, "I'm horrified when I can say it without a tremor." During the months between her daughter's cancer diagnosis and her death, Vera lived in suspended unreality. She protected her 4 younger children by muting the truth. She took care of June, who had moved back home, and tried to make it as good for her as possible. And she play-acted hope and good cheer. They never wept together, she and June, except the day they sat and watched a drama on TV and heard 2 characters exchange these lines. Am I going to die? Yes. I don't want to die. After June's death, Vera says that she became the walking dead. In private she wept, but in public her play act continued. I felt that my grief was too great, she explains, that it was a potent poison, that it would sink everyone. And I thought that it was my job to show my children that you could live through it, to protect them from being scared to death of life. When Vera's last child left home, however, 5.5 years later, she started developing pains that felt like a heart condition. I was very depressed. I wept all the time. She sought help. Today she says she feels better, but she says that she still feels diminished, though to us who are her friends she offers wisdom, comfort, strength and, yes, delight. But her losses are powerful losses, for she says that what she has lost is not only June, her much-loved firstborn child. She has lost her sense of herself, her central definition of self, as her children's protector. I had this fantasy that I could make my children safe. My role in life was to be their great protector. June's death was a defeat for me, it taught me I was helpless, helpless, helpless. I could save nobody. I could fix it for nobody. She mourns for her daughter. She mourns for that part of herself. Anthropologist Jeffrey Gorer, in his pioneering book Death, Grief, and Mourning, concludes that the most distressing and enduring of all griefs is a mother's and father's grief for a dead grown child. But mourning the loss of a child, or the hopes of the child who was to be, may begin at any stage of the parenting process and may need to be acknowledged and understood by the outside world as well as by those who experience the loss. A miscarriage, they said it was nothing, but it was my baby, and it counted, may be mourned as a loss. An abortion, no matter how sensible and necessary it seems, may have to be done, but may have to be mourned as a loss. A stillborn's cruelly compressed life and death certainly will have to be mourned as a loss. And so must the death of a baby who, attached to tubes and machines, survives for only a handful of days or weeks. Margaret was 22 when she lost her baby, born too early. He lived a little while and then he died. And then there was the empty room at home, and it came all over me like a great tidal wave of grief. I was so sad, so empty, I thought I'd never feel whole again. With the death of a child who has lived in a family, has become a person, little or big, has become known, the loss that is mourned includes not only the future expectations but the shared past. The response to this most untimely of deaths, the anger, guilt, idealization, the pining, ambivalence, sorrow and despair, may alter, forever, writes Raphael, the course of the parent's life and even of the parent's relationship to one another. Among my friends, the parents of the 11 children who died do not stand out as monuments to grief. They laugh, make love, make plans, do what they must. I know that one of them trusts that she will meet her child again in some hereafter. But most of them, I suspect, make do without such consolations. And most of them, I suspect, will never be able to fully assimilate their loss. On the day that his dead daughter Sophie would have been 36 years old, Sigmund Freud wrote in a letter to a friend. Although we know that after such a loss the acute state of mourning will subside, we also know that we shall remain inconsolable and will never find a substitute. No matter what may fill the gap, even if it be filled completely, it nevertheless remains something else. It is traumatic for a child to lose a parent. It is traumatic for a parent to lose a child. But the loss of a husband or wife is a compendium of many different losses. For we may mourn, in the death of a spouse, our companion, our lover, our intimate friend, our protector, our provider, our partner in parenthood. We may mourn no longer being a part of a pair. And in marriages where our life was lived entirely through our spouse, and the spouse through whom we lived is no longer there, we may mourn the shattering loss of a whole way of life. Some of us, whose role was to cook for, to care for, to be with our mate, may mourn the loss of the purpose of our existence. And some of us, whose sense of self was built upon our spouse's approving presence, may find that we also are mourning the loss of that self. Our society is set up, writes Lynn Kane in her painfully frank autobiographical Widow, so that most women lose their identities when their husbands die. She says that after her husband's death, I felt like one of those spiraled shells washed up on the beach. Poke a straw through the twisting tunnel, around and around, and there is nothing there. No flesh. No life. Whatever lived there is dried up and gone. Vicky, the wife of an actor who died at the height of his career, led a glorious life as the wife of the star, with famous and interesting people and travel and parties and glamorous evenings and suddenly she is spending her evenings alone. I liked what I had, she tells me, completely unreconciled almost 18 months after his death. I don't want anything else. I want what I had. Elaine was 45 when her husband died. She had tenderly nursed him for several years. Her existence revolved entirely around his care. Her feeling when he died was that her own life had no meaning now without him, that she had no other role or use in life. Fern, despite a career and grown-up children who love and enjoy her, enjoys very little since the death of Dan. She says only he could make her feel like a valued, desirable woman, that she cannot love herself except through a man. She is frantically trying to find one. Does having a famous name and an independent, separate identity safeguard widows from extremes of grief? It doesn't necessarily work that way. Actress Helen Hayes, describing the 2 years following her husband's death, has these devastating words to say: I was just as crazy as you can be and still be at large. I didn't have any really normal minutes during those 2 years. It wasn't just grief. It was total confusion. I was nutty. And even widows who aren't nutty may feel an aching sense of disorientation. God has moved me up into a more advanced class, said one woman after the death of her husband. The desks are still a little too big for me. The death of a spouse destroys a social unit, imposes new roles and confronts us, the living, with a terrible loneliness. The future may seem worthless while the past is often suffused in a rosy glow. We may want to hold on to the past, but bit by bit, feeling every tender and ugly emotion, we must mourn the death in our marriage and let it go. Although my focus here is on mourning the death of those we love, I should mention that other marital death called divorce. For the breakup of a marriage is a loss like the death of a spouse, and will often be mourned in closely parallel ways. There are some important distinctions. Divorce evokes more anger than death, and it is, of course, considerably more optional. But the sorrow and pining and yearning can be as intense. The denial and despair can be as intense. The guilt and self-reproach can be as intense. And the feeling of abandonment can be even more intense. He didn't have to leave me, he chose to leave me. Divorce can also, like widowhood, strip those who have been left of their sense of self. Listen to Monique. There was once a man who lost his shadow. I forget what happened to him, but it was dreadful. As for me, I've lost my own image. I did not look at it often, but it was there, in the background, just as Maurice had drawn it for me. A straightforward, genuine, authentic woman, without mean-mindedness, uncompromising, but at the same time understanding, indulgent, sensitive, deeply feeling, intensely aware of things and of people. It is dark, I cannot see myself anymore. And what do the others see? Maybe something hideous. Monique is someone all of us know, the woman destroyed of Simone de Beauvoir's short story. Maurice is her husband, who leaves after 22 years. In losing him, Monique also loses a life-sustaining image of herself. What is left, as the book cover photo suggests, is a naked figure in the fetal position, huddled on the bare floor of an empty apartment. According to recent studies, the costs of divorce, both the physical costs and the emotional ones, can be higher than those imposed by a spouse's death. The completion of mourning may be harder, too. For the problem with divorce is that we both are alive although the marriage is through, and that, as psychiatrist Raphael notes, the bereaved must mourn someone who has not died. I have heard many women say, I've heard a few men say it too, that they would have rather been widowed than divorced, that death would have not entangled them in continuing fights over property and children, in feelings of jealousy, in feelings of failure. In either case, the loss of a mate with whom we have shared a history shatters the former conditions of our life. The world breaks everyone, Hemingway writes, and afterward many are strong at the broken places. Some are. Some aren't. Some of us, losing our spouse, may suffer a permanent impairment. Some, like Herman Castorp, may not survive. Some, like the widow who chose not to die, will say, I have plenty to do, and I'm glad I'm alive, but nothing that I do is as good without him. Some, but widowers at a much higher rate than widows, will remarry. Some widows will get their first job and relearn how to date. And some, no longer half of a whole in a complementary marriage, will take on some of the qualities of their dead mate, will find in themselves certain talents and strengths that they had chosen to delegate to that mate, and, feeling rather astonished and maybe even rather disloyal, they may burst into bloom. The list of the mourned must also include the loss of a brother or sister, a sorrow, in childhood particularly, that may be heavily laced with triumph and guilt. Triumph at getting rid of the rival at last. Guilt about the wish to get rid of that rival. Sorrow at being bereft of a playmate, a roommate, a companion. The pain of having lost, and having won. Memory, our family is taking a trip on an ocean liner. My little sister Lois disappears. The ship is searched. No Lois. The ship is searched again. No sign of Lois. My mother, completely convinced that her 2.5-year-old has drowned, is frozen with grief. But I, her very rival Rao's 4.5-year-old, am feeling some extremely mixed emotions. Have my most ardent, and wicked, dreams come true? Has my dearest, and darkest, wish been granted? Have I, thanks to the terrible magical powers of my mind, succeeded at last in getting rid of my sister? Oh, what horror! Oh, what guilt! And oh, what joy! After a couple of hours, however, my sister, who hasn't drowned, after all, is found. My mother, released from her terror, faints dead away. I too am swept with relief, having labored under the belief that I am a murderer. I am swept with relief and disappointment. But now we are middle-aged, and we have become beloved friends, my sister and I. And now she has cancer in breast and bone and lung. Looking through old family photographs, we laugh and cry and share memories together. And I want her to take the whole trip with me. I do not want my sister to fall off the boat. When brothers and sisters grow up and leave home, they find that their sibling relationships are optional. Some establish a powerful tie that lasts into adult life, others maintain the most minimal connections. Still others, like me, become free as adults to see our siblings as people who could be our friends. And as time goes on and parents die and our siblings are all that remain of our first family, we may begin to value them both as comrades and co-custodians of our past. And when they die, we mourn them, as this poet mourns the death of her big brother. When we found out what the disease would do, lying, like any council stalwarts, all of us swore to play our parts in the final act at your command. The first was easy. You gave up your left hand and the right grew wiser, a juggler for its king. When the poor dumb leg began to falter, you took up an alpenstick for walking once flourished Sundays by our dead father. Month by month the battleground grew thinner. When you could no longer swallow meat, we steamed and mashed your dinner and bent your straw to chocolate soda treats. And when you could not talk, Still you could write questions and answers on a magic slate, then lift the page, like laundry to the wind. I plucked the memory splinter from your spine as we played at being normal, who had eased each other in the cold zoo of childhood. 3 months before you died I wheeled you through the streets of placid Palo Alto to catch spring in its flamboyant tracks. You wrote the name of every idiot flower I did not know. Yucca rained. Mimosas shone. The bottle brush took fire as you fought to hold your great head on its stem. Lilac, you wrote, magnolia, lily, and further, oleander. Delphinium. O man of many Ls, brother, my wily resident ghost, may I never spell these crowfoot dog-bane words again, these showy florid words again, except I name them under your spell. The deaths that we, presumably, are supposed to best take in our stride, are the deaths in the fullness of time of our mothers and fathers. But when I said to a friend whose mother was 89 when she died, well, she certainly had a chance to live a full life, my friend responded angrily with, I hate it when people say that she lived a full life, as if I therefore shouldn't feel sad that she's dead. Because I'm feeling very sad that she's dead. I'm going to miss her. My friend Jerome, whose father, after a rich and vigorous life, had died at the age of 78, at home, told me, I had prepared myself for his death for some little time, but when the time finally came I wasn't ready. Even though he knew that death had come to his father in the proper season, I still didn't want to let go. I wasn't ready. Jerome said Kaddish, the Jewish prayer for the dead, every morning and night for 11 months, to reaffirm my father's faith in the deity. I found it comforting in that it gave me a time every day to think about my father. He says he still thinks of him often and every year, at Passover, I miss him terribly. Sometimes our mourning is eased by the thought that our parents died an accepting, peaceful, good death. For although we will miss them terribly, it may hurt us even more if we've watched them vainly struggle against that death. Sitting at their bedside, we may feel impelled to say, don't fight so hard. Give up the fight. Go gentle. You have grown wings of pain and flap around the bed like a wounded gull calling for water, calling for tea, for grapes whose skins you cannot penetrate. Remember when you taught me how to swim? Let go, you said, the lake will hold you up. I long to say, Father, let go. And death will hold you up. In mourning a parent we also may seek consolation in the thought that we have had a chance to say goodbye, to express our love and gratitude, to finish unfinished business, to achieve some sort of reconciliation. I had grown very fond of this dying woman, Simone de Beauvoir writes of the death of her mother. As we talked in the half-darkness I assuaged an old unhappiness, I was renewing the dialogue that had been broken off during my adolescence and that our differences and our likenesses had never allowed us to take up again. And the early tenderness that I had thought dead forever came to life again. It is said that the loss of parents in the course of adult life can serve as a developmental spur, pushing sons and daughters into becoming full grown-ups at last, imposing a new maturity on those who, as long as they remained so and so's child, could not achieve it. Indeed, many students of mourning maintain that in any kind of death there is no loss which cannot lead to gain. And while like the rest of us, they would gladly forego the gain if they could forego the loss, life doesn't offer anyone such sweet options. Rabbi Harold Kushner was told when his firstborn, Aaron, was 3 that the boy had a rare disease which produced rapid aging, that his child would be hairless, stunted in growth, look like a little old man, and die in his teens. Writing about this most unjust, most unacceptable death, Kushner addresses the question of losses and gains. I am a more sensitive person, a more effective pastor, a more sympathetic counselor because of Aaron's life and death than I would ever have been without it. And I would give up all of those gains in a second if I could have my son back. If I could choose, I would forego all the spiritual growth and depth which has come my way because of our experiences, and be what I was 15 years ago, an average rabbi, an indifferent counselor, helping some people and unable to help others, and the father of a bright, happy boy. But I cannot choose. So perhaps the only choice we have is to choose what to do with our dead, to die when they die. To live crippled. Or to forge, out of pain and memory, new adaptations. Through mourning we acknowledge that pain, feel that pain, live past it. Through mourning we let the dead go and take them in. Through mourning we come to accept the difficult changes that loss must bring, and then we begin to come to the end of mourning. 17. Shifting images. I have found a mourning process for oneself as one gets older and must come to terms with change resulting from this unavoidable progression. One might describe this process as mourning for former states of the self, as if these states represented lost objects. Dr. George Pollock. We will mourn the loss of others. But we are also going to mourn the loss of ourselves, of earlier definitions that our images of self depend upon. For the changes in our body redefine us. The events of our personal history redefine us. The ways that others perceive us redefine us. And at several points in our life we will have to relinquish a former self-image and move on. The ages and phases of man, the tasks and character of successive stages of life, have been annotated by, and this surely does not exhaust the list, Confucius, Solon, the Talmud, Shakespeare, Erikson, Sheehy, Jakes, Gould, and Levinson. The modern research suggests that there are normal predictable stages of adult development, though people go through them in drastically different ways. And it proposes that, in the general framework within which our separate destinies are worked out, periods of stability alternate with periods of transition. In periods of stability, we are putting together a structure for our life, making key choices, pursuing certain goals. In periods of transition we are challenging the premises of that structure, raising questions, exploring new possibilities. Each transition leads to termination of a previous life structure, and each termination, writes the research psychologist Daniel Levinson, is an ending, a process of separation or loss. He goes on to say, the task of a developmental transition is to terminate a time in one's life, to accept the losses that termination entails, to review and evaluate the past, to decide which aspects of the past to keep and which to reject, and to consider one's wishes and possibilities for the future. One is suspended between past and future, and struggling to overcome the gap that separates them. Much from the past must be given up, separated from, cut out of one's life, rejected in anger, renounced in sadness or grief. And there is much that can be used as a basis for the future. Changes must be attempted in both self and world. In the course of these changes we move from baby to kid to adolescent and then into the stages of adult life, breaking away from the pre-adult world, the early adult transition, between ages 17 and 22. Making, during our 20s, our first commitments to a job, a lifestyle, a marriage. Revising our selections in our late 20s and early 30s, the age 30 transition, to add what is missing, to modify and exclude. Settling down and investing ourselves, during most of our 30s, in work, friends, family, community, whatever. And reaching, at about 40, those bridging years which take us from early to middle adulthood. Levinson calls this time the midlife transition. For most of us it's a crisis, a midlife crisis. I have had one of my own. What am I doing with a midlife crisis? This morning I was 17. I have barely begun the begin and it's good night ladies already. While I've been wondering who to be when I grow up someday. My acne has vanished away and it's sagging kneecaps already. Why do I seem to remember Pearl Harbor? Surely I must be too young. When did the boys I once clung to start losing their hair? Why can't I take barefoot walks in the park without giving my kidneys a chill? There's poetry left in me still and it doesn't seem fair. While I was thinking I was just a girl my future turned into my past. The time for wild kisses goes fast and it's time for Sanka. Already? There are those who insist on speaking in a doggedly upbeat way of this time of our life when our skin and our marriage are fading, when a number of youthful dreams have gone down the drain and when, although in our heart of hearts, we're only 17, the rest of us is slowly sagging southward. Life begins at 40, we're told, we're getting better, not older. If Sophia Loren is what middle-aged is, it ain't bad. But before we can come to some positive view of the other side of the mountain, we need to acknowledge that middle age is sad, because, not all at once, but bit by bit and day by day, we lose and leave and let go of our young self. Now we may attempt to tell ourselves that we haven't changed since college, but this is rather difficult to do. For the fact is that in college we did not have drooping eyelids, or laugh lines that remained when our laughing was through. We also may try to tell ourselves that we're only as young as we feel, but that silly slogan merely begs the question. For if we drink coffee at bedtime, we will be up until 2 a.m. with a case of insomnia. And if we eat pizza at bedtime, we will be up at 2 a.m. with indigestion. How young can we feel? Finally, we may tell ourselves that we are, in midlife, sexier than ever. Indeed, this very well may be the case. But another fact to face is that, as we move about in the world, we inspire far less lust than we do respect. We're not quite prepared to settle for only respect. When I was young and miserable and pretty and poor, I'd wish what all girls wish, to have a husband, a house and children. Now that I'm old, my wish is womanish. That the boy putting groceries in my car see me. It bewilders me that he doesn't see me. Quoting that poem in a wistful essay entitled The Age of Maturity, the author, Charles Simmons, goes on to say, "Me too." The checkout girl at the market, he notes, doesn't continue to flirt with a man forever. There comes a time when she no longer flirts with you. There comes a time, too, he complains, when you are screened out as a sexual person, when the girl who stops you on the street to ask you for directions does it because you are safe, not because you are beautiful. But despite Charles Simmons' pangs, the midlife decline of youthful good looks is far more wounding for women than for men, for men can be wrinkled and balding and in other ways battered by time and still be viewed as sexually attractive. A man who is heading toward 50 can find himself many responsive 30-year-olds. He has money and power he did not have in his youth, and although he is long in the tooth, he even may look more attractive these days with his confident air, crinkled eyes, and graying sideburns. It is different, Susan Sontag argues, for a woman. Being physically attractive counts much more in a woman's life than in a man's, she writes, but beauty, identified as it is for women, with youthfulness, does not stand up well to age. Women become sexually ineligible much earlier than men. Thus a woman may fear aging because age will steal her power, her sexual power to attract a man, a loss I heard one woman, no longer a knockout at 45, actually, bitterly, likened to castration. But neither power nor fierce competitiveness, I want to be the prettiest girl in the room, explains the sense of doom with which many women see their girlhood beauty fading. For if youth is linked to beauty, and beauty is linked to a woman's sexual attractiveness, and her sexual attractiveness is important to her winning and holding a man, then age's assaults on beauty can catapult her into a terror of abandonment. My husband is going to trade me in for a younger and prettier model, goes her nightmare. And no other man will want me and I'll have to spend the rest of my life alone. It is one of those midlife nightmares that often comes true. Most men experience getting older with regret, apprehension, writes Sontag. But most women experience it even more painfully, with shame. Aging is a man's destiny, something that must happen because he is a human being. For a woman, aging is not only her destiny, it is also her vulnerability. But even without abandonment, the fading of youthful beauty is experienced as, and is, in fact, a loss. A loss of power. A loss of possibilities. Once we could harbor the fantasy that, from across a crowded room, a stranger would rush to our side and make us his own. But this fantasy belongs to Romeo's Juliet, not to Juliet's mother. We must let it go. And we may start to feel that this is a time of always letting go, of one thing after another, our waistlines, our vigor, our sense of adventure, our 2020's vision, our trust in justice, our earnestness, our playfulness, our dream of being a tennis star, or a TV star, or a senator, or the woman for whom Paul Newman finally leaves Joanne. We give up hoping to read all the books we once had vowed to read, and to go to all of the places we'd once vowed to visit. We give up hoping we'll save the world from cancer or from war. We even give up hoping that we will succeed in becoming underweight, or immortal. We feel shaken. We feel scared. We do not feel safe. The center's not holding, and things are falling apart. All of a sudden our friends, if not us, are having affairs, divorces, heart attacks, cancer. Some of our friends, men and women our age, have died. And as we acquire new aches and new pains, our health care is, of necessity, being supplied by internists, cardiologists, dermatologists, podiatrists, urologists, periodontists, gynecologists, and psychiatrists, from all of whom we want a second opinion. We want a second opinion that says, "Don't worry, you are going to live forever." A man in his 40s confesses to me that, struck with a moderate case of tennis elbow, he found himself worried, sleepless, sorely vexed. What was bothering me, he explains, was the fear that my body was deteriorating. First my arm goes, what will go on me next? He worried so much, he says, that I actually took the time to review my life insurance, though I know that tennis elbow is rarely fatal. But he also has started to know that although tennis elbow isn't, life is. We find in every ache and bodily change and diminished capacity intimations of our own mortality. And looking at the subtle, or maybe not so subtle, decline of our mothers and fathers, we recognize that we're soon to lose our shield between us and death, and that after they are gone, it will be our turn. Furthermore, as our parents succumb to the frailties of the flesh, their needs encroach on our time and our equanimity. We're caught up again in their lives and there is much talk of money and health on the telephone. Our children, now grown, can take care of themselves, but can a widowed mother or father live alone? With impatience, resentment, sorrow, and guilt accompanying, and at times outweighing, our love, we physically and emotionally accommodate to our parents' growing dependencies. In midlife we discover that we are destined to become our parents' parents. Few of us factored this into our life's plan. As responsible adults we try to do the best we can, though we liked it better being our children's parents. But, as we are finding, with exceedingly mixed emotions, that's ending too. For our children are gradually leaving for other houses and cities, for other countries. They are living beyond our control and beyond our care. And although empty nests have advantages, we will need to adapt to being just part of a pair, to no longer being the heads of a throbbing, blooming, sneakers all over the living room household, to no longer being, and never again to be, that unique and special mama of I'll ask my mom. As our past realities start to collapse, we challenge the self-definitions that have sustained us, finding that everything seems up for grabs, questioning who we are and what it is we are trying to be, and whether, in this life of ours, the only life we have, our achievements and our goals hold any value. Does our marriage make sense? Is our work worth doing? Have we matured? Or have we simply sold out? Do our connections with family and friends rest on a loving exchange or on desperate dependencies? How free and how strong do we wish, do we dare, to be? And if we are going to dare, we see that we'd better begin daring now, for we've started measuring time as time left to live. We know that the meter is running and that our choices are steadily narrowing and that, although there is still much to want and to give, some precious parts of our life are over forever. Our childhood and youth are gone and we must pause to mourn our losses before we move on. We may not move on easily. Although Dorothy Dinnerstein argues that renunciation of what has been inexorably outlived is by definition affirmative, and that we let go of youth's acute, hopeful excitement for the richness of sensibility, the easy exercise of nurturant strength, that middle age carries, we rarely let go without some sort of a struggle. Faced with the losses that midlife has already brought, or is soon to bring, faced with a sense of finiteness and mortality, few of us will renounce our youth with anticipation of gain. And many of us will fight it all the way. And so we may dig in our heels and respond with rigidity, maintaining the status quo, resisting all change. Or we may make desperate attempts to be young again. Or we may fall prey to psychosomatic ailments. Or we maniacally may distract ourselves with causes and courses and self-improvement projects. The change resistors defy the realities of time by hanging on to their power and to their non-negotiable ways of doing things. They insist that their children remain obedient to their wishes, that their younger business associates, little pipsqueaks, one man calls them, know their place, that their spouses not go off, as another man put it, in cockamamie new directions. Like the unbending oak tree in a storm, they are broken by any changes in their health, their marital status, their careers. They cannot, they will not, they fiercely refuse to adapt. The youth seekers do not want to stand pat, they want to go back in time. They liked what they had and want to have it again. And so a number of long-married men, and a growing number of women, are seeking newer, younger marriage partners. Or love/sex affairs which, at least for a while, help them forget sagging penises or breasts. Or restoration through surgeons and spas and colorists and cosmetics and exercise classes. We're not talking here of doing, as most of us try to do in midlife, whatever we can to keep ourselves pasted together. We are talking of something more, for the youth seekers want the looks, and the life, of 20 years ago. The psychosomatic sufferers trade off psychic distress for physical ills, including heart attacks and perhaps even cancer. Indeed, David Gutman argues in an excellent paper on psychoanalysis and aging, that the midlife man, uncomfortable with the emergence at this time of certain passive, dependent needs, can externalize them in the form of bodily ailments and bring them to the one major institution in our society that recognizes and even insists on a dependent stance, the hospital. By becoming a patient, the middle-aged man says, "It is not I, but my diseased organs, that asks for help. My spirit is still willing, but my heart, liver, or stomach is weak." The self-improvers distract themselves by filling up their time, they are running too fast to notice what they have lost. And while learning new skills and returning to school can be positive experiences, frantic activity also has its costs. It can serve as a way of avoiding confrontation with middle age by engaging in outer, rather than inner, development. It can also, as we will see, be very exhausting. I've finished 6 Pillows in Needlepoint, and I'm reading Jane Austen and Kant. And I'm up to the pork with black beans in advanced Chinese cooking. I don't have to struggle to find myself for I already know what I want. I want to be healthy and wise and extremely good looking. I'm learning new glazes in pottery class. And I'm playing new chords in guitar. And in yoga I'm starting to master the lotus position. I don't have to ponder priorities for I already know what they are. To be good looking, healthy, and wise, and adored in addition. I'm improving my serve with a tennis pro, and I'm practicing verb forms in Greek. And in primal scream therapy all my frustrations are vented. I don't have to ask what I'm searching for since I already know that I seek to be good looking, healthy, and wise, and adored. And contented. I've bloomed in organic gardening. And in dance I have tightened my thighs. And in consciousness raising there's no one around who can top me. And I'm working all day and I'm working all night to be good looking, healthy, and wise. And adored. And contented. And brave. And well read. And a marvelous hostess, fantastic in bed. And bilingual, athletic. Artistic. Won't someone please stop me? There are other, less frenetic midlife reactions which reflect the chaos and anguish of this stage, when, although we may be at our prime, we know that we're in the grip of time, that our ground time here, as a poet and many airline hostesses warn us, will be brief. Thus we may, many do, become severely depressed. Or embittered, is this all there really is? Or achingly disappointed at having failed to meet our ideals, to achieve our goals. Or bored and restless, so now what, if we've achieved them? Or self-destructive, drinking, pill-popping, driving too fast or directly attempting suicide. Or envious of the young, even our own young flourishing sexual sons and daughters. Or guilt-stricken at the bad we have done and the good we have left undone. Or despairing, wanderers in a dark wood, wild, rugged, and harsh, wondering if we will ever again find the path. Psychoanalysts concede that they cannot predict with certainty how any of us will react to a midlife crisis. We all have unknown weaknesses, and strengths. But if we reach this turning point with major unresolved conflicts or an earlier phase of development incomplete, we are more likely than not, they say, to repeat in our present experiences our past anxieties and flawed solutions. For instance, the loss of sons and daughters as they grow and go away, or the loss, through death or divorce, of a marriage partner, may serve to revive old separation anxieties. The loss, or impending loss, in midlife of beauty, vigor, potency, whatever, may feel near fatal to the pathological narcissist. The loss, or modification, of external definitions, perfect parent, youngest dean of a university, may throw into panicked confusion those who never established an inner core of identity. But even we sturdier souls, with work and love and a sense of self and a history of only minimal damage, will not traverse the midlife passage unscathed. God ordains, George Bernard Shaw once wrote, that every genius shall have an illness at 40. Non-geniuses have an illness at 42. Some will wither and fail, but even those who do eventually prevail may first inflict great pain on both themselves and those they love before they can begin to change and grow. Randy shattered his marriage after both of his parents had died and he recognized, that's it, I'm gonna die too. And after almost 4 decades of being a very, very good boy and doing whatever he was expected to do, he found that with his parents' death my ties to responsibility were severed. I was cut loose from the past and from my need to continue to be good. He decided then and there that there has got to be something better than this continual schlep of work and duty. He decided that if there weren't a change, he would die. He was ready to fall in love with another woman. And soon, very soon, without really having to try, he met a fascinating and unstable charmer, Marina, and fell in love, life-shatteringly in love, with her. Randy, looking back, says that he still perceives Marina as the great passion of my life. She was brilliant, enchanting, witty, charming, cleverly seductive and, he recalls with proud delight, she wanted me. It was like suddenly being led into a room illuminated by 1,000 sparklers. I was obsessed with her. Telling himself that at age 37 this was my last chance for sexual happiness, this highly respected lawyer with 2 daughters and a wife I never stopped loving, left his family to live with this gypsy. It was, he still believes, in spite of the pain, in spite of the cost, in spite of the buckets and buckets of tears that were shed, the most life-enhancing experience of my life. It taught me about life, living, pain, pleasure, loneliness. It taught me to grasp the full measure of my sexuality. It taught me to find new dimensions in myself. And it finally taught him, after a year away, that where he belonged was home with his own wife and children. For what he learned, he says, was that he wasn't made for a rapture and torment relationship. That in fact he preferred the calm, loving wife he had left. That, cutting himself off from the daily routine of steady-state warmth and generous sharing, he was, oh, yes, turned on, but so bereft. He had shucked off the role of responsible, you always can count on me husband only to learn that that's who he wanted to be. I acquired, he says, a painful and very difficult clarity. I discovered I couldn't be happy without my wife. I discovered I loved her unconditionally. I discovered that life without her really sucked. He told her that if she'd let him come home, he'd stay with her forever. She let him come home. Of his marriage today Randy says, QH, sure, I'd like it if in some ways she were better. But, of course, in some ways I could be better too. And I haven't forgotten the past, I remember some of those nights, and some of those days, with the sparklers. But, he adds, I live with a sharper knowing of what my wife and I have. And I live with a wish to treasure and preserve it. Like Randy's, the important change that results from a midlife upheaval may be in the way that our previous life is perceived. Clearer on who we are and what it is that we really want, we may recommit ourselves to our earlier choices. But sometimes we can only continue to live with our old choices on new and quite dramatically different terms. And sometimes, we give up our old choices entirely. Many marriages fail in midlife because someone feels, like Randy, a do-or-die urgency. Speak now, leave now, or forever hold your peace. And since divorce has almost completely ceased to disqualify anyone from society's approval and awards, there are no social sanctions, there are only our inner, assailed by midlife, sanction. Thus, if we find that our marriage meets too few of our expectations, or if it is good enough and we want great, or if, although we recognize that marriage means ambivalence, we are feeling far less love than hate, we may start raising the question of why not seek a new relationship before we get too faded and useless and scared? And our answer, as the spate of midlife divorces seems to suggest, may be, why not? Why not end a marriage, now that the children are almost all grown, which lacks shared interests, passion, excitement, pleasure? Why not try for a marriage with more emotional gratification? Time's running out. The sense of time running out may also serve to unravel some of those couples' collusions that we looked at earlier, in Chapter 13, those I'll be the baby and you'll be the parent and I'll be the doormat and you'll be the bully and I'll be the sick one and you'll be the well one marriage arrangements. When these collusions collapse, when one of the partners ceases to play the agreed upon role, the other partner may leave to seek a new mate. But sometimes marriages can survive the end of these marriage conspiracies. Sometimes couples can, in the pressure cooker of midlife, renegotiate the terms of their marriage. Roger Gould describes the great rewards, for certain fortunate husbands and wives, of the midlife reworking of a marriage. The old conspiracies are abandoned. In their place is a relationship based on empathic acceptance of our authentic partner, who is not a myth, not a god, not a mother, not a father, not a protector, not a censor. Instead there is just another human with a full range of passions, rational ability, strengths, and weaknesses, trying to figure out how to conduct a meaningful life with real friendship and companionship. From this new dynamic, many different forms of marriage may follow, two very separate lives, in which husband and wife come together only periodically, as their rhythm of relating dictates, total sharing of one life in work and leisure, or variations between these two extremes. In any case it is a relationship of equals, without rank, position or self-abrogation. Growth and change in midlife may mean reworking, making peace with or putting an end to previous arrangements. But whichever approach we choose, life won't be the same. Outwardly or inwardly, the years of our middle age will express the losses and gains of our midlife crisis. In work, for instance, a man may begin to ruefully accept the limits and disappointments of his achievements. Or, wishing for more occupational satisfaction, he may leave his job and embark on a new career. Or he may give a smaller place to work in his schedule and in his heart, and a larger place to his private concerns or community. Or, having toned down his competitive strivings for power and success, he may become free to foster the careers of younger people, to be, in midlife, a generous, generative mentor. Perhaps the women who've always worked, who worked while raising a family, will revise their careers in midlife in a similar way. But researchers haven't much yet to say on this subject. For with most married middle-class women, paid work, until very, very recently, was something that they shouldn't have to do. The women's movement, however, drastically altered this point of view so that, by the mid-1970s, every midlife woman I knew was making plans to try to re-enter the job market. There were negative reasons for doing so: I have to have a job, or who will I say that I am when I go to a party? But there also were positive reasons: women felt socially sanctioned, maybe even urged, to give fuller rein to their talents and their competencies. Many of their husbands, however, didn't, and some still don't, regard this return to work as an unmixed blessing. Indeed, many midlife husbands whose wives have recently started a job are feeling abandoned, untaken care of, shut out. I might as well have a roommate, some husbands complain. Her outside preoccupation can leave him isolated at time of more leisure, a headline in the Wall Street Journal proclaims. For just as these husbands are slowing down and turning inward toward home, their wives are turning outward toward a career. Psychologists call this problem the out-of-phase or the career trajectory problem. This male-female shift is linked to the fact that, as researchers inform us, women become more masculine at midlife, while midlife men may become less aggressive, less driven to succeed and, in various other ways, more feminine. This change in the sexual balance, whether or not wives take up careers, can lead to disruptive tensions in a marriage. But there also are great advantages to ourselves and to our relationships in unifying the poles of our sexual nature. This doesn't mean that men become women, that women become men, or that both of the sexes become the same, unisexual. It simply means that at midlife we can amend our self-definition to include what psychologist Gilligan calls both voices. In Chapter 8 we looked at the difference in male and female development and at the fact that women are more invested than men in intimate relatedness and men more invested than women in autonomy. Gilligan found that even highly successful professional women describe themselves in the context of a relationship, while men, in describing themselves, perceive their identity in terms of power and separateness. Gilligan says that we live in a world where masculine autonomy is far more valued than feminine connection. But she argues that both of these voices, the voice of relatedness as well as the voice of separateness, are needed to define adult maturity. Women and men, says Gilligan, have different modes of experiencing. In midlife, some psychological thinkers believe, these two opposing modes begin to converge. David Gutman proposes that this convergence is abetted by the decline of our parenting functions in midlife, by the ending of what he colorfully calls the chronic emergency of parenthood. As young parents, he notes, we raise children whose requirements for two kinds of care, physical and emotional, tend to be handled by a division of labor. Typically, the husband gives over the nurturing role to his wife, and she then expresses his softer, more passive yearnings. And typically, the wife gives over the aggressive role to her husband, and he then becomes the expressor of her aggression. During the active and critical period of young parenthood, Gutman writes, each sex concedes to the other that aspect of their sexual bimodality that could interfere with their special responsibility in parenting. Thus the demands of parenthood press us into a polarization of sex roles. But, Gutman says, this isn't, or doesn't have to be, a permanent arrangement. For as parents enter midlife and their sons and daughters take command of their own safety, the restraints imposed by parenthood phase out. At midlife there is less demand to repress a man's femininity, a woman's masculinity. The direct expression, says Gutman, of the other sex part of ourself is one of the positive consequences of midlife. He writes, thus, men begin to live out directly, to own as part of themselves, some of the qualities of sensuality and tenderness, in effect, the femininity, that were previously repressed. They become particularly engaged by warm, supportive human contacts. By the same token, women discover in themselves an executive and political capacity that had hitherto lain fallow and unrecognized. Even in determinately patriarchal cultures, older women become more intrusive, more domineering, more political and less sentimental. Like men, they begin to live out the hitherto closeted duality of their own nature. Another central duality that we will confront at midlife is the creativeness/destructiveness duality. We confront it out in the world, and inside ourselves too. Our struggle to reconcile these two poles is one of the final tasks that we must do in our step-by-step movement away from what Roger Gould has given the name of childhood consciousness. The essence of childhood consciousness is our illusion, argues Gould, that we can live in a state of absolute safety. And living forever and ever in a state of absolute safety is an irresistible, hard to relinquish illusion. We sustain this illusion as children, he says, by believing in 4 assumptions, which we learn, by the end of high school, are untrue. But until we can repudiate them emotionally as well as intellectually, they will flourish in our unconscious and exert great power over our adult lives. The first false assumption, which surfaces and must be emotionally challenged between our late teens and around age 22, is, I will always belong to my parents and believe in their version of reality. The next false assumption, challenged between 22 and 28, is, doing it their way with willpower and perseverance will bring results, but when I'm frustrated, confused, tired, or unable, they will step in and show me the way. The third false assumption, challenged in our late 20s and into our 30s, is, life is simple, not complicated. There are no significant unknown inner forces within me, there are no multiple coexisting contradictory realities present in my life. The fourth false assumption, challenged in midlife, is, there is no evil in me or death in the world, the demonic has been expelled. Gould means that we finally learn in midlife that no matter how well behaved we are, we will die. We finally learn that there is no safety out there. We give up our childhood belief that if we'll only be good boys and girls, we'll be forever protectively taken care of. Disaster and death, we discover, fall on sinners and saints, on black hats and white hats alike. And while we may not choose to live out our lives as sinners and black hats, this discovery can free us to confront what Freud calls our ID and what Gould describes as our darker, mysterious center, and to use some of the energies and passions that we find there to open up and revitalize our life. The point here is this: as children we bury our anger and greed and competitiveness because we fear they will sweep us, and safety, away. Who'd love and protect such a nasty, voracious child? And as we grow up we may fear that we will go out of control, run wild, unless we keep these uncivilized feelings at bay. And who'd love us, who would keep us from danger, then? But in midlife, having learned that no one is going to keep us from danger, we're less constrained from exploring our center, our ID. And once we have embarked on our so risky, so exciting explorations, we are likely to make some self-transforming discoveries. We will find, for instance, that we can let ourselves know how we feel without automatically acting upon those feelings. We also will find that acknowledged feelings are easier to control than those we deny. And we also will find that if we can acknowledge, reclaim, and harness some of the untamed feelings of our childhood, we can become, in midlife, more empathic, more lusty, more daring, more nuanced, more honest and more creative. In a beautiful essay on the vitalizing aspects of our mysterious center, or ID, or dynamic unconscious, Hans Lowald warns against the madness of unbridled rationality, expressing his conviction that we would lose ourselves in a chaos, if we were to lose our moorings in the unconscious. Gould adds his voice to this theme when he speaks of connecting with the insane in us before we can go on to an enlarged sanity. He says that by tapping into our original, primitive passions we begin, at midlife, to be whole and wholly alive. This theme of connecting constructively with our own inner heart of darkness has been echoed by other students of midlife. Analyst Elliot Jakes, studying the development of creative artists, sees, in the work of those whose careers continue beyond their youth, a midlife crisis and a midlife transformation. He describes a shift from a hot from the fire, precipitate creativity to a worked over, modified, sculpted creativity. And he sees the midlife emergence of a tragic and philosophical content, in contrast to the young artist's more lyrical outpourings. This sculpted creativity and this tragic and philosophical content, writes Jakes, derive from the recognition of mortality and of the existence of hate and destructive impulses inside each person. Jakes says that such recognition can produce so much anxiety that the response is a recoil away from further development. And he says that mature creative work, or, for non-artists, mature creative living, depends on the constructive resignation to hate and death in the midst of life. Levinson also addresses man's awareness in midlife of the destructive forces in nature and in himself. He writes, "The midlife transition activates a man's concerns with death and destruction. He experiences more fully his own mortality and the actual or impending death of others. He becomes more aware of the many ways in which other persons, even his loved ones, have acted destructively toward him, with malice or, often, with good intentions. What is perhaps worse, he realizes that he has done irrevocably hurtful things to his parents, lovers, wife, children, friends, rivals, again, with what may have been the worst or the best of intentions. At the same time he has a strong desire to become more creative, to create products that have value for himself and others, to participate in collective enterprises that advance human welfare, to contribute more fully to the coming generations in society. In middle adulthood a man can come to know, more than ever before, that powerful forces of destructiveness and of creativity coexist in the human soul, in my soul, and can integrate them in new ways. Integration, the unifying of seemingly opposite tendencies, is seen as the grand achievement of midlife. But of course it's a process we've met with previously. It began with our childhood struggle to heal the split between good and bad mother, to heal the split between devil and angel me, to balance our wish for attachment with our wish to be separate and free. The struggle, now on a higher level, continues. And so we strive to integrate our feminine self with our masculine self. We strive to integrate our creative self with the self that knows inner and outer destructiveness. We strive to integrate a separate self that must die alone with a self that craves connection and, yes, immortality. And we strive to integrate a wiser, more seasoned middle-aged self with the youthful zest of the self we are leaving behind. But in spite of our youthful zest, we will have to let go, at midlife, of our earlier self-image. Our season is autumn, our springtime and summer are done. And in spite of the calendar imagery, we won't, when we reach the end, get to run through the seasons all over again. Nor can we stop time. I've managed, with plenty of tears, to accept the losses of middle age, I recently heard a 50-ish friend of mine say. In fact, I'm mature and adjusted enough to really like where I am. I just wish the powers that be would let me stay here. All of us who've managed to survive our midlife crisis would be grateful just to stay here too, here with our seasoned sense of things, with passion and perspective, with people we love and work we want to do. Having relinquished our former self, unwrinkled and immortal, we feel we have done enough, we would like to be through with the letting go and the losing and the leaving. We aren't through. 18. I grow old. I grow old. I grow old. I grow old. I shall wear the bottoms of my trousers rolled. T.S. Eliot. An aged man is but a paltry thing, a tattered coat upon a stick, unless soul clap its hands and sing, and louder sing. For every tatter in its mortal dress. W. B. Yeats. It's hard for the soul to sing as it gets older. The angst of midlife seems, in retrospect, a breeze. Shoved or eased into age, we ruefully learn that 50 was nifty and that those who died at 60 died too young. And we learn that even though we have a song or two to be sung before all the lights go out, the coming of age has brought us to the final scenes of the play, and death waits in the wings. Old age brings many losses, we shall hear from those who rail against these losses. But there is another, more hopeful point of view. It argues that if we truly mourn the losses of old age, mourning can liberate us, can lead us through to creative freedoms, further development, joy, and the ability to embrace life. But first the bad news, exhaustively, and sometimes exhaustingly, documented in Simone de Beauvoir's book The Coming of Age, where she traces the sorrows of aging from the first recorded lament all the way to the present. The earliest text on the subject, she tells us, was produced by the Egyptian philosopher-poet Ptahhotep, who voiced back in 2500 BC a theme that has resounded through the centuries. How hard and painful are the last days of an aged man. He grows weaker every day, his eyes become dim, his ears deaf, his strength fades, his heart knows peace no longer, his mouth falls silent and he speaks no word. The power of his mind lessens and today he cannot remember what yesterday was like. All his bones hurt. Those things which not long ago were done with pleasure are painful now, and taste vanishes. Old age is the worst of misfortunes that can afflict a man. Old age is the worst of misfortunes, worse even than death, de Beauvoir argues, because it mutilates what we have been. To support her bitter contention, she presents a most distinguished array of witnesses. From Ovid, Time, O great destroyer, and envious old age, together you bring all things to ruin. From Montaigne, never a soul is to be seen, or very few, who in growing old does not take on a sour and mouldy smell. From Chateaubriand, old age is a shipwreck. From Gide, it is a long time now since I ceased to exist. I merely fill the place of someone they take for me. Old age, says de Beauvoir, summing up the evidence, is life's parody. Now no one would deny that age can burden us with profound and plentiful losses, of health, of people we love, of a home that has been our haven and pride, of a place within a familiar community, of work and status and purposefulness and financial security, of control and choices. Our bodies notify us of declining strength and beauty. Our senses become less acute, our reflexes slow. We have poorer concentration, less efficiency in processing new information and lapses. What's her name again? I know it's a name I know, in short-term memory. Old age, a number of people point out, is what you're stuck with if you want a long life. And, as an 80-plus friend observes, more of us are limping through it than dancing through it. Yet we cannot discuss old age as if it were a single entity, a sickness, a termination, a wait for the end. For although mandatory retirement and Medicare and Social Security payments and senior citizen discounts at the movies may technically mark the onset of old age, experiences of significant loss related to our aging may not occur until many, many years later. Indeed, students of aging now tend to subdivide old age into the young old, 65 to 75, the middle old, 75 to 85 or 90, and the old, 85 or 90 to whatever, recognizing that each of these groups has different problems and needs and capabilities. They also recognize that while good health and good friends and good luck, and a good income, certainly make aging easier to take, it is our attitude toward our losses as much as the nature of our losses which will determine the quality of our old age. There are elderly men and women, for instance, who regard every ache and pain, every physical decline or limitation, as an outrage, an assault, a humiliation, an intolerable loss. But there also are those who manage to take a more positive view of the matter and who can say, like the French writer Paul Claudel, 80 years old, no eyes left, no ears, no teeth, no legs, no wind. And when all is said and done, how astonishingly well one does without them. The difference between these two attitudes is the difference, writes social scientist Robert Peck, between body preoccupation and body transcendence, between treating physical aging as our enemy or our master, and making some sort of reasonable peace with it. It has also been observed that, given the very same bodily ravages Paul Claudel describes, one kind of person, a health pessimist, would perceive himself as half dead and capable of nothing, another kind of person, a health optimist, would perceive himself as in the pink of condition and capable of everything, and a third kind of person, a health realist, would clearly perceive his deficits and also what he still could do in spite of them. In her book Sister Age, that elegant transcender and realist M.F.K. Fisher argues for dealing sensibly with old age, for acknowledging and attending to all the boring physical symptoms of our ultimate disintegration. But, she quickly urges, what's important is that our dispassionate acceptance of attrition be matched by a full use of everything that has ever happened in all the long wonderful ghastly years to free a person's mind from his body, to use the experience, both great and evil, so that physical annoyances are surmountable in an alert and even mirthful appreciation of life itself. She offers her apologies for sounding mawkish and banal but adds, I believe it. Another magnificent woman, actress/writer/psychologist Florida Scott Maxwell, speaks thusly of the ills that beset her 80s. We who are old know that age is more than a disability. It is an intense and varied experience, almost beyond our capacity at times, but something to be carried high. If it is a long defeat, it is also a victory. She adds, when a new disability arrives, I look about me to see if death has come, and I call quietly, Death, is that you? Are you there? So far the disability has answered, don't be silly, it's me. Although aging is not an illness, there is a slowdown of physical functions and an increase in physical vulnerabilities which may bring a zesty, full of life 65-year-old to his knees by the time he hits 80. There are physical impairments that can render us, against our will, dependent. There are organic and irreversible diseases of the brain over which neither courage nor character can prevail. And even if we aren't assailed by arthritis, Alzheimer's, cataracts, heart disease, cancer, stroke and all the rest, the body has multifarious ways of reminding the octogenarian, you are old. Such messages are delivered, Malcolm Cowley writes in his book The View from 80. When it becomes an achievement to do thoughtfully, step by step, what he once did instinctively. When his bones ache. When there are more and more little bottles in the medicine cabinet. When he fumbles and drops his toothbrush, butterfingers. When he hesitates on the landing before walking down a flight of stairs. When he spends more time looking for things misplaced than he spends using them after he, or more often his wife, has found them. When he falls asleep in the afternoon. When it becomes harder to bear in mind two things at once. When he forgets names. When he decides not to drive at night anymore. When everything takes longer to do, bathing, shaving, getting dressed, or undressed, but when time passes quickly, as if he were gathering speed while coasting downhill. A gerontologist adds this, put cotton in your ears and pebbles in your shoes. Pull on rubber gloves. Smear Vaseline over your glasses, and there you have it, instant aging. It is a fact of life that the majority of the aging have chronic health problems and that they do not respond to treatment as fast as the young. But healthy as well as ill, some people at 65 will sink into old age, self-sentenced to a kind of living death. And ill as well as healthy, some people at 80, or until they take their last breath, will live to the hilt. But even if we greet old age with health and hope intact, we must struggle against society's view of aging. For although in today's America almost 27 million people are currently over the age of 65, and although life expectancy rose from an average of 47 years in 1900 to 74.2 years in 1981, these elderly are, for the most part, perceived as sexless, useless, powerless, out of the game. Old age in America is often a tragedy, writes the noted gerontologist Robert Butler. We pay lip service to the idealized images of beloved and tranquil grandparents, wise elders, white-haired patriarchs, and matriarchs. But the opposite image disparages the elderly, seeing age as decay, decrepitude, a disgusting and undignified dependency. Exemptions may be granted to selected politicians and artists and movie stars. But most of the old are pitied or patronized. Malcolm Cowley notes ruefully, "We start by growing old in other people's eyes, then slowly we come to share their judgment. It is hard not to. For sexually we are neutered by the silent message that lust in old age is unseemly, that the fires of passion should either burn out or be screened. Everyone knows, or should know, that not only dirty but clean old men and women can want and can have a sex life in their last decades. But the image of aging flesh enmeshed in lustful sexual acts remains, for many, most, people a repellent one." In a sensitive study of age, an eloquent Englishman, Ronald Blythe, describes how society unsexes the old, noting that should an old person not seem to be in full repressive control of these urges, he or she is seen as either dangerous or pathetic, though nastily so in both instances. The old often live half-lives, because they know that they would arouse disgust and fear if they attempted to live whole ones. All passion is not necessarily spent at 70 and 80, but it pays the old to behave as though it were. My favorite exception to this view of sexuality came from a 75-year-old lady I knew, who told me that she continued to do what her mother, long ago, had told her to do, be a cook in the kitchen, a lady in the parlor, and that's Yiddish for also, a whore in the bedroom. When we give up our sexuality, we give up the riches it brings us, sensual pleasure, physical intimacy, heightened self-worth. And when in many other ways we get the word from the world that the old are diminished, we may find it harder and harder to fight diminution. Retirement from work, which is often forced upon women and men in young old age, can contribute to that feeling of diminution. "I was depressed at the thought of retiring," says a doctor, now 79, "because I wasn't quite sure what would happen to me. You see, I had had my position for so long, my specialist work, my hospital staff, my professional travels, my teaching. All these things which I had were what I was, and to have to give them up at 65 left me with something quite unrecognizable. Work shores up our identity, it anchors both the private and social self, it defines that self to itself and to the world. And lacking a workplace to go to, a circle of colleagues to connect with, a task to confirm our competence, a salary that puts a value on that competence, a job description that serves as a shorthand way of telling strangers who we are, we may, when we have retired, start to ask, with growing anxiety, who am I? This is still a bigger problem for men than for women. For the meaning of work has been psychologically different for men and for women in the past, with the work a man did defining him more comprehensively than work defined a woman. And although the psychological difference may be narrowing very fast as increasing numbers of women enter the job market, men's work remains less optional because, let me stick my neck out, they can't have babies. Stripped of his work definition and stripped of his social justification, the retiree will often lose status and self-esteem. And while some people use retirement to travel, pursue new projects, enjoy more time with their family, fulfill old dreams, many, including those engaged in full-time volunteer work, can feel, by society's standards, socially useless. For those people who've had a long history of losses which they have never absorbed and resolved, retirement may revive old fears and sorrows. But even without such a history, the loss of income and status, the isolation and boredom, may lead to despair. The end of work is an exile if there is nothing out there to absorb our interest and energies. And the old live in a society in which there very often is nothing out there. Perhaps the ultimate retiree is that monumentally tragic hero King Lear, who gives up his lands and his powers to two of his daughters, trusting them to take care of him with the love and respect due a father and a king, while we unburdened crawl toward death. But divested, as he is, of rule, interest of territory, cares of state, Lear is disdained and mistreated by these daughters. For he has become a helpless old man who cannot make good the threat that I'll resume the shape which thou dost think I have cast off forever. There have been, in the past, societies which granted their elderly power, honor, respect. And moralists, through the centuries, have eulogized the nobility of old age. But frequently heard is a subtext which describes the coming of age as powerless, pleasureless, lonely, and full of bitterness. And Homer has Aphrodite declaim, in no uncertain terms, that even the gods themselves despise old age. Our modern perception of age is that the elderly are a burden. That they're people who take and have nothing left to give. That their wisdom isn't especially wise, and can't show us how to live. That their conversations are mired in boring irrelevancies. Often the old evoke what Ronald Blythe calls a mounting distaste, and a spiritual and physical drawing back. And to further attack their self-image is the profound, underlying problem. An expert tells us, that the old are not loved. Unloved and condescended to and not listened to and viewed as a separate species, the old are set apart and often ignored. For we live in a society where youthfulness is worshipped and the old are, not so secretly, abhorred. And as we grow old and society counts us out of the game of life, it can teach us to share in its rejecting perceptions. It can teach us, unless we beware, to abhor ourselves. Without optimism and energy to resist society's view, we too may think at 65 that we're done, that at this point in our history the best is behind and the worst is yet to come, that we are trapped in this absurdity, this caricature, decrepit age that has been tied to me, as to a dog's tail. It is a vision of age which we can acquire long before we're 65. Indeed, I used to share the view that growing old could only bring me losses. I once thought the best role in life was pretty young thing. I thought that time must lead me from sunshine to darkness. I never wanted any season but spring. I still find it hard to imagine that if I stay around long enough I will be an old woman. But that no longer seems like all bad news to me. For the people I've talked with and read about, some public, some private people, have shown me how rich a human life can be. At the end of our 60s. And into our 80s. And even past 90. My friend Irene is the youngest of these, she is only 68, and she tells me it isn't too late to take up tennis. But then nothing is ever too late for Irene, who recently began to write a novel. And a few years ago embarked on singing lessons. And prior to that took science courses at Harvard. And still dreams of learning to paint, play a musical instrument, pay a visit to Iceland and tap dance. My problem, says Irene, is that I'm greedy, I want to do everything. I sometimes think that maybe she already has. She has picketed all her life on behalf of causes that she has hoped would make the world better. She has raised a family, been married for 43 years. She has read more books and gone to more movies and plays and poetry readings than any 10 women. She is a traveler and a feminist and a bike rider and a poet and a staunch and loving friend to women and men of every conceivable age and experience. She is also thoroughly, unabashedly sexual. Now that you're older, I once asked Irene, don't you miss the men who used to look at you so lustfully? She stared at me for a moment, then responded indignantly with used to? What are you saying, used to? But doesn't she get a lump in her throat when she sees a pair of young lovers and knows that she'll never have again? Doesn't she ever wish she could still bear a child? The answer is yes, she sometimes does, but most of the time I feel full, I don't feel deprived. And although she is too realistic these days to indulge herself in wild, romantic daydreams, she feels no sharp sense of loss because reality, she says, has wonders in it. And then there's the English professor, who is 80ish and retired and living alone, and whose pleasures involve friends, books, good meals at the faculty club, and who calls herself, in a cheerful letter to a former student, a lucky old gal. In the midst of her shrewd observations about her readings and her companions, she has this to say about her time of life. Don't ever let anyone tell you that age is all loss. It's damn lonely at times, a bit loveless, too. But the perspective upon a long personal past with experience to season and focus that perspective, that is a positive and unique gift of being old. The gifts of youth, however, can remain with us in age. And we can continue to learn and to create. For as Longfellow's poem Morituri Salutamus nicely reminds us, nothing is too late till the tired heart shall cease to palpitate. He then goes on to cite some stirring examples. Cato learned Greek at 80, Sophocles wrote his grand Oedipus, and Simonides bore off the prize of verse from his compeers, when each had numbered more than 80 years. Chaucer, at Woodstock with the nightingales, at 60 wrote the Canterbury Tales. Goethe at Weimar, toiling to the last, completed Faust when 80 years were past. There are other elderly people, some still living, some now dead, who offer up bountiful visions of tomorrow, affirming, amid their losses and limits and multiplying infirmities, that existence is good. Hear the miner's mother, at 82 still scrubbing the doorstep and tending her son, who says, "Life is so very sweet. I still find it sweet." Hear the artist Goya, whose drawing of an old man, painted at 80 with desperately failing eyesight, bore the triumphant inscription "I am still learning." Hear the Montessori teacher, vivacious, amused, alert, who says, "I'm nearly 91 and I'm arthritic from the top of my head to my toes, but I see well, so I read. Thankfully, I read. Oh, books, how I love you." Hear the student, age 72, who is busy getting his PhD in psychology and who says, "I have more projects than I can do in the next 50 years. I don't have time to die." Hear the writer Colette who, though she spent her last years in pain on her divan bed, set out, and lived out, these plans for her 7th decade. "I am planning to live a little longer, to go on suffering in an honorable fashion, which is to say without noisy protest and without rancor, to laugh all to myself about things in secret, and also to laugh openly when I have reason to, and to love whoever loves me." And hear Lady Thelma, 90, who awakens every morning full of plans and who says that, although she's terrifically old, there are still things that I have to do, a lot more things. Are you listening up there? I must mention one more woman, a memorable woman, a psychoanalyst and teacher, a lover of movies and books and museums and good laughs, who kept throughout her life that very sweetest of all hungers, her curiosity, and whose overriding interest in life was people. The feeling was mutual. Indeed, on her 80th birthday, an 80th birthday committee was formed to accommodate all who wished to honor her day, and it took 5 separate parties, as it might for some queen of the Orient, to celebrate. But she never queened it over anyone, she was always the active listener, perched at the edge of her chair with encouraging ahs, and in her wise and benign and utterly unsentimental presence people grew bigger. "She didn't praise my work, she helped me tell myself I'd done well," said one of her students. And a former patient recalled that instead of being my comforting mother, she tried to teach me how to mother myself. A friend of hers, attempting to describe the special magic that I and others instantly sensed in her presence, explained, "She always made you feel that you were being given something. No one ever left her empty-handed." I met her only once, a small, fragile lady, attending a lecture in a wheelchair. She was struggling to breathe, and vividly alive. Within the brief time that we talked, I fell under her spell, I fell in love, I needed to know her. And I thought, I'll drive to her house tomorrow and leave a rose at her door, and maybe she'll like that, maybe she'll let me know her. She died before I had a chance to know her. But among the many legacies this lady left behind is a dream she told to a friend, who shared it with me. And much like poetry, it captures her essence in a few compelling images. In the dream she sits at a table. She is dining with some friends. She is eating with pleasure, from her plate and theirs. But before she has finished her dinner, a waiter starts clearing the dishes away. She protestingly raises her hand. She wants to stop him. But then she reconsiders. And she slowly drops her hand. She'll let him clear, she will not tell him no. Her meal isn't finished, the food still tastes good and she'd certainly like to have more. But she's had enough, and she's ready to let the rest go. This is the dream of a woman wholly in life until she died, the dream I would like to dream at the end of my days. This is a dream that tells me life can gently be set aside when it's lived to the full, not only in spring but in winter. There is not, however, one right way of living old age to the full. People age well in many different modes. And sometimes quite opposite roads can lead to what sociologists call high life satisfaction. Good aging is seen, for instance, among the so-called reorganizers, who continue to fight the shrinkage of their world, maintaining a highly active life by replacing, with new relationships and new projects, whatever it is that the coming of age has taken from them. But good aging can also be seen among the so-called focused types, who display only medium levels of activity, replacing a broader spectrum of involvements and concerns with one or two special interests such as gardening or homemaking or grandchildren. And good aging can also be seen among the so-called disengaged, inner-directed but certainly not self-absorbed, who accept and adapt to their shrinking world and who find great satisfaction in contemplative, withdrawn, low-activity lives. There are those whose good old age consists of gazing with serenity at the troubled, imperfect world which they inhabit, in contrast to, say, the Grey Panthers, who are enjoying their old age by fighting for social initiative, for freedom, justice, and peace for all persons everywhere. There also are those who pride themselves on maintaining their manners and morals in the face of some of age's crudest blows, and those who in their last decades give up the poses and deceptions of a lifetime. Old age can be active or disengaged, feisty or serene, a keeping up of our front or a dropping of masks, a consolidation of what we know and what we've done before, or a new, even unconventional, exploration. Consider, for instance, Jenny Joseph's warning. When I am an old woman I shall wear purple. With a red hat which doesn't go, and doesn't suit me. And I shall spend my pension on brandy and summer gloves. And satin sandals, and say we've no money for butter. I shall sit down on the pavement when I'm tired. And gobble up samples in shops and press alarm bells. And run my stick along the public railings. And make up for the sobriety of my youth. I shall go out in my slippers in the rain. And pick the flowers in other people's gardens. And learn to spit. Less rebellious old ladies may prefer to rock in their rocking chairs. That too, of course, can make for a good old age. It is easier to grow old if we are neither bored nor boring, if we have people and projects we care about, if we are open and flexible and mature enough to submit, when we need to submit, to immutable losses. The process, begun in infancy, of loving and letting go can help prepare us for these final losses. But stripped, as age does strip us, of some of what we love in ourselves, we may find that a good old age demands a capacity for what is called ego transcendence. A capacity to feel pleasure in the pleasures of other people. A capacity for concern about events not directly related to our self-interest. A capacity to invest ourselves, though we won't be around to see it, in tomorrow's world. Ego transcendence allows us, while perceiving ourselves as finite, to connect to the future through people or through ideas, surpassing our personal limits by means of some legacy we can leave to the next generation. As grandparents, teachers, mentors, social reformers, collectors of art, or creators of art, we can touch those who will be there when we are gone. This endeavor to leave a trace, intellectual, spiritual, material, even physical, is a constructive way of dealing with the grief we are feeling over the loss of ourself. An investment in the future through the leaving of a legacy can help enhance the quality of old age. But so does a stronger emphasis on the pleasures of the moment and a capacity to live in the here and now. In a good growing old we can stop obsessing about time running out and learn to fully inhabit the time we are in, acquiring what Butler calls a sense of presentness or elementality, and what Fisher calls that reward of age when the sound of a child's laugh, or the catch of sunlight on a flower petal is as poignant as ever was a girl's voice to an adolescent ear, or the tap of a golf ball into its cup to a balding banker's. When the present and future have value to us, old age can be enhanced. But of course the past is of vast importance too. Through memory we can be sustained by the great sights of our own history, by a vanished geography we can always walk through. We also can engage in what Butler terms the life review, a taking stock, a summing up, a final integration of our past. In examining the past we are engaged in the central task which Erikson assigns to the eighth age of man. And if this examination is not to lead to disgust and despair but to integrity, we will have to accept our one and only life cycle, call it our own end, imperfections and all, find meaning and value in it. We will have to accept, says Erikson, the fact that one's life is one's own responsibility. Old age is our responsibility too. Indeed, it has been argued that healthy enough older people should not be exempt from the judgments of the world, and that if they are boring, garrulous, self-centered, vapid, querulous, or obsessed with the state of their belly and their bowels, we sometimes ought to say to them, shape up, or as Ronald Blythe rather coolly puts it, how can you expect us to be interested in this minimal you, with your mean days and little grumbles? Butler adds that the old should not be treated as if age made them moral eunuchs. He says that they still can do harm, and still atone. He says that the old remain capable of cruelty and greed and assorted misdeeds and that it denigrates their humanness to exempt them from responsibility and guilt. He also says that the old have made, and continue to make, their own contribution to their own fate. These contributions to the specific character of an old age may begin in childhood. For in our daily experience we see evidence of the elderly becoming ever more clearly what they have been. And the way we too may age, be it self-pityingly or bitterly or gallantly, has been in large measure prepared for earlier on. All of us have met those types whom Fisher calls bright souls, merry, lively, serene both in youth and old age. But because the greatest stresses of life are likely to occur in our later years, and because disturbing traits are very likely to be accentuated by stress, the mean may get meaner, the fearful may get more afraid and the apathetic may sink into near paralysis. Many students of aging agree that the core of our personality tends to remain rather constant through our life, concluding that we are, in old age, the person we've always been, except maybe more so. In a study of personality and patterns of aging, the authors found that, confronted with a wide range of social and biological changes, the aging person continues to exercise choice and to select from the environment in accordance with his own long-established needs. He ages according to a pattern that has a long history and that maintains itself, with adaptation, to the end of life. There is considerable evidence that, in normal men and women, there is no sharp discontinuity of personality with age, but instead an increasing consistency. Those characteristics that have been central to the personality seem to become even more clearly delineated. But although our present is shaped by our past, personality changes are possible, even unto the 7th, 8th, 9th decade. We are never a finished product, we refine and we rearrange and we revise. Normal development doesn't end, and over the course of our life, important new tasks, or crises, will arise. We can change in old age because every stage of our life, including our last one, affords new opportunities for change. All is uncharted and uncertain, writes octogenarian Florida Scott Maxwell, we seem to lead the way into the unknown. It can feel as though all our lives we have been caught in absurdly small personalities and circumstances and beliefs. Our accustomed shell cracks here, cracks there, and that tiresomely rigid person we supposed to be ourselves stretches, expands. Among the great expanders of our time is the world-famous baby Dr. Benjamin Spock, a vigorous octogenarian who has traveled quite away from his conservative WASP New England Republican origins. Furthermore, although he probably ceased to believe early on that Calvin Coolidge was our greatest president, all of Spock's astonishing life changes have taken place in his 60s and 70s. For during those years the highly respected author of Baby and Child Care, a book whose sales figures are currently over 30 million and whose reassuring good sense had won him the affection and gratitude of mothers all over the world, put his reputation, repose, comfort, and income on the line because his conscience told him that he had to. Morally outraged by the Vietnam War, Spock became increasingly involved in the anti-war movement of the 1960s, marching in demonstrations, being arrested for civil disobedience and, in 1968, indicted, tried and convicted for conspiracy to aid and abet draft resistance. Subsequently, however, a higher court not only overturned the conviction but directed an order of acquittal. The consequences of his political activism, Spock tells me, were sometimes painful, for many of those who had formerly been so admiring reviled him as a commie, a traitor and worse. But once he became convinced of the moral correctness of his position, there was no turning back, he explains, because you can't say to people, well, I think I've done enough, or I'm getting scared, or I might lose some sales on baby and child care. Not turning back, Spock ran for president on the People's Party ticket in 1972, and for vice president in 1976. He also became a feminist, his consciousness raised by critics like Gloria Steinem, who admonished him for being a major oppressor of women, in the same category as Sigmund Freud. Spock jokes that I tried to get what satisfaction I could from being linked that closely with Sigmund Freud, but he took her and other criticisms of his sexism to heart and is now a staunch defender of women's rights. Another major change in the 1970s was ending his marriage to his wife, Jane, a marriage which had lasted for almost half a century. And yet, when I ask Spock if he ever feels guilty about leaving his wife, he answers without hesitation that he does not, explaining that the divorce had been preceded by 5 years of therapy in an effort to resolve their marital differences. I'm a fantastically guilt-ridden person, a person who feels guilty about everything, Spock says. But it was precisely because of his gift for guilt that he was compelled to try particularly hard and long, too long, he now believes, to repair the marriage. Like his political activism, his decision to divorce was well thought out, intellectual, not emotional, and once made, not subject to second thoughts and agonizing. Divorcing Jane, he felt then and he feels now, was the right thing. In 1976 Benjamin Spock took a new wife, a feisty woman, 40 years younger than he, named Mary Morgan, who introduced him to his first body massage and his first jacuzzi and his first, initially very difficult, experience as stepfather to a teenaged girl. Spock says he fell for Mary because she was energetic, vivacious, determined, and beautiful, and I liked her enthusiasm for me, I ate it up. With her heavy Arkansas drawl, she calls him Ben, sassy ways, and insistent physicality, she isn't much like the 65-year-old lady with the Vassar in her voice whom, he suspects, his sons expected him to marry. But Mary is, in addition to cuddly, a shrewd, highly competent woman who now arranges the details of Spock's professional life, who worries about him and takes care of him, and who gives him the adoration he adores. The differences between them are the normal tensions of marriage, they aren't due, Spock says, to the difference in age. And in response to my question he describes himself, judiciously, as a happily married man, with reservations. The Spock's life part of the time in Arkansas and part of the time on 2 sailboats, one in the Virgin Islands, one in Maine, with Spock continuing to speak out on political issues and to engage in an occasional act of civil disobedience, while writing a column on child care for Redbook magazine. In addition, he is currently receiving individual therapy, couples therapy, and group therapy because, he ruefully tells me, 2 wives, 2 sons and several therapists have informed him over the years that he is a man who is out of touch with his feelings. Meanwhile, however, he doesn't seem all that worried about it. Indeed, he seems like a man who is feeling pretty damn good about himself. He says that there is a photograph taken of him at age 1 which may help explain why. In this photo he is sitting in a little boy-sized chair, elegantly turned out in a hat, a dress, a fancy coat with scalloped collar, neat white socks and sparkling Mary Jane shoes. His feet don't quite touch the ground but his hands are firmly planted on the arms of his chair. And on his handsome and amiable face is a smile of confident expectation, the smile of a child who knows, Spock says, that the world is his oyster. It is clear that he still believes that the world is his oyster. And why not? He has come to his 80s with his intelligence, passions, health, and good looks intact. In any room he enters he is more than likely to be the most noticeable, 6 feet 4 and slim, with perfect posture, the most charming, great hugger, great kisser, great storyteller, the most cheerful, twinkling blue eyes, ready laughter, and the most sheerly attractive person present. He is an ardent sailor, an enthusiastic early morning rower, an accomplished late into the night dancer. He is also, he says, the beneficiary of good genes. I think that the fact that I'm spry at 80 is partly that my mother lived to be 93, and of a lifelong optimism which derives from the fact that his mother, harsh and critical though she could be, gave me a feeling of being very well loved. Spock describes himself as a man who has grown younger in spirit as the decades have gone on, as well as less judgmental, less hard-driving, less reserved and far more demonstrative. He says, I can recognize that I'm old, and I'm not embarrassed that I'm old, but I never do, feel old. He concedes, however, that he can't expect to have the same perkiness and vigor at 90 that I've managed to maintain at 80. You're got to begin sliding sooner or later. His concern when the slide starts, he says, is to not be pathetic, is to remain dignified, and he is kidding but also not kidding, to be particularly careful to look at my suits to make sure there's no spots on them, and to be particularly concerned when I come out of the bathroom in public that I've zipped up my zipper. As for death, he says it doesn't worry him, probably, he adds with a grin, because I'm not in touch with my feelings. But, he hastens to promise, he'll keep trying to get in touch with them. I'm going to keep trying, right up until the end. Our earlier life history is important in determining our capacity to change and grow in old age. But age itself may also call forth new strengths and new capabilities that weren't available at previous stages. There may be more wisdom, more freedom, more perspective, and more toughness. There may be more candor with others, more self-honesty. There also may be a shift in the way we perceive the hard times in our life, a shift from tragedy to irony. By tragedy I mean a perception that leaves no room for other possibilities. Tragedy is all-encompassing and all black. There is no yesterday. There is no tomorrow. There is no hope. There is no consolation. There is only absolutely rotten, totally irreparable now. Irony sees the same event written a little smaller. Its blackness doesn't fill the entire screen. Irony offers a context in which we are able to tell ourselves that things could be worse. It also offers a context in which we even might imagine that things could get better. This shift in perception from tragedy to irony may be the special gift of our late years, helping us to deal with our accumulating losses and sometimes also helping us to grow. With flexibility and perhaps a touch of irony, we can continue to change and grow in old age. But we also can change and grow in old age, though Sigmund Freud said otherwise, through psychoanalysis and psychotherapy. Certainly psychotherapy can ease the emotional problems that the coming of age may initiate or intensify: anxiety, hypochondria, paranoia and, most prevalent, depression. But in addition to the relief that psychotherapy can provide, psychological work with the old can effect sweeping change, bringing vital transformations through a process Pollock calls mourning liberation. He writes, "The basic insight is that parts of self that once were, or that one hoped might be, are no longer possible. With the working out of the mourning for a changed self, lost others, unfulfilled hopes and aspirations, as well as feelings about other reality losses and changes, there is an increasing ability to face reality as it is and as it can be. Liberation from the past and the unattainable occurs. New sublimations, interests, and activities appear. There can be new relationships. Past truly can become past, distinguished from present and future. Affects of serenity, joy, pleasure, and excitement come into being." Psychoanalysts report that psychoanalysis with the elderly has helped their patients retrieve their sense of self-worth, has helped them to forgive others, and themselves, has helped them find new adaptations when old age has rendered their past adaptations unworkable, has even helped a woman in her mid-70s to become orgastic for the first time. In this same report we encounter a woman who, 60 years after the fact, was able to get over the anger she felt at the death of her mother, becoming free thereafter to write, to stabilize her marriage and to accept the prospect of her own mortality. We also encounter a man who, ending a 6-year analysis at age 65, experienced a vital new sense of aliveness. And although he died at age 70, he felt that in his final 11 years he was happier than he had ever been in his life. "Why?" a 76-year-old woman was asked, "are you seeking therapy at your age?" Reflecting both her losses and hopes, she answered, "Unforgettably, doctor, all I've got left is my future." Some of the old sit waiting, Blythe tells us, for meals on wheels or death, whichever comes first. Some of the old, like my friend the 72-year-old PhD candidate, have so many projects they'll never have time to die. Some speak of death, some think of death, some suffer enough to long for death, and others will deny and deny and deny, successfully persuading themselves that death will make an exception in their case. But there seems to be no evidence that the old are especially haunted by fears of death. Indeed, they may be less frightened of it than the young. Furthermore, the conditions of their dying, it often is said, are of greater concern to them than is death itself. Nevertheless, it is true, as Sophocles poignantly observes in a play he wrote at the age of 89, that though he has watched a decent age pass by, a man will sometimes still desire the world. And it also is true that in dying and death, whatever the dying is like, whatever the death means, we come face to face with the ultimate separation. 19. The ABCs of dying. A person spends years coming into his own, developing his talent, his unique gifts, perfecting his discriminations about the world, broadening and sharpening his appetite, learning to bear the disappointments of life, becoming mature, seasoned, finally a unique creature in nature, standing with some dignity and nobility and transcending the animal condition, no longer driven, no longer a complete reflex, not stamped out of any mold. And then the real tragedy, that it takes 60 years of incredible suffering and effort to make such an individual, and then he is good only for dying. Ernest Becker. When I was a little girl I used to close my eyes at night and imagine the world going on and on forever. I'd imagine, with absolute terror, the world going on and on forever, and me not there. Freud writes that we are incapable of imagining our own death, but I am here to tell you that's not true. Please God, I used to pray, I know you can't take death away. But couldn't you just arrange for me to stop thinking about it? Whether or not fear of death is, in fact, a universal fear, it is surely a feeling that most of us cannot abide. Consciously or unconsciously, we push death thoughts away. We live a life in which death is denied. This doesn't mean we deny the fact that all men and women, including ourselves, are mortal. Nor does this mean we avoid the articles, seminars, TV programs which feature the now chic subject of dying and death. What it means is that, despite all the talk, we go about our lives with the fact of our finitude held at emotional bay. Denial of death means never allowing ourselves to confront the anxiety summoned by visions of this last separation. You may be asking, what's so bad about that? For how can we live as fully conscious animals, the only creatures on earth that know they will die? How can we, in the chilling words of Ernest Becker's great book The Denial of Death, endure the awareness that we are food for worms? Our denial of death makes it easier to walk through our days and our nights unmindful of the abyss beneath our feet. But denial of death will also, as Freud and others convincingly argue, impoverish our lives. Because we consume too much psychological energy fending off our thoughts, and fears, of death. Because we replace death fears with other anxieties. Because death is so interwoven with life that we close off parts of life when we shun thoughts of death. And because the emotional knowledge that we surely will die someday can heighten and fine-tune our sense of the present moment. Death is the mother of beauty, writes the poet Wallace Stevens. Life without death is meaningless, a picture without a frame, says the black hole's physicist John A. Wheeler. And if one is not able to die, is he really able to live, asks the famed theologian Paul Tillich. And novelist Muriel Spark, in her Disturbing the Peace book on death, Memento Mori, has one of her characters speak the following lines. If I had my life over again, I should form the habit of nightly composing myself to thoughts of death. I would practice, as it were, the remembrance of death. There is no other practice which so intensifies life. Death should be part of the full expectancy of life. Without an ever-present sense of death, life is insipid. You might as well live on the whites of eggs. In the spring of 1970, within 6 shocking weeks, my good friend's teenage daughter died of an embolism, my husband's best friend died of cancer at age 39, and my mother's heart failed just short of her 63rd birthday. I lost my fear of flying that spring. I'll fly on anything now, for I had become reacquainted with mortality, and I recognized that even if I stayed grounded all of my life, I still would die. And as Jodi's death and Gersha's death and my mother's death and the death that would someday be mine suffused me with anxiety and confusion, what I wanted was someone to teach me what to do with it all. To teach me how to know death and go on with life. To teach me how to love life and not fear death. To teach me, before it was time for me to take the final exam, the ABC of dying. For awareness of our mortality may heighten our love of life without making death, our personal death, acceptable. Looking death straight in the eye, we may hate it a lot. And although our sense of finitude may be the mother of beauty, the frame of the picture and even the yolk of the egg, it may make a mockery of our works and our days. By assaulting our feelings of personal significance. By rendering all of our enterprises meaningless. By tainting our deepest and dearest attachments with transience. By taunting us with the question, why were we born if it wasn't forever? By taunting us with the question, why is there death? Some philosophers tell us that there can be no birth without death, that procreation must preclude immortality, that the earth could not sustain both reproduction and eternally living beings, that we need to clear out and make room for the new generations. Some theologians tell us that Adam and Eve could only be capable of seeing, and of choosing between, good and evil by eating of the forbidden fruit, and thus giving up immortality for knowledge, for moral choice, for becoming human. Ecclesiastes tells us that to everything there is a season, including a time to be born, and a time to die. And, pursuing a rather less speculative response to the question why death? Some scientists have theorized that our cells have a maximum lifespan, that human beings are genetically programmed to die. There are various other responses, but to those who find death unacceptable, all justifications are unacceptable too. They view death as an evil, as a curse laid on their lives. And some of them, rejecting the scientists' view, maintain that death is not natural but an ill that will eventually be cured. Indeed, there are people who actually do arrange with cryonics companies to be deep frozen at death and later thawed, while others are persuaded that through megadoses of nutrients they can extend their lives, perhaps to eternity. It is possible that some of those striving for physical immortality are spurred by their love of life and their vast faith in science. But I suspect that most of them are spurred by their vast terror, their terror of death. Indeed, it is hard for most of us to contemplate our death without being scared of it. We are scared of annihilation and of non-being. We are scared of going into the unknown. We are scared of an afterlife where we may have to pay for our sins. We are scared of being helplessly alone. There are many, it is said, who fear the agonies of a last illness, whose fear is of dying, not of being dead. But it also has been said that we carry within us, all of our life, a dread of abandonment. Our earliest separations, it is argued, have given us all our first, bitter foretaste of death. And our later encounters with death down the road or with death knocking at our door, revive the terrors of those first separations. There is no more rending account of one man's anguished confrontation with his mortality than Leo Tolstoy's The Death of Ivan Ilyich, where an ailing man comes to realize that something terrible, new, and more important than anything before in his life was taking place. He comes to realize that he is dying. My God! My God! I'm dying, it may happen this moment. There was light and now there is darkness. I was here and now I'm going there. There will be nothing. Can this be dying? No, I don't want to. A chill comes over Ivan Ilyich, his hands tremble, his breathing ceases and he feels only the throbbing of his heart. Choked with anger and misery, he thinks, it is impossible that all men have been doomed to suffer this awful horror. More specifically, he thinks that it is impossible for him to suffer this horror. The syllogism he had learnt from Kieswetter's logic, Chaos is a man, men are mortal, therefore chaos is mortal, had always seemed to him correct as applied to chaos, but certainly not as applied to himself. That chaos, man in the abstract, was mortal, was perfectly correct, but he was not chaos, not an abstract man, but a creature quite separate from all others. He had been little Vanya, with a mama and a papa, and with all the joys, griefs and delights of childhood, boyhood, and youth. What did Chaos know of the smell of that striped leather ball Vanya had been so fond of? Had Chaos kissed his mother's hand like that, and did the silk of her dress rustle so for Chaos? Had Chaos been in love like that? Could Chaos preside at a session as he did? Chaos really was mortal, and it was right for him to die, but for me, little Vanya, Ivan Ilyich, with all my thoughts and emotions, it's altogether a different matter. Although Ivan Ilyich says, it cannot be that I ought to die. That would be too terrible, he also understands that death is near. It arrives in the midst of his working day, to stand before him and look at him. He is petrified. It joins him in his study, where he is alone with it, face to face with it. He shudders with fear. He ponders the question why, and for what purpose, is there all this horror? Agony, death, he asks himself. What for? Ivan Ilych's family and friends cannot relieve his anguished aloneness, for none of them speak, or will let him speak, of his dying. Indeed, they not only avoid all mention of this gruesome subject, they pretend to his face that he isn't dying at all. This deception tortured him, their not wishing to admit what they all knew and what he knew, but wanting to lie to him concerning his terrible condition, and wishing and forcing him to participate in that lie. Those lies enacted over him on the eve of his death and destined to degrade this awful, solemn act, were a terrible agony for Ivan Ilyich. And strangely enough, many times, he had been within a hairbreadth of calling out to them, "Stop lying. You know and I know that I am dying. Then at least stop lying about it." Such taboos against speaking of death, such lies and deceptions surrounding death, have been vigorously challenged in recent years, with books like Elizabeth Kubler-Ross's highly influential on death and dying urging us to open up a dialogue with those who are terminally ill. Psychiatrist Kubler-Ross describes the enormous relief provided to dying patients when they are invited to share their fears and their needs. And she argues that such dialogues can ease their journey toward death, a journey she sees divided into 5 stages. Denial, she says, is the first response to the news of a fatal illness. There must be some mistake. This cannot be. Anger, at the doctors, at fate, and envy, of the undying, come next. The classic question here is, why me? Bargaining is the third response, an attempt to postpone the inevitable, promises made in exchange for a longer run, though the woman who swears she'll be willing to die if she can just live long enough to see her son married, may then renege on the bargain with, "Now don't forget I have another son." Depression, the fourth of these stages, is a sorrowing over past losses and a sorrowing over the great loss yet to come. And the need of the dying engaged in a preparatory mourning of their own death is for someone to sit with their sadness and let them be sad. Acceptance, the final stage, should not be mistaken, says Kubler-Ross, for a happy phase. It is almost void of feelings. It seems to be, she says, a time when the struggle is done. She concludes that when the dying have been given some assistance in working their way through all of the previous stages, they will no longer be depressed or scared or envious or angry or unreconciled, but will contemplate their coming end with a certain degree of quiet expectation. Does everyone pass, should everyone pass, through these 5 stages of dying? Critics of Kubler-Ross say no, and no. Not everyone wants to look at his death. Some people do best if they cling, till the end, to denial. Some people, raging and raging against the dying of the light, will go out the way Dylan Thomas said we should go, and what he said was, "Do not go gentle." Nor do all of those who arrive at an acceptance of their death arrive there via the stages that she describes. And some critics fear that a right way to die, a Kubler-Ross right way to die, may be mindlessly imposed upon the dying. Dr. Edwin Schneidman, who has also worked extensively with the dying, writes that my own experiences have led me to radically different conclusions from those of Kubler-Ross. He continues, "I reject the notion that human beings, as they die, are somehow marched in lockstep through a series of stages of the dying process. On the contrary, the emotional states, the psychological mechanisms of defense, the needs and drives, are as variegated in the dying as they are in the non-dying. They include such reactions as stoicism, rage, guilt, terror, cringing, fear, surrender, heroism, dependency, ennui, need for control, fight for autonomy and dignity, and denial." He also, challenging Kubler-Ross's view that acceptance occurs in the last stage of dying, argues that this is not necessarily so. He writes that there is no natural law, that an individual has to achieve a state of psychoanalytic grace or any other kind of closure before death sets its seal. The cold fact is that most people die too soon or too late, with loose threads and fragments of life's agenda uncompleted. But however correct the criticism of Kubler-Ross's 5 stages, her critics seem to agree with her central theme, that only by drawing close to the dying, only by not fleeing death, can we discover what each Ivan Ilyich needs. That need may be for silence, for talk, for the freedom to weep or rage, for the touching of hands and wordless communication. That need may be, and often is, to be allowed to be a baby again. We can make ourselves available to be used as they wish to use us, but we cannot teach the dying how to die. If we are there, however, and if we are paying careful attention, they will teach us. In 1984, I watched 3 women I loved very dearly die of cancer. All of them in their 50s, all of them vitally in life, they, all of them in cruel prematurity, died. One faced her fate straight on, she knew she was dying, she talked about death, she calmly accepted it. One, knowing death was near and wishing to choose her moment of dying, hoarded her pills and committed suicide. And one, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed interloper I'd known since birth, my sister Lois, fought against her death, until the moment she closed her eyes, with awesome ferocity. Lois, the great rival of my childhood, the tag-along pest I had come so deeply to love, has died of cancer in the autumn of this awful year, just as I sit down to write this chapter. She died in her bed at home, and, watching her during those last hours, I believe that she died free of pain and free of fear. But as long as she was conscious, she maintained her defiance of death, she was out to beat it. For although Lois knew very well indeed that she had a fatal illness, she didn't intend to let it push her around. So she wrote her will, settled her affairs, held some discussions with her husband and children, and then, having thoroughly dealt with the administrative details, she turned from death and concentrated on life. Furthermore, she concentrated not on mere survival but on enjoying whatever there was to be enjoyed, refusing to let the limits imposed by her steadily failing body intrude upon her pleasures or her relationships. When tennis, her great passion, was no longer possible, she bit her lip and put her racket away, directing her athlete's body toward more sedentary activities, becoming a vigorous knitter, reader, writer. In the last few months of her illness, with her energies further depleted, her weight at 95 pounds, her eyesight dim, she planned new adaptations. Could she, perhaps, learn a foreign language on cassettes? In the last week of her life she sent me her recipe for Chinese spicy noodles, a dried noodle in the envelope, to make sure that I purchased the right kind, and through the blur of her heavy-duty painkillers still remembered to ask about my health. She never became obsessed with herself, even in that last week, obsessed with her sickness, her suffering, her fate. And she never, until the coma of her final day of life, broke her connections with the people she loved. Nor did she say goodbye, because she wasn't planning to leave, she was planning, or at least trying her damnedest, to live. Some of us do survive, she once told me, and why not focus on hope instead of despair? And for most of the hard 4 years during which she battled her spreading cancer, she focused on hope. Now make no mistake, my sister was neither a martyr nor a saint. She had her times of terror and despair, times when she couldn't do anything because her body was racked with nausea and pain, times when she bitched and wept and moaned and asked, only part in jest, what did I do? What did I do to deserve this? But most of the time she didn't cry, and she didn't brood about dying. She was fighting to live, and she was fighting to win. She believed until the end that if a person really tried, the human spirit could triumph over biology. And although she didn't beat death, we watched her play, she really did play, a championship game. There are people like Lois at every age and with all kinds of fatal ailments who hang on to hope, who fight to stay alive, trusting in will, in spirit, in remissions, in brand new miracle drugs or, in miracles. Don't they know they can't make it, we may wonder, having heard the grim statistics. But they have heard them too, and what they do is tell us, and themselves, I'm not a statistic. In videotapes about a 39-year-old doctor painfully dying of cancer, he, and his wife and a brother and doctors and clergymen, describe his harrowing struggle to stay alive. In his final weeks, refusing to quit, he insisted on being fed through a vein in his neck, and as the pains worsened he grew so dependent upon narcotic drugs that he underwent, observers agreed, a personality change. Some doctors have said that by his insistence on taking command of his case, This man prolonged his life unnecessarily. But just before he died, when asked by his wife if his fight for survival had been worth it, he answered with an unequivocal yes. My friend Ruth did it differently. Knowing the game was lost, knowing that only pain and death lay ahead, she arranged a last, perfect evening for her and her loving, beloved husband, and then, when he left for work the next day, took an overdose. With her artist's aesthetic sense and her lifelong need to maintain control, Ruth wouldn't permit the cancer to have its way with her, to ravage her further. She was a beautiful woman, to impose further suffering. She had suffered enormously, to strip her, as she feared she'd be stripped, of herself. In all the endeavors of her hard and sometimes tragic life, Ruth had been feisty and brave. She had been a fighter. Red hair streaming and green eyes ablaze, she had stood up against brutal losses. Arid prevailed. But faced with this illness after the last chemotherapy treatments had failed and she'd been sent home to wait for a difficult death, she preferred to select the time and place of the meeting. And although I know that suicide may be viewed as a crime or a sin, or cowardly, or weak, or pathological, I believe that Ruthie's suicide, the suicide of my sorrowing, suffering friend, was an act of courage and consummate rationality. Perhaps Ruth's suicide is what psychoanalyst K.R. Eisler has called a revolt against death, a way that the condemned cheats the executioner. But it also is a suicide which strikes me as healthy, not sick, as right, not wrong. Let me hasten to declare that I believe that most suicides are, indeed, pathological, and that most of the would-be suicides need to be helped to live, not permitted to die. I also believe, however, that under certain special conditions, self-murder can be a sane and legitimate option, the best response available to the horrors of terminal illness, or to the dependencies and deteriorations of age. But whatever we think of such suicides, people are committing them. In 1982, for instance, for every 100,000 men the suicide rates were 28.3 for ages 65 to 69, 43.7 for ages 75 to 79 and 50.2 for 85 plus. In these, and indeed in every age category, the suicide rates per 100,000 women were lower, sometimes astoundingly lower, 7.3 for ages 65 to 69, 6.3 for ages 75 to 79 and 3.9 for 85 plus. Sometimes very old couples, their competencies failing, may make the poignant decision to die together rather than be separated or rendered helpless by their growing infirmities. Thus Cecil and Julia Saunders, ages 85 and 81 respectively, ate hot dogs and beans for lunch, drove their Chevy to a quiet place, rolled up the windows, put cotton in their ears, after which Cecil fired twice into his waiting wife's heart, then aimed the gun at his own heart and fired. The suicide note which they left was addressed to their children. This we know will be a terrible shock and embarrassment. But as we see it, it is one solution to the problem of growing old. We greatly appreciate your willingness to try to take care of us. After being married for 60 years, it only makes sense for us to leave this world together because we loved each other so much. Don't grieve, because we had a very good life and saw our 2 children turn out to be such fine persons. Love mother and father. As for the terminally ill, there is a growing interest in self-arranged termination. The wish to not suffer, to stay in charge, to be remembered by loved ones the way they were motivates some to choose the hour of their death. And while our instincts may prompt us to hasten to reach out a rescuing hand and cry, "Don't do it," while we are aware that many who wish to die today may want to live if they'll but wait a week, while we are concerned with the often traumatic effects on the family of a suicide, we also, like one writer, must ponder, who knows how he may be tempted. It is his case, it may be thine. Now certainly there are people who would never opt for suicide but who nonetheless greet death with open arms, who look upon their death as a release, as a relief, as deliverance, surcease. Death is not their enemy. Death becomes a friend. It offers the chance to lay their burden down, whether the burden they yearn to lay down is the agony of a last illness, the helplessness, uselessness, loneliness of old age, the sufferings, at any age, attendant upon an unendurable loss, or the struggle of trying to live in a world which assails us, as Mark Twain writes, with care, grief, and perplexity. The reason, Twain explains in an autobiography which recounts many terrible losses, that annihilation has no terrors for me is because I have already tried it before I was born, 100 million years, and I have suffered more in an hour, in this life, than I remember to have suffered in the whole 100 million years put together. There was a peace, a serenity, an absence of all sense of responsibility, an absence of worry, an absence of care, grief, perplexity, and the presence of a deep content and unbroken satisfaction in that 100 million years of holiday which I look back upon with a tender longing and with a grateful desire to resume, when the opportunity comes. This tender longing for death, this grateful welcoming of death is one of many versions of acceptance. For there is also resigned acceptance, men must endure their going hence, even as their coming hither, practical acceptance. When I catch myself resenting not being immortal, I pull myself up short by asking whether I should really like the prospect of having to make out an annual income tax return for an infinite number of years ahead, joyful acceptance, without regret for father, mother, sister / or any memory of this world below / my soul in joy embraces her Redeemer, democratic acceptance. Thou shalt lie down / with patriarchs of the infant world, with kings / the powerful of the earth, the wise, the good / fair forms, and hoary seers of ages past, all in one mighty sepulchre, and what I think might be called creative acceptance. This is the kind of acceptance that my friend Carol displayed toward her death. An acceptance, without bitterness, of her fate. An acceptance of herself as a highly valued, uniquely valuable human being. An acceptance which permitted her, during the autumn afternoons of her dying, to speak with equal interest about the music that she wished to have played at her funeral and how to cook a terrific ratatouille. With no belief in an afterlife and zero expectations of a reprieve, and with, like Ruth and Lois, some terrible times, some of the time, with physical pain, she spent her last weeks in her bedroom saying goodbye to her family and friends, and waiting, with astonishing calm, to die. She invited all of us to engage with her in some no-nonsense talk of her mortality, but death wasn't the only subject she had on her mind. She wanted to talk about us, about the coming election, about the latest gossip, and she continued to offer her funny and wise and utterly irreverent comments on everything. No, she wasn't relentlessly gallant. There were times when she needed to cry about all the sweetness that she was leaving behind. And once she summed up her feelings about her premature departure by quoting this verse of Robert Louis Stevenson. And does it not seem hard to you, when all the sky is clear and blue, and I should like so much to play, to have to go to bed by day? It did seem hard, but as Carol became increasingly acquainted with her death, she also accepted going to bed by day. During one of our visits Carol said to me, "I've never died before," then added, "so I don't know how to do it. But having watched the dying of this serene, undespairing, most remarkable woman, I want to tell you all." Oh, yes, she did. What do we know about who dies how? Not an enormous amount, though it often is said that accomplishment makes it easier, that those who have achieved what they set out to do in life die more contentedly than those who have not. Philosopher Walter Kaufmann, in maintaining that satisfaction with our accomplishments makes all the difference in facing death, illustrates his argument with the following poem by Friedrich Hölderlin. A single summer grant me, great powers, and a single autumn for fully ripened song that, sated with the sweetness of my playing, my heart may more willingly die. The soul that, living, did not attain its divine right cannot repose in the nether world. But once what I am bent on, what is holy, my poetry, is accomplished. Be welcome then, stillness of the shadows world. I shall be satisfied though my lyre will not accompany me down there. Once I lived like the gods, and more is not needed. Kaufman argues that if we achieve, in the face of death, in the race with death, a project that is truly, uniquely our own, our heart may more willingly die because we have, in some sense, triumphed over death. In a similar vein, Hattie Rosenthal observes in her Psychotherapy for the Dying that it is the person who is convinced that he has lived a full life who is ready to die, and who develops comparatively little anxiety. In many discussions of who dies how it also is maintained that we die in character, die the way we live, that the spunky die with spunk. That the Stoics submit unprotestingly to this final necessity. That those who deny reality will continue, till their death day, to deny it. That those who overzealously guard their desperately won independence will feel shamed and shattered by their dying's dependencies. That those for whom separation has always been a terror-filled walk into the darkness will find this last separation the ultimate terror. But there is also the observation that our dying may sometimes provide a new opportunity, that dying may sometimes permit, yes, growth and change, that dying may precipitate a further stage of emotional development that had, until now, been well beyond our capacities. Eisler writes that the knowledge or the vague feeling that the end is approaching may enable some persons to step aside, so to speak, and view themselves and significant sectors of their lives with humility and also with insight into the futility of so much that is taken too seriously so long as the world is near and man is passionately living in it. He says that this final stage can dissolve certain deeply entrenched ways of being, permitting what he calls a last step forward. This concept of a last step forward helps me understand how Lois, who had always been viewed as the weak one in our family, became, in her dying, so brave and so strong, such a fighter. It also helps explain the perfect death that is described by Lily Pincus, the death of her up to that moment very dependent, anxiety-ridden mother-in-law, who after a stroke, awoke, sat up and asked to see all the people in the house, then serenely bid each one a loving goodbye. Who then calmly closed her eyes, saying, "Now let me sleep." And who, when a doctor arrived to jolt her out of her final sleep with an injection, roused herself just long enough to persuade him to let her be, to let her die peacefully. What hidden strengths, asks Pincus, in this delicate, frightened woman, who throughout her life had avoided facing anything difficult and who had never been able to make a decision, had enabled her not only to die in this way, but to ensure that her final sleep remained undisturbed? Her answer, like Eisler's, is that approaching death may bring about remarkable, utterly unforeseen transformations. Eisler goes so far as to argue that the experiencing of our dying can be the crowning achievement of our life. He writes, "The full awareness of each step that leads closer to death, the unconscious experience of one's own death up to the last second which permits awareness and consciousness, would be the crowning triumph of an individually lived life. It would be taken as the only way man ought to die if individuality were really accepted as the only adequate form of living and if life in all its manifestations were integrated, which would of course include death and the sorrows of the terminal pathway. But not all of us are going to have the chance to reflect on our dying while we are dying. Accidents and ailments will take some of us instantaneously, unaware. Nor, in fact, do all of us have the wish to reflect on our dying while we are dying. Many of us, indeed, would psychologically rather not be there when it happens. According to Philippe Aries, in his study of death throughout history, the concept of the good death has been redefined, so that instead of its being a conscious, expected, ritualized departure, as once it was, a good death today corresponds exactly to what used to be the accursed death, sudden death. The death that strikes without warning. The death that takes us quietly in our sleep. Contrasted with a slow dying, often alone, in a hospital bed, plugged into tubes and machines and subject to bureaucratic failures and sometimes worse, sudden death may strike us as a great blessing, as a very good death indeed. But perhaps new approaches to the dying process. I am thinking, in particular, of the growing hospice movement, which provides compassionate care and relief from pain without artificial extension of life, may again redefine the good death as one in which there is time to experience our dying. But whether or not we have the chance to experience our dying, whether or not our dying becomes a last step forward, an instrument of growth, we can, long before we arrive at the month, the week, the day, the hour of our death, enrich our life by remembering that we will die. Now many believe, like La Rochefoucauld, that even the brave and clever should always avoid looking at death straight in the face. Perhaps we can only do so if death does not mean the end of everything that we are. Perhaps we can only do so if we are able to set our own death within some context of after-death continuity. Indeed, it has been argued that there is, in all of us, a need for connections that last beyond our own lifetime, a need to feel that our finite self is part of a larger something that endures. There are various contexts in which we may experience, or struggle toward, this connection. And each of these contexts can offer us an image of what it seems fair to call immortality. Our most familiar image of immortality is religious, with an indestructible soul and a life after death, with the promise that our last separation will lead to eternal reunion, with the assurance that all will not be lost, but found. However, as Robert J. Lifton points out in his brilliant discussion of modes of immortality, not every religion rests its case on a literal afterlife or an immortal soul. Rather, he writes, what is more universal to the religious experience is a sense of connection with a spiritual power, a power derived from a more than natural source. A power in which we share and which protects us. A power through which we may be reborn, spiritually, symbolically, into a realm of death-transcending truths. Freud argues that such religious beliefs are illusions built up by man to make his helplessness in this world endurable. He writes that just as children depend on their parents to protect them, so anxious adults depend on gods and God. He says we create religion to exorcise the terrors of nature and to make up for the sufferings civilization imposes. And he says that we use religion to reconcile ourselves to fate's cruelty, particularly as it is shown in death. But religion isn't the only context in which we can summon up for ourselves images of after-death continuity. We can agree with Robert Lifton that death brings about biological and psychic annihilation, while also agreeing with him that death does not therefore have to mean the absolute end. There are other ways of imagining how some part of us might endure, beyond our death, beyond annihilation. There are other ways of imagining immortalizing connections and continuities. Living on through nature, for instance, through oceans, mountains, trees, recurring seasons, serves some of us as an image of immortality. We die, but the earth goes on and on and on. Furthermore, in returning to earth, as the poem Thanatopsis describes, we are literally part of that endless continuity. Earth, that nourished thee, shall claim thy growth, to be resolved to earth again. And, lost each human trace, surrendering up thine individual being, shalt thou go to mix forever with the elements. For others among us, immortality resides in those works and acts which have some impact on future generations, in the causes we fight, sometimes die, for, in the discoveries we make, in what we construct or teach or invent or create. Here the Emperor Hadrian, vividly drawn in Marguerite Yourcenar's novel, ponders, as he approaches death, the relation between his endeavors and immortality. Life is atrocious, we know. But precisely because I expect little of the human condition, man's periods of felicity, his partial progress, his efforts to begin over again and continue, all seem to me like so many prodigies which nearly compensate for the monstrous mass of ills and defeats, of indifference and error. Catastrophe and ruin will come, disorder will triumph, but order will too, from time to time. Not all our books will perish, nor our statues, if broken, lie unrepaired, other domes and other pediments will arise from our domes and pediments, some few men will think and work and feel as we have done, and I venture to count upon such continuators, placed irregularly throughout the centuries, and upon this kind of intermittent immortality. There are people who surely can count on living on through their civilization-changing works, the Hadrians and Homers, the Michelangelos and Voltaires and Einsteins, and Hitlers. But we need not appear in the history books nor engage in world-shaking enterprises to view what we do as having continuing impact. Our everyday works and our private acts may yield significant consequences that ripple and ripple and ripple down through time. And then there is the image of biological continuity, the image of living on through our children and theirs, or a broader, biosocial, image of living on through our nation, our race, or mankind. Some of us do perceive ourselves as a link in a chain of life which stretches, unbroken, from the past to the future, connecting us never-endingly to the lives that have been and will come, offering us, as long as man lasts, immortality. But beyond the four images thus far described of after-death continuity are direct, intense experiences of transcendence, experiences that re-echo our old ecstatic merger with Mother, experiences of oneness in which boundaries and time and death itself disappear. These unbounded oneness experiences may occur, as we have seen, through sexual passion, drugs, art, nature, God. They give us a sense of an indissoluble bond with the external world as a whole, a sense that we cannot fall out of this world. Not every adult, however, can experience this oneness. I cannot discover, Freud writes, this oceanic feeling in myself. Nor will everyone find, in religion or nature or man's works or the social or logical, connection, visions of immortality that make it easier to look on death. Simone de Beauvoir says, whether you think of it as heavenly or as earthly, if you love life, immortality is no consolation for death. Woody Allen makes the same point. I don't want to gain immortality through my work. I want to gain immortality by not dying. And the fatally ill young man who is asked if he can take comfort in knowing that his friend will weep for him when he is gone, gives his friend an answer that clearly rejects such abstract versions of immortality, not unless I be aware and hear you weeping. Some people insist that any hope of after-death continuity, even without other worlds or immortal souls, is always denial of death, is nothing more than a defense against anxiety. Lifton, however, argues that a sense of immortality is a corollary of the knowledge of death, of the knowledge that, despite our connections to the future and past, our existence is finite. Our existence is finite. The self that we have created through so many years of effort and suffering will die. And sustained though we may be by the idea, the hope, the certainty that some portion of us will eternally endure, we also must acknowledge that this I who breathes and loves and works and knows itself will be forever and ever, obliterated. So whether or not we live with images of continuity, of immortality, we also will have to live with a sense of transience, aware that no matter how passionately we love whatever we love, we don't have the power to make either it, or us, stay. Centuries of poets have addressed themselves to the brevity of existence, and what their exquisite images have to say is that all is vanity, that we have but an hour to strut upon the stage, that the days of wine and roses vanish swiftly, that we must die. The poets have also offered us, in every voice, in every emotional tone, the words in which the dying say goodbye. And as I consider my finitude, and plan what I ardently hope is well ahead, I turn to this poem by Louis MacNeice for the words I would most wish to say at my last leaving. The sunlight on the garden hardens and grows cold. We cannot cage the minute, within its nets of gold. When all is told, we cannot beg for pardon. Our freedom as free lances advances towards its end. The earth compels, upon it, sonnets and birds descend. And soon, my friend, we shall have no time for dances. The sky was good for flying, defying the church bells. And every evil iron siren and what it tells, the earth compels. We are dying, Egypt, dying. And not expecting pardon, hardened in heart anew, but glad to have sat under thunder and rain with you, and grateful too for sunlight on the garden. 20. Reconnections. But But as she has grown, her smile has widened with a touch of fear and her glance has taken on depth. Now she is aware of some of the losses you incur by being here, the extraordinary rent you have to pay as long as you stay. Annie Dillard. My youngest son is waiting to hear from the college of his choice. He'll be leaving home. My mother, my sister, too many dear friends are dead. I'm taking calcium pills to save my middle-aged bones from osteoporosis. I'm living on lean cuisine in a last-ditch effort to defeat my middle-aged spread. And although my husband and I have maintained our imperfect connection for 25 rich full years, the bombs of divorce and widowhood are falling all around us. We live with loss. Both in my life and this book I have tried to talk about loss in a number of different languages, the scholarly and the vernacular, the subjective and the objective, the private and the public, the funny and the sad. I have found illumination and consolation in the theories of psychoanalysis, in the vivid, compressed intensities of poems, in the fictional realities of Emma Bovary, Alex Portnoy, Ivan Illich, and in the as-told to me secrets of strangers and friends. I have found them, too, in the subterranean exploration of my own experience. Here's what I've learned. I've learned that in the course of our life we leave and are left and let go of much that we love. Losing is the price we pay for living. It is also the source of much of our growth and gain. Making our way from birth to death, we also have to make our way through the pain of giving up and giving up and giving up some portion of what we cherish. We have to deal with our necessary losses. We should understand how these losses are linked to our gains. For in leaving the blurred boundary bliss of mother-child oneness, we become a conscious, unique, and separate self, exchanging the illusion of absolute shelter and absolute safety for the triumphant anxieties of standing alone. And in bowing to the forbidden and the impossible, we become a moral, responsible, adult self, discovering, within the limitations imposed by necessity, our freedoms and choices. And in giving up our impossible expectations, we become a lovingly connected self, renouncing ideal visions of perfect friendship, marriage, children, family life for the sweet imperfections of all too human relationships. And in confronting the many losses that are brought by time and death, we become a mourning and adapting self, finding at every stage, until we draw our final breath, opportunities for creative transformations. In thinking about development as a lifelong series of necessary losses and subsequent gains, I am constantly struck by the fact that in human experience opposites frequently converge. I have found that little can be understood in terms of either's and or's. I have found that the answer to the question "is it this or that?" is often both. That we love and we hate the same person. That the same person, us, for instance, is both good and bad. That although we are driven by forces that are beyond our control and awareness, we are also the active authors of our fate. And that, although the course of our life is marked with repetition and continuity, it also is remarkably open to change. For yes, it is true that as long as we live we may keep repeating the patterns established in childhood. It is true that the present is powerfully shaped by the past. But it also is true that the circumstances of every stage of development can shake up and revise the old arrangements. And it's true that insight at any age can free us from singing the same sad songs again. Thus, although our early experiences are decisive, some of these decisions can be reversed. We can't understand our history in terms of continuity or change. We must include both. And we can't understand our history unless we recognize that it is comprised of both outer and inner realities. For what we call our experiences include not only what happens to us out there, but how we interpret what happens to us out there. A kiss is not just a kiss, it may feel like sweet intimacy, it may feel like outrageous intrusion. It may even be only a fantasy in our mind. Each of us has an inner response to the outer events of our life. We must include both. Another set of paired opposites which tend to merge in real life are nature and nurture. For what we come into the world with, our innate qualities, our constitutional givens, interacts with the nurture we receive. We cannot view development in terms of either environment or heredity. We must include both. As for our losses and gains, we have seen how often they are inextricably mixed. There is plenty we have to give up in order to grow. For we cannot deeply love anything without becoming vulnerable to loss. And we cannot become separate people, responsible people, connected people, reflective people without some losing and leaving and letting go.